You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast number 58 with Mod Ayiza. Mod Ayiza, it's an absolute privilege and my pleasure to bring you on. I'm super fucking excited to talk. So, how are you right now?
Hell yeah, thank you. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I look forward to these every single week where I just get to talk to awesome people in the community. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, honestly, I was genuinely really excited when you reached out, about being on the Sae Bae Cast. I obviously have mocked a few times in your streams when you've been premiering others. So I was like, oh, you haven't asked me yet. But I actually completely forgot about it until yesterday. I've just been so busy with the Lee's release. I've just had no time to think. And then it suddenly dawned on me like, oh, damn, this is happening.
Yeah, and I don't really make that much. Like, I don't like go out of my way to like keep like pestering my guests. It's usually just like we'll like set it a week or two before, and then like I won't even address it until like that day of. Maybe I should work on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's. I did think to myself, I'm like, has he forgot? Is this normal?
I do not forget. It's always in the back of my mind, which probably is a bad thing because then I think, oh, it's probably on my guest's mind as well. So we're like on the same page, but even though there's absolutely no transparency between that. So
Well,
maybe
hey, it worked out anyway. I'm here, so that's all that matters, right?
Yeah. So as most of my listeners know, you are the lead community manager at Old School. So
Correct.
Very cool. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if you were going to say something.
Nope, just that's me.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, you're totally good. This is a Sae Bae Cast. It's just everyone understands at this point. So I want to know kind of like how you got to that position. And so if you want, you could just kind of go into a brief history of you with the game and how you even got interested in working at Jagex. So, yeah.
Okay, all right. I hope you've got time because,
we got time.
Fair story here. Okay. Well, the short story is Sween left and I got his job. So thanks, Sween. I really appreciate that. He did me an absolute solid. Really, really grateful.
You know he's listening to this too.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. I listened to his as well, so I hope he's listening. No, but the reality is actually, I mean, my history at Jagex first begun back in 2017. That's when I originally joined the Old School team as community manager. And the way that came about, quite honestly, was due to me being in a pretty dark place, or a dark point in my life. I had worked since I was pretty much the day I turned 16, like every day possible outside of, studying and whatnot else. And I focused the entire of my career around IT. So I have a pretty strong background in IT. I rose up the ranks pretty well. This isn't meant to be a humble brag. Apologies if it comes across that way. It's just that I really, really dedicated myself to it to the point where I went to university, but I was still working at the time because, I needed to be able to fund university. And then I made the decision to essentially quit my studies and just take on the IT job that I had at the time, and move that from a part-time into a full-time position. So, I'd done that for like 8 or so years overall. And it eventually just got to the point where I was earning really good money for the age that I was at. But quite honestly, I was just super depressed. I didn't enjoy what I was doing in the slightest. I had absolutely no passion for it. And I'm the kind of person that constantly needs to be learning something new, doing something different, and just keeping my brain busy. And I found that the issue that I fell into, probably fault of my own, and the choices that I made in terms of my progression, was that I just got to a point where I was able to do my job so effectively where it was almost just kind of like doing itself. So there was very little for me to do, and the times that I did push myself out there, they were very it was very short-lived. It would only last for, say, for example, a month, and then I'd be back to the same position where okay, I've done this now. I know how to do this. It's relatively same.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was working from home for 2 years for a software company, and during that time, it was the first time I'd really worked from home in like a remote capacity. It was super isolating, um, really, really lonely. Obviously, great benefits coming from working from home, and it's a little bit different situation now, which I'll get onto when I get to that point with Jagex. But um, I just ended up spending the majority of my time like watching Twitch, YouTube, and playing old school on the side. And really, it just got to the point where I really just despised waking up and feeling like I had to go to work and do something that I didn't enjoy, which, quite honestly, it's a super entitled take, right? Because I was in a really good position. I was really fortunate to have a good job and be able to work from home and so on and so forth. But at the same time, it really was unenjoyable. And I don't really know why I thought that I would do it, other than that whole I need something that. Okay, no, I do know why. I guess I kind of like sat there one day and I just turned around and said to myself, I'm at this point now where I had like I have a house, you know, I had a mortgage, so I needed to make sure that I was stable in terms of a career. But I was also at the age where I felt like if I did want to reset, that was probably the best and only time I'd be able to do it,
Yeah.
to be able to build up enough experience to get back to the point where I was already at, but in a completely new kind of like situation. So one day, whilst I was watching Twitch, I just thought, well, you know what? Let's have a look at what's on the Jagex website. And there just so happened to be a job role listed on there for influencer manager. So I thought, you know what? A lot of the work that I'm doing right now is very similar. I might not have a huge amount of experience in the gaming industry, but I was at the time working essentially as a glorified account manager. So a lot of the skills that I'd learned were transferable, and I knew a lot about the community at the time. 2 years of watching Twitch does that to you, and also being active on Reddit too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just kind of took my chances, and before I knew it, I'd got given the opportunity to have a phone interview. That phone interview led to me being able to go to the Jagex offices, and I thought at this point, you know what? Hell, if I don't even get the job, I don't care because I got to go and see Jagex, and that's really cool. Because for me, like when I was back in high school, that was when RuneScape originally first came out, and it was the game that we all played as kids. And I played it with my best friends that would come around to my house and would I was the only one that had a computer with internet, so we would basically take it in shifts to use my computer to play on our accounts. And I remember it would be every weekend, a Friday, Saturday, we would have between 6 till 10 p.m., 10 till 2 a.m., 2 a.m. till 6, and then 6 till 10. And legit, we would just cycle through. So there was a long history of like RuneScape with me. And as a kid, I joked like, oh, one day I'm going to work at Jagex. I tried to do work experience at Jagex, but they rejected the request. That's the thing we do in the UK. There's like a certain age that you get to, and our school basically said you have to go and work for someone for free for a week because it's really good experience for you.
Interesting.
So yeah, so it kind of was like a childhood dream to get a job at Jagex, but I never thought it would happen. I just thought, what, it can't be any worse. I get to see the office, so that's cool. So at this point, I'm super stoked. I'm super excited. But then the issue is that I'm like, oh my God, Cambridge, that's over 100 miles away from where I live. How the hell am I going to manage that? Don't worry, I'm probably not going to get the job, so I'll figure that part out later.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, when it came to my actual interview itself at the Jagex headquarters, I was told that there were a few other candidates that I was going up against, and I thought, what, that's okay, that's fine. I'm okay with competition. It pushes me to be better. And I was told that there would be some internal candidates, but there'd also be 2 external candidates coming in. And I don't know how much you know about recruitment and stuff, but I know it's not the case. But there's always the feeling that you have, especially if you're an outsider coming into an organization that companies really should focus on promoting people internally as opposed to bringing someone externally in for the role. At least I believe that. And I know that like in the UK, we have it's all about equality and, fairness when it comes to employment and equal opportunities. But in my head, all I thought was, oh man, these other internal employees are going to have a better chance. But that's not what Jagex are worrying about because they've got other external candidates too. I rock up to my interview and I'm sat in a room and I'm kind of just on my own and I'm waiting, and then like, oh, okay, the other candidates are going to come and join you now. But just to let you know, the external candidates, they've unfortunately not been successful. So you're the only one.
Oh, wow.
I was like, what? And the next thing I know, Mod Wolf and Mod Sween rock up into the room. I missed out a point. Sorry, actually, the influencer manager role ended up going to Mod Archie, and essentially in like the 2 weeks following my phone interview, they called me back and said, we actually have a community manager role that's opening that we'd really like you to go for. We don't need to do the phone interview again. Can you come into the office and for your interview? And that's how that part came to it. So I get into the room and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm absolutely fucked here. There is no chance that I'm going to get this job compared to, Sween and Wolf, who have, they'd both been at Jagex for years. They kind of like know the system, the ins and outs of it and whatnot. But I thought, I'd give it my best anyway. To cut a long story short, I didn't get the job. That job actually ended up going to Sween, which I'm super grateful for because, obviously we've all seen the fantastic work that Sween did in his time at Jagex. Mm-hmm. Love him to bits and miss him dearly.
Yeah, we all do.
I'm glad. I mean, he is fantastic. Yeah. He's irreplaceable. And I hope one day that he'll come back to Jagex. Fingers crossed. A man can dream, eh?
Yeah, I'm dreaming.
I didn't get the job. But at the end of the day, basically they turned around and just said how impressed they were with my interview and the way that I handled myself, and just asked if another role came available, would I be interested in considering it? And like, I never thought there was a chance in hell to begin with. So I was just like, yeah, of course I'm interested. And cue Mod Ronan. So Mod Ronan, thank you for moving over to the social team. So Mod Ronan was one of the first community managers for Old School. He ended up moving into the social media team instead, supporting Old School still. But that freed up a community manager spot. So they called me back up and said, hey, there's another opportunity. Do you want to go for it? I'm like, hell yeah, I want to go for it. So I went through the process again. I ended up having another interview and I was given guidelines of, I had to give a presentation. It was meant to be like 45 minutes long. And just like this podcast, you'll realize it's going to go on for a while because I ended up being in that interview for over 2 hours, to the point where people were coming into the room to ask the people who were interviewing me if everything was okay because they'd been in there for so long. And I'm like, oh, is that good or is that bad? It turns out it was for good reasons. I was obviously now in hindsight making a good impression, but at the time I was kind of bricking it thinking, oh my God, this is not going good. So well. Yeah. So that's kind of like how things came about in terms of like why I decided to apply at Jagex, how I ended up getting into Jagex itself. I got offered the community manager role at that point. And then, I guess the rest is kind of history. There's a little bit extra story in there, which I don't mind kind of telling just to kind of like put things into perspective, how much this really meant for me.
Feel free.
In terms of like pure enjoyment. I know that there's currently a lot of memes that go around in the community about how the pay at Jagex is bad or whatever it is. It's absolutely not. At least I've definitely not experienced that myself. I think, pay-wise, it's fantastic. But when I first took the job, I was already in a really favorable position beforehand, but I wasn't happy, right? And I joined Jagex because I wanted to work somewhere and be somewhere that I was really passionate about. So I ended up taking almost a 50% pay cut, as well as then having to consider the over 100 miles distance, whilst having a house with a mortgage that kind of limits how flexible you are compared to, say, for example, a rental that you could just wait until your contract ended and then, rent somewhere else.
Yeah.
So yeah, for my original plan was that for the first 3 months of being at Jagex, I would I basically signed up for a house share, and I was going to be living with other people during the week, Monday to Friday, then coming home to my fiance, and being able to spend that time at home over the weekends. I lasted 2 weeks in that situation before I decided that it just wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think the main thing is that after you've lived on your own and kind of like got into your own routine and your own habits and stuff, I found it really hard to adjust to living with people that had always known how to live with others.
Yeah. I feel like I would
So
struggle with that now that I live kind of on my own.
yeah,
Going
it
back.
was it was difficult. And as I say, like after 2 weeks in, I was thinking to myself, oh my God, I've made a terrible mistake. This is going to ruin my relationship. This is awful. And not that anything bad was happening at home. It was just all in my head, and a
Yeah.
lot of things had built up. So I thought, you know what, forget it. I'm going to move out. So I did, and that was the first time that I started commuting to and from the office. So I basically Monday to Friday I would drive to and from Cambridge every day, which would have been about 230 miles round trip.
Jesus. And I don't know how like the roads are there and stuff. Like in America, I mean, even 100 miles is insane, but we have like highways where you can just like
I
zoom
would
like
have
the
loved to have
entire way.
drove. Yeah, if it was American roads, knowing what I know after the few times I've visited,
Mm-hmm.
it would have been infinitely better. UK infrastructure, both for transport and like basically anything, is diabolical. Or at least it was really bad for roads specifically towards Cambridge back then. They've improved it
Sheesh.
somewhat in the last 2 years, so
Mm-hmm.
it's much better now. But my journey used to take pretty much 2 hours in the morning to get to the office. So
Ugh.
I would end up leaving at 5:30 in the morning to make sure that I got there on time before. If it was any later, I wouldn't get until 11 or so in the
Yeah.
morning, just because of how bad traffic would be. And then I would leave the office at around about 7 or 8 p.m. just to avoid the traffic and get back in an hour. Now
Ugh.
it's like 45 minutes each way, so it's way more kind of like healthy and realistic to do.
Yeah.
But I really wanted to keep the job, so I commuted for a little while, and did stuck that out for say just under 3 months until we made the decision to essentially move in a rented accommodation that was way closer to Cambridge. We went to a little, I think it's actually a city because it's got a cathedral, but it's definitely not the scale of a city. But it's a place called Ely, just north of Cambridge, and stayed there for 12 months, and then yeah, kind of like carried on as normal community manager. I think for me, what was probably like my golden age of working on Old School, in all honesty. Not that now isn't the golden, like isn't great, but it was my first like introduction into it, and I was
Mm-hmm.
learning so much, and there was so many insane things that were happening at the time, and it was the first time Old School really had like more people that were really focused on community management. And I think me and Sween we both loved what we were doing. We worked so well together. We're like best friends. It was just a perfect situation, and we just I don't know. I think we just pioneered the way that community management ended up turning into
For
for Old
sure.
School. Yeah, and then the situation of me, getting to the point of leaving that role came about, where we were at the point of looking to sell our house. At this time we've got a house, we're paying a mortgage, we're paying all the bills for that place. We've then got a rental that we're paying the rent on, we're paying all the bills for that too. So each month, for a year, basically, I had no money. And I just used all of my savings to be able to fund it. And then we said, right, okay, let's sell the house, let's move to Cambridge permanently and make this a thing. But things happened, and some members in my family got ill, not severely, but it was enough to just kind of like make me sit down and think, do I really want to be, 110 miles away? Not really. And this is going to answer some of the questions as well that some people have asked. I saw some topics on it, like what was the reasoning Ayiza left originally?
Yeah.
And this is it, like my family got ill. My brother had a son, so I became an uncle. I was really far away, and I didn't want to be that uncle that, was only there at birthdays or at Christmas. I love my nephew to pieces, and I love spending time with him too. So I wanted to make sure that continued on. So we made the decision to not move permanently. We ended our rental. We moved back into our house permanently, and I started commuting again for another 3 months, pretty much just over 3 months this time. But it just became too much of a toll on my health. The travel, I was always exhausted when it came to work. I couldn't do my job properly. And at the time, Jagex just weren't set up for remote working. So I didn't want to do a half-assed attempt of being a community manager because I knew that Old School deserved better than that. So I just made the decision to leave. And I was fortunate enough to be able to still maintain kind of like my involvement with the community. I streamed on Twitch for like a year, and then moved over back into IT for a little bit, realized that I hated it, and then just did everything that I could in my power to get back. and then yeah, I ended up finding out that there was a community manager role opening up again for Old School, this time at senior. So I gave it a go, and I was fortunate enough to be able to get that role.
That's awesome.
I think a lot of my previous experience working with Old School really helped. I knew the team that was still there, and so on and so forth. So yeah, sorry to the competition that I faced up against, but I got the W there.
Yeah. I just love that you had that experience, like that kind of eye-opening experience of going back to IT and seeing how great Jagex really was and how much you wanted to go back. So
and it was
nice.
almost instantly apparent. For the first, I would say 3 weeks, going back into IT was actually really fun because I'd forgot so many things. I started to learn things again. And my brain was getting that constant nourishment that I thrive on. But after those 3 weeks, I was just like, whoa, this is a blast from the past. Hello, depression again.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I say, I had to do something to get out of it. And I was just super grateful for the opportunity to come up at Jagex, really. There was a brief stint between me leaving that IT job where I did work for Method, the esports organization. They wanted to make a move into Old School and sign talent for Old School. So I kind of like helped with them for about 2 months under the radar, kind of like building up the foundations for how that would work. But if you're aware of Method, the organization, you'll probably know as well that there was some serious allegations that came out that caused Method to have to essentially completely shift up a lot of things. They had to work on really improving their business and stuff. And this happened literally 2 months into me just starting working with them.
Sheesh.
So yeah, it was difficult, but the thing is, and I'll happily say this, if people aren't aware of Method, I'll say now myself, just off my own kind of like back, no one's forcing me to say this. I really, really like Method as an organization. I think the people that run it are really good people. They're very committed and like dedicated to the esports scene, especially. And I know that they mean good. It's just they messed up. And what I really respected about Method, because I was really kind of like, wow, this is happening. This isn't great for me. But wanted to at least give them an opportunity to understand, more of the details. And what I respect is that they owned up to their mistakes and they put in some serious changes to make sure that kind of situation never happens again. Yeah. So I was more than willing to kind of like help them get through that rebuild process. I ended up staying at Method for about 7 months in total. We built a pretty strong community. If you've heard of the Method community stream team, that was an initiative that I helped put together. But then, yeah, Jagex came about, and I was just like, yeah, there is no chance that I'm saying no to this.
Yeah.
At this point, COVID is now a thing, right?
Yeah.
We're in the middle of a pandemic, and suddenly I'm being told, actually, there's no expectation for you to be working from the office, so commuting isn't going to be a problem.
Oh my
yes,
God.
It may be temporary until they figure out what's going on, but I mean, I was in the back of my head thinking to myself, this pandemic isn't going to be something that's just going to blow over in the matter of weeks. I'm probably looking at least 12 months. I know what organizations are like and how long a lot of processes can be to that they can take to change and set in stone. So I was like, I've got a good 12 months minimum before I have to worry about commuting. And at that point, you know, I'll probably just accept the travel just so that I know I have to go back into IT again. So yeah.
Yeah,
that kind of just, yeah.
I gotta say, it's kind of like a blessing in disguise. Like I hate saying that because it's COVID and it's like this pandemic that's happening, but like there were, for those people that did have the privilege of working at home, sometimes that was just a really nice thing. That perk alone was just,
yeah, for sure.
nice.
I mean, it's for me anyway. It's a definite benefit of what has been a terrible situation for so many people, you know, across the globe. But I think it's probably done a lot of good for a lot of businesses and a lot of people's kind of like mental well-being and work-life balance by forcing that change, because a lot of, you know, tech companies especially had such high expectations. I don't think Jagex was one of them for what it's worth, but I've heard horror stories of, you know, of other places that you can work at. And now being able to work from home, it cuts out that travel, you get more time to spend around with your family and so on and so forth. And it makes work that little bit more enjoyable. So, and for me, it definitely helped a lot because, as I say, I no longer had to worry about 200 plus miles a day.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, see, I used to work at a distribution center that was about an hour commute, and that alone was just like an hour there, hour back, and I'm just like, the rest of the day, I'm just want to sleep. It's just awful.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, you know, it's weird, right? Because you get into those situations knowing full well you're going to have to do that, but you think to yourself, it can't be that bad, surely.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's better than not having a job, right? Because at the end of the day, there are so many people as well that just aren't as fortunate to be able to get, you know, employment. But my God, when you are there and you are doing that commute, after a while, it really starts to grind in you, or it does me anyway.
Yeah, no, for sure. I wonder if you ever listened to like podcasts, or like, what did you listen to in the car, or was it just silence?
No, so I have had the same playlist pretty much. It's actually changed. Last year was the first time I changed my playlist since I was about 14. The only thing I've ever done to change my playlist is just added new music that the artists that I listen to have released. Yeah. So I just literally would listen to that playlist on repeat the whole way, and it's, you know, it's grown to like 16 hours now worth of songs, so it always felt a little bit different.
Yeah. So you never removed songs, you would only just add.
Yeah, I'd always just add, because, you know, unless there was like a really bad song that I accidentally added in and one day it played and like, how the hell did that get there?
Yeah.
So I get rid of that. But no, otherwise it's just evolved over time as new songs have been released, and there may have been the few artists that I've, you know, came across and thought, oh, they're good, so I'll pop them in, but it's far and few.
Yeah.
The only other thing that I used to do, and this is a little bit embarrassing to actually admit, but I don't care. I used to practice like tongue twisters whilst I was driving in. I was like trying to get really good at them, and that really just helped me kind of stay focused. So yeah, things like I don't know if you've heard of the ones, but like Peter Piper and pickled peppers. Yeah, I tried to like get that really, really well. And
oh my God,
the hardest one for me, honestly, is how much wood could a woodchuck cut? Because I'd always say like, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck? And I thought I was doing so well. Yeah,
is that not what it's?
It's how much wood could a woodchuck cut if a woodchuck could cut wood?
Oh, see, I always thought it was chuck, like you said.
Yeah, me too. And it's so easy when you say it like that. And then someone turned around to me. I was like, no, that's that. I think it was my mum actually. And I was telling her, and she was pissing herself laughing, like, why are you doing this? But she was like, you're wrong anyway. I was like, what?
Oh, that makes it so much more difficult now that I'm thinking.
Yeah, legit, right?
See, I always, I think my favorite one was the she sells seashells down by the seashore.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That one is pretty easy though. That's probably why I liked it.
Yeah, it is. You know, that's the intro, and then from there, it's if Peter Piper picked a peck of peppers, which peck of pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Like that goes next. That's next, right? But as long as you're fast enough with like saying it, you can kind of just like you can kind of like
smooth.
I don't know.
Words, like
yes, you can smooth it over and blend them, so you get away with it. But there's no chance with the how much wood could a woodchuck cut if a woodchuck could cut wood.
Yeah,
like,
that is
last
tough
part
now.
is just, man, you have to take a breath for that.
There was one that I heard years ago at this point, but it was like some post or something on Reddit or YouTube or something. But like, it was so hard. It was like stupid. Like the first 2 words, I would always just flip up like the first 2 words, which is so weird. But
The only other one that I know is just saying red lorry, yellow lorry in quick succession after one or the other. So I'll try and get like how far I could get before I started going la 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 la.
yeah. Wow.
So yeah, that's my that's how I used to keep myself entertained. I mean, it was pretty tough times if you hadn't been able to tell already. So
yeah. So let me ask you about like your history with the game, because you like you said you used to play as a kid and stuff, but at the time were you playing RuneScape when I mean, I guess you were because you were watching Twitch and stuff, but like were you pretty invested in the game, or were you just kind of like casually playing it and it just seemed like a cool opportunity at the time?
yeah, okay. So I'll tell you about like the very first experience I had with RuneScape. It was actually on RuneScape Classic. This isn't going to be a long story because I have to cut it very short. I saw my older brother playing this game, and at the time, obviously being super young, PCs weren't really a thing that everyone had back then. We had like a schedule as well for us on how long, we would basically have 1 hour each evening on the PC. And when my hour was done, it was my older brother's hour, but I'd always sit with him and watch what he was doing so I could learn new things. And he was obviously older and more intelligent, so he did cooler things on the internet than I could.
Mm-hmm.
And he started playing this game, and I was like, wow, that looks amazing. What is it? But he refused to tell me what it was called. He just wouldn't let me know, and I was so frustrated. I was like, I just want to play. And basically every time I tried to look over for the name of it, he would cover the screen or he would minimize it down. But one day I saw that it was something to do with run and scape. So I just Googled that. Well, I think at the time it wouldn't have been Google, it would have been Ask Jeeves.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I asked Jeeves what is RuneScape, and it brought up RuneScape. So I was like, okay, clicked on it. I was like, yes, that's the icon. I know it. That is definitely it. So I jump into RuneScape Classic, but I can't get past the tutorial. No word of a lie. I think I was like 8 or 9 or something like that. And I didn't realize that you had to basically, the chat options in RuneScape Classic were in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Or at least I think they were in the tutorial. I didn't realize you had to click on them to be able to progress. So I just kept clicking on the same person. Like, why do you, because the text would come above his head, right? They would say it above their head, but I didn't see it in the top left. I didn't know that was the thing. I thought it was just giving me like, that was his chat log.
Yeah.
So I was like, what? So I ended up, I ended up not figuring that out until about 6 months or so later.
6 months.
Yeah, I know. At this point, my brother's carrying on playing it. And then this is where he finally tells me what I need to do. He gets my account through Tutorial Island, and I start playing RuneScape Classic a little bit. But, I haven't got a clue at all what I'm doing. I'm still too young to really understand it. And obviously, computers not been around for so long, so you don't have that knowledge that a lot of young people do nowadays when they jump onto a PC, because it's just part of life, right? Mm-hmm. Which is an interesting topic on itself, of like how advanced people are now in terms of technology.
Crazy.
How much that's changed the gaming landscape as well, and pretty much everything. But yeah, so I played RuneScape Classic for a little bit, and then I remember the day that basically RuneScape 2 came out, and you were given the option to transfer your account over. So I transferred my account, and that's when I kind of actually started playing a little bit more than I did on Classic before. It was a lot easier for me to understand when it turned into RuneScape 2. At this point, there's more information available. We've got RuneHQ, we've got tip.it, and I'm understanding how to use search engines and really figure out, finding information for myself. So I start playing RuneScape more. I still have no idea, though, how to train strength or defense. My account is an attack pure at this point. I didn't realize that changing your attack styles is how you trained your other skills.
I don't think anybody knew that as a kid.
No, that took about 3 months as well. And then one day when I was at school talking to one of my friends, they mentioned that they basically changed it and they started getting levels. And I was like, what do you mean? What did you change? It was like, I don't know. I just clicked on the thing where you attack. And so I tested it out one day and I noticed, and I was like, oh my God, this is actually working. So yeah.
Wow. The good old days.
The good old days. We'll never be able to recreate them. I'd love it if we could. But yeah, I played pretty significantly whilst I was in high school, at least. It was really something that everyone played. I hear so many stories of people saying that if you talked about RuneScape as a kid, you would get bullied. But for me, it was the opposite. Like you were with the cool kids if you were playing RuneScape, and all of the cool kids at our school maybe I just didn't go to a very cool school.
God, that is
But
dope. Like that would have been like an optimal scenario. I didn't really play in high school because I kind of like drifted to other games. But like
yeah.
if that would have been cool, oh my God, I would have stuck with it.
Well, the thing is, like, I still played it, right? But I was playing other games at the time here. So RuneScape for me was one of those where I basically just played RuneScape. After about a year or so of playing it, I learned about going into the wilderness, making accounts, and I didn't understand it still properly, but I basically put my account in and I would just sit in Edgeville and fight other people. And that's basically all I ever did. When I did play, at least.
Yeah.
But I came out of RuneScape after probably about 2 years of being in high school. The first year being the most played, and that's when I mentioned right at the start of the convo where my friends would come round and would have like RuneScape parties and share my computer and whatnot. But then I found other games, and there are 2 games in particular that really pulled me away from RuneScape. One of them is a game called Enemy Territory, which is still to this day my all-time favorite game in existence.
Wow. Is it a PC game?
It was a PC game, yeah. It was basically like it was like not a spin-off, but kind of a spin-off / a mod of Return to Castle Wolfenstein. It was actually called Return to Castle Wolfenstein Enemy Territory. So if you'd ever played any of the Wolfenstein series, Return to Castle Wolfenstein was like one of the really old ones. It was set, back in the day when people used Stens and like MP40s and the Thompson as weapons, and the old kind of like stick grenades and whatnot.
Yeah.
And it was basically a standalone version there was no campaign. It was online only, and you'd play as like you could play on servers that had up to 64 people, which back then was insane. You'd never be able to play with 64 people other than in RuneScape. But this was a 3D game. I didn't know about Dark Age of Camelot and EverQuest or Lineage properly until it was too late for me to really get invested in them. But this was completely game changing for me, and I played this so much, like so hardcore. By the time I was 13, I was in a clan, and I know it's going to sound very weird to a lot of people who are probably listening back to this now, but like I was in a clan of like 30-plus-year-olds as a 13-year-old, and I was leading our competitive team at the time.
On mic?
Yeah, on mic. We used Ventrilo at the time. Yeah, we used Ventrilo.
So
and they knew, but it was like
it
wasn't.
care.
Yeah, they didn't care. It wasn't like at the end of the day, most people who were gaming were that age because no one was young enough to be able to get a PC that could run these types of games anyway. But my uncle was super high into gaming, and he basically upgraded his PC, gave me all of his old parts, and just said, "Hey, if you want a PC, here it is, but I'm not building it for you. You've got to learn it yourself."
Wow.
And I was like, "What?" So I was like 12 years old. I built the PC, hence why I had this PC that my friends could come around and use. So yeah, I played this game probably for about 4 years. Every single day, all day, apart from when the other game came about and I kind of slacked. But I played that super competitively. We were like number 1 on what was known as the clan-based ladder. It was like a website that you'd use to be able to like put your rankings when you won games and whatnot, and it would give you points, and those points determine your ranking on the ladder. But we held it for like 6 months, the number 1 spot for the UK kind of like scene on this game. And then I got to play in my very first like tournament. We were sponsored at the time, so I guess you could say I was a professional gamer. But sponsorships back then was someone paid for your own private server hosting that you could use for like scrims, practice matches, and stuff.
Oh wow!
And I got a mouse pad, so that was that was our sponsor at least. and our sponsor was a server hosting company. So
wow.
Yeah. But I got to play, I played in a few tournaments overall. If anyone has stayed up with like the CS scene, for example, the likes of Tosspot, he's actually casted a few of my games that I played way back in the day. The tournaments, he was very active in Enemy Territory. So that was that game. And then the other game, the big elephant in the room, World of Warcraft. Oh my God, World of Warcraft was the thing that ruined my life, but also made my life what it is. So I can't really diss it too much because if I was to turn back and change it, then I would change who I am today. But for about, I'd say about 2 years, it would have been about 2 years, I refused to play World of Warcraft because I just said, why would I want to play that when I've got RuneScape? It's a far better MMO. and it's cheaper too, because
Yeah.
it's like £3 or something a month, whereas WoW was like 8 or something
Yeah.
crazy. So yeah, I just used to carried on playing RuneScape and didn't bother with WoW. But eventually my friend started playing World of Warcraft, and I'd go around to his house at lunch. I was watching him like skin giraffes and make bandages and buy cool armor and a big massive sword, and I was like, wow, these graphics are so much cooler than RuneScape.
See, I had
And the
friends
rest
as well
is history.
I had friends as well that would play World of Warcraft, and I think I played it for like maybe 3 days or something. I got a free 7-day trial when I was a child.
Oh yeah.
And I tried so hard to get into it, but it was just so foreign. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just so
I had
completely
very
foreign to me.
similar experiences with other friends as well who had, played RuneScape with me at school. I wanted them to get into WoW, and it just never happened.
Yeah, I honestly wonder if it's like just pride or something. Like, oh, I'm better off with just RuneScape or whatever. Or if it's just genuinely like I just wouldn't have enjoyed the game, because it's a massively huge game, and I had a lot of friends.
You
that
can't
played
even
it.
compare them. They are not similar in any way, shape,
yeah.
or form. But I think what it was for me was that I got a lot of sense of community from World of Warcraft that I didn't from RuneScape, because I only played RuneScape with my friends, whereas World of Warcraft I was with a guild, and it reminded me of the times that I spent playing enemy territory competitively with my clan, and having that communication. I could jump into Ventrilo at any time of the day after school, obviously, and there would be people in there for me to talk to in voice, and I would learn new things from adults, some things I probably shouldn't have learned, but yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, I still played RuneScape though consistently, and I realized actually I said this wouldn't be a long story. I meant about the classic part.
Yeah.
I still played RuneScape on and off for pretty much the entire duration that RuneScape 2 was out, up until the point where the Polypore staff was introduced, because at that point it really just changed like Edgeville PKing so drastically that I just wasn't able to compete anymore. I was never very good. It would be something that I'd dip into at a weekend or maybe one evening when I wasn't raiding on WoW, and I couldn't do that anymore. So I stopped playing. I jumped back into RuneScape when Evolution of Combat was introduced. I played on the beta. I wanted to see what it was like, because being a WoW player, I thought at the time, actually that doesn't sound too bad. I love RuneScape. It's just that I'm so used to now playing with like Action Bar and stuff. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that for the same as many people, the implementation of that just wasn't great to begin with. I think they've done massive amounts of improvements and done a really good job with changing the system now. But when it first came out, I mean, there's a reason why Old School came back, right?
Yeah.
So,
And
yeah.
You got to think, like, I always think of, for example, iPhone updates. There's never going to be an update that's so insanely drastic that changes the user experience like completely. And I think that's just like so vital, is like, if you ever want to make a change on a massive platform, you have to do it so incrementally. That's like,
yeah, you really have to ease them into it, or you release an entirely new thing, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, you notice it now, like on Twitch, they'll like change the font one day, and I'm like already freaking out. Like, I'm just like, what is going on? This is not the Twitch I know, It's like little things like that can really start snowballing if you add too much.
It's true. I mean,
once.
like they changed the button to tweet on Twitter, and it completely threw me off.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the
Like,
layout of Twitter completely changed. But now I've used it for a while, and actually I really like it. It's just getting used to it. But to begin with, I was like, nah, screw this. There is one exception to that, right? I still to this day use the old format for Reddit. I can't stand new Reddit. I'm sure people love it, but I will never switch over until the point that they make it so that old.reddit.com no longer works.
Yeah.
And some people have like called me out on that, like shaming me for using new Reddit when I've like shared a link. But when you share a link on mobile, especially, because sometimes I'm just lay in bed and I'll copy a link and then I'll send it to myself in an email or a DM on Slack or something, so that I've got it in the morning so I can remember to look at it.
Yeah.
It doesn't come up as old Reddit.
See, I don't think I ever got invested too much in like desktop Reddit. It was always kind of a mobile thing. So I don't really have a preference from old or new. But whenever I think of old Reddit, I think of a white page, whereas now the new one's all like dark mode and stuff.
Okay, all right, I see. Well, I use what's known as the Reddit Enhanced Suite. It's like a Chrome extension, and that's got dark mode embedded into it.
Oh,
So you can
okay, so
just
it'd still be
enable it or disable
old,
it.
but yeah.
Yeah, old but dark.
It's so weird to think that like every single website always was white background, black text, and now it's like shifting finally. Like
Yeah, I know. Thank God.
it's
I
absurd.
shun the light mode users unless you're using it as like budget lighting for your streaming setup or video
Yeah.
creation. Fair enough. Otherwise, change over to dark mode. It is the future.
You know what?
Um,
I do want to talk to you about. I want you to go into your experience with streaming because you used to watch Twitch and then you became a streamer. So I want to hear kind of like how that all went and what was your mindset during it and what were your
yeah, sure. I'll
expectations, I
happily get to
guess.
that.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. Well, before then, can I just quickly finish off the story about RuneScape?
absolutely.
There's only a small snippet, I swear.
Absolutely. You don't even need to apologize. Just go for it.
Okay, so it kind of ties in at least a little bit because there's the Twitch part to this, right? So I stopped playing when Polypore staff was introduced, apart from dabbling in EOC for a little bit. Otherwise, that was me done with RuneScape. I didn't come back to it at all, apart from maybe like one or two Darok fights in Legacy mode, and realized actually this is so broken, I'm never gonna play again.
Yeah.
And then I was there on what was known as Justin TV originally, and that was my like first kind of like experience with live streaming and watching people play games. And I was browsing through, and I used to use it to keep on top of CS:GO or Counter-Strike tournaments and Dota tournaments. And one of the games that I really, 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 really got into watching was and playing as well was Heroes of New Earth. That was the best MOBA ever. Oh my, I love it so much. But besides the point. So one day I'm there at work and I'm scrolling through, and suddenly I see what is RuneScape, but it's not RuneScape that I last played. It's RuneScape as I knew it, and I was like, how is this possible? So I tune in and I'm watching. At the time it was Boaty, and I was just like, what the hell is going on? So I ask in the chat, and it's like, yeah, it's Old School RuneScape. It came back out 6 weeks ago. What?
Wow.
So I checked the website, and lo and behold, yeah, it was back out. And I'm thinking to myself, right, I've got to shun myself here for not staying on top of this, because I was one of the people that voted to bring back the wilderness. I even bought a T-shirt that said, I did my part to bring back the wilderness. Legit, bought the T-shirt. I tried to find it, but I think one day I used it to like decorate with, got it covered in paint, and then threw it out. But anyway, so I'm 6 weeks late to the party. I jump in, and that was where my reintroduction to Old School RuneScape as we know it now kind of like started. It was 6 weeks after the release. I did admittedly only play for about 2-3 weeks because I was just so busy with work. I had to just put it aside and forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
But then about 6 months after that, I started playing again because I was still watching live streams at the time. And I booted my account back up. Shun me if you like, but I said to myself, right, I've got a goal now where I think it was 6 months anyway. I might be wrong with the dates. You'll know anyway, because it was when bonds were introduced. I set myself a goal where before I'd never played the game other than, doing edge rule PKing. I hated quests with a passion. I only did them if I needed something to PK with.
Yeah.
So this time I was like, you know what? I'm going to give quests an actual try in Old School. I'm going to give it, see it through a different lens, give it a different chance, a new chance, sorry. So I was like, right, okay, I want to get Quest Cape, and I want to get Quest Cape within 3 months. So I bought myself 10 bonds to kickstart me at that time. I was like earning good money. It didn't really seem like anything to me. I was like, no, whatever, it may as well. So I then set on this, mission of getting my Quest Cape, and I got my Quest Cape within 2 months. From pretty much being something like 400 total.
Wow.
Something like that. Yeah, I was like, I'm not a hardcore player, right? But it was in between me working, AFKing on the side, and then in the evenings I would actually do the quests that I got the skills for the day before or whatever it was.
Okay, I need to ask though, what was the method or what website did you use for guides if you used guides?
Rune HQ.
Hell yeah.
And then,
Rune
so I
HQ.
went back on Rune HQ for the old guides, right? But at this point, the wiki was really starting to be developed. And honestly, as soon as the wiki guides came out, I just started using the wiki.
Oh yeah, no. I just remember using like there was either the fandom guides, like the kind of crappy guides, and then there was Rune HQ, and Rune HQ was like, oh, this is just so much cleaner. But yeah, the wiki now, oh, can't beat it.
Yeah, and the wiki now is fantastic. But yeah, back then, it was really coming together. But I mean, a lot of the information, because people had done it so many times beforehand, was there in Rune HQ.
Mm-hmm.
So I used a lot of that. Yeah, I got my quest cape and I was like, wow, this is, and that during that period of me getting that quest cape, that's really when my time spent on Twitch kind of like ramped up, where I was really watching streamers and stuff like that and getting super involved with the community. And then the rest is just kind of like, yeah, I played, but casually played. RuneScape for me now, especially with Old School, is the kind of game that I play when I just want to escape from everything. A little bit more difficult now that my name is the same as what it is mod name. So this isn't a bad thing. It's actually really, really kind of like heartwarming and super wholesome at times. I have some great interactions with players, but I can't escape as easy as I used to unless I play an account that people don't really know about.
Yeah.
But it's always been that game where I'm very kind of like min-max mindset. I like to push myself. I like to, in WoW, I'd always try and be the best, like really optimize my rotations and pump basically. Whereas RuneScape was the complete opposite. It's like, I'm just going to go in and I'm just going to role play. I'm just going to do what the hell I want and play how the hell I want. And there are a few exceptions to that, like, which, when I talk about my streaming thing in a second, Slayer, for example, I did sweat that a little bit. But yeah, it was just a kind of like casual game for me. So I've never stopped playing Old School, but it's just that I've never played it permanently hardcore every day, apart from when I live streamed.
Yeah.
So to the live stream point, right? I am community manager at this time back in 2017, 2018. I've already got a lot of friends within the kind of like streaming scene from before I joined, from being in their chats, engaging with them, having conversations. I'd met people at various different Deadman events before I joined Jagex, and really started to develop those relationships. And a lot of them were saying, even, when I was a JMod, it's like, you should just stream on the side. I'm sure people would really like to, gather your thoughts and stuff. And actually, to be fair, that was before I even joined Jagex. I actually streamed Old School whilst I was working in IT, because I thought to myself, you know what, maybe this is my opportunity for getting out of the IT career. Maybe I can become a full-time streamer. Newsflash, don't go into content creation thinking you're going to make it your full-time job. That is the absolute wrong mindset. And the best thing to do is do it because you enjoy it and because you find it's something that you want to do because it's fun. Treat it as a hobby. And then if things start to really pick up from there, then maybe consider transitioning over to like as a full-time. Don't go into it being, I'm going to quit my job. Everyone else is super successful. I'm going to become a streamer. I'm going to be the next whoever is number one at the moment, right? Yeah. I'm going to be the next Foe. I'm going to be the next Boaty. I'm going to be the next Oda. It doesn't happen like that, right? The reality is very few people actually make it to the point where they can consider it their full-time jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I to be fair, I actually started streaming back in like 2013, I think it was 2014.
Jesus.
I streamed Path of Exile.
Okay.
When that game was out, when it first released, and it was because during a part of me working in IT, I was made redundant, so I had 3 months where I couldn't really get a new job unless I wanted to pay a buttload of tax. So I was like, well, I'm just going to take 3 months off. And I just started streaming just for fun. Back then, there wasn't affiliate or anything like that. You either were partnered or you didn't get paid.
Yep.
So I was just playing for fun. I'm actually going to just quickly check my my Twitch account because I know that there's a VOD on there from when I was super young, and I want to get the exact date for it. Where is it? These are my highlights. I've got to have it somewhere. Okay. 9 years ago was my first highlight.
If you don't mind, how old are you?
I am 30 years old this year.
Wow, congrats, the big 30.
Yeah, I know. I'm turning old man.
So do people I know this is a little tangent. You can continue afterwards, but
It's cool.
do you ever like get something cuz like you look like 25. And so do you
Well, that's a
ever
compliment. Hey, I
Yeah,
mean, most people say I look 16.
no, I thought you were my age. So
Okay.
cuz I'm 26, but I thought you were around my age. But yeah, 29, wow, 30 this year.
Yep.
Crazy how old
I
we're
get
getting.
ID'd all the time. I even get ID'd if back when I was working at Jagex in 2017, I was like absolutely addicted to energy drinks, and they halfway through that year, I think, or maybe it was like 2018,
Yeah.
in the UK, they introduced a new law that said you have to be 16 or above to be able to buy energy drinks. And I used to
Wow.
get ID'd at the Tesco's when I was buying my Monster Punch. And that was pretty awkward.
See, for me, it's like the
So
complete opposite. Like in my stream, people either think I'm like 45 or they'll think, well, this is before my beard, I guess. People would think I'm either 40 or like 15. Nowhere in between, really. It's
okay.
weird. But
I'm
now with
sure
the
if you
beard,
shaved the beard as well, it would be constantly 15, right?
yeah, no. And with the beard, legitimately, whenever like people ask my age, I will just say I'm like 42 or something. And people will
Okay.
literally like, they'll be
Oh.
surprised, but they'll accept it, which is crazy. I'm like, geez, can I really pull that off?
Oh man.
Yeah. Anyway, continue.
Okay. So yeah, like my history on Twitch 9 years ago was the first time I streamed. I streamed Path of Exile for like 3 months. And you know what? I was actually doing okay back then. I would average around about 80 or so viewers, and I was in the top 10 for hardcore players on the ladder. And then I died to the most stupid thing in existence, and that kind of like really set me back. And I was just about to start work again, so I didn't stream again then, at least for a very long time. The next period that I began would have been, well, looking at my broadcasts here, it's like 5 years ago. So I started streaming RuneScape just because I wanted to just share my experience of just playing and meet new friends. And because, I had a lot of friends already within the community that said, like, oh, do you stream? And I'm like, no. Oh, you should. I was like, okay, well, you know what? Why not? Um, and then I moved away from like playing RuneScape all the time to like doing some Legend of Zelda streams and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But like for the most part, I'd have 2, 3, 4 viewers until the time that I tried my Firecape attempt, and Mod Wolf was watching my stream and he tweeted it, and suddenly I had 200 people in my chat,
Oh,
and
wow.
it was the most heart-wrenching experience ever. I was so nervous, I was sweating. It was awful, but very grateful for him for doing that.
That's awesome.
Um, so yeah, kind of had an experience of streaming beforehand anyway. Um, then I joined Jagex, and I was honestly just so busy that there was just no time to be able to stream. I would maybe throw in the odd stream here or there, but really, it wasn't possible. But then it started becoming a little bit easier. I said to myself, you know what? Okay, I'll tell you a little truth here. When when I was working at Jagex back in 2017 as a normal community manager, um, I was unhealthily addicted to working, and I think that's most partly due to the fact that I loved my job so much.
Mm,
But it was an unhealthy obsession. I would be constantly, every minute that was available, checking social media, and that's checking on Twitter, looking through Reddit, watching people's YouTube videos,
yeah.
engaging with people on Discord, and it got so bad to the point where like I suffered with not being able to sleep, not being able to shut off. At the time, I was also drinking like a considerable amount of caffeine anyway, because of the, at parts where I was traveling and whatnot, it was just becoming rough. Or just, staying up late because I wanted to carry on doing work.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't because of Jagex, right? They weren't forcing me to do this. This was me, my own problem. And there are many times where, Jagex had tried to help me kind of like have a better work-life balance. It's just that I wasn't willing to change.
Yeah. It's
Um,
addicting, especially like when you were just saying like checking posts and stuff because it's all new. It's just like fresh, fresh, fresh. Like,
mhm.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think
it's
I
really
struggle with
addicting. I
the
can
same kind
definitely
of thing.
see how people can, get addicted to social media, especially.
Yep.
And then when you add that onto the fact that, for me at least, social media was a large part of my job, and I just felt like if I missed something on the evening, I wouldn't be so prepared the next day to be able to handle it. or if I saw some feedback, I'd need to make sure that I engaged with it so that I could get fresh ideas, and that would help, the next piece of content that I was working on. So I actually, as a JMod at the time, decided that my way of getting around that and no longer obsessing so much with engagement would be to start streaming, because I would still get the engagement because, by virtue of the fact of being a JMod, it would attract more people to the stream. That wasn't, I wasn't like, oh, I'm a JMod, so I'm going to get loads of people. It was more like a case of, I know there's a high likelihood that people are going to tune in because they'll want to ask me Jagex questions. It means that I get to play the game, which I wasn't doing because I was too busy constantly reading things. And I also, get to, create some new friends at the same time and just have a good time, and show really that the people behind the crown are human, as Sween has said before in a video.
Yeah.
So yeah, I started streaming, and for a while I accepted questions about Jagex, and then after a little bit, there was some controversy that came around because people started coming into the stream and they would bait, certain questions, want certain responses. I didn't handle that well all the time. I had a lot that I needed to learn, and I think I have learned a lot over the time of the course of me being a community manager, at least, and spending time with Twitch and Reddit and Twitter and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really just that. It was my way of escaping from staying on top of things, but still feeling like I was involved, so I didn't feel guilty or that I was falling behind or missing out. And honestly, within a few weeks, that whole Twitch thing just blew up entirely unintentionally. I really didn't anticipate just how popular the streams would become. And affiliate came around, so I was like, I'm not going to apply for affiliate, it feels wrong. But everyone kept telling me in the stream to go for affiliate. So I was, well, what do I do? Okay, fine, I'll do affiliate on the understanding that any money I make from streaming, I'll give back to the community. So some people may remember, actually, after I think it was, you had to wait 90 days or something to get your payout from Twitch. But once I got my pay from Twitch, from all of the support that I got from streaming in the time that I was a JMod, I hosted my own PvP tournament, and all of the money that I made, I put in to the prize pool, so that it was giving back to the community. I got to host my own tournament. I got to do something with PvP, which felt amazing, and the money that people gave me, which I honestly just felt a little bit wrong for taking, I didn't have to feel wrong about anymore because I gave it away.
Yeah.
And that happened, and I think again, I'm not 100% sure on all the dates, but I was streaming for 3 months during the time of me being a JMod, and then the whole me moving back and commuting came about. So it turned into, instead of me streaming pretty often, because at this time when I really started streaming as a JMod, it was when I was living in Ely, so I didn't have to worry about travel. I had a lot of evening time free. It was easy for me to just spin up a stream, do something for a few hours, and then shut off. I spent most of my time on streams actually just killing Vorkath, to be honest. It was really, really fun. Yeah, and basically what happened was, I got to the situation where I started commuting. I was still doing the streaming a little bit here and there throughout the weekends and whatnot. But crazily, my channel was at the point where, actually, when you took into account the money that I was spending on, 2 properties, the travel, and all of that, wasn't actually that much worse than than working. So I thought maybe there is an opportunity where if I take this seriously, it could turn into a career. As much as I don't want it to, because I never went into streaming thinking I would make money from it the second time round. Obviously, the first time I really hoped that I could, but it still wasn't, it wasn't like I quit my job to stream back then. It was it would be really nice if my Twitch picks up enough to make it a job, but
Yeah.
it didn't turn out that way. But this time round, I was like, wow, this is actually a possibility. So after I quit Jagex, I carried on streaming for a little while. It was a couple of months, just to make sure, really, that it was going to be financially viable, that I'd still be able to pay all of my bills that needed to be paid, and that it wasn't just, essentially, I don't know the best way to word it, but kind of like
Just
not
hoping.
fake support, but like
Yeah,
I didn't want
yeah.
it to be just that the people were only there because I was a JMod, right?
Yeah.
Because as I said before, I knew for a fact that some people were tuning in at the time purely because of the fact that I was a JMod and not because they enjoyed me as a streamer. But
Yeah.
that's why, I did it for a couple of months to see, if people stick around, if people like how I approach streaming and the content that I put forward, then maybe I can consider it. And yeah, turns out that I could. So I kind of just took the plunge, and I did in that time a little bit of consultancy work for some other studios. It wasn't a huge amount. It was just like a few days of work just to really just give me that security financially. But I wasn't actively looking for jobs. And basically I just said to my fiance, I was like, look, if after 3 months it seems like this could work, would you be comfortable with me actually, carrying streaming on as my job for a while? And basically we agreed that what I would do was that we agreed as if like, she's my manager, but she's not. But the thing about relationships is that it's very much two-sided thing, right? You both have to work together on making sure that you're comfortable with whatever's happening, because streaming especially, you have to commit to it. And there were a lot of times where I was trying to do extra things and involving myself with the community that would mean time with her was sacrificed, right?
Yep.
But yeah, we said that we'd do it like every 3 months we would review the kind of situation, or I would review it at least, and I would, if I was still okay with it, if it still seemed like it was good, then I'd carry on. And every 3 months that would keep on happening. I'd look at my 3 months in terms of Twitch earnings, and then go forward.
Mm-hmm.
Now the reality of it sounds all great, but the reality of it is I don't deal very well with inconsistency. I like stability. I like there to be something new all the time. And I hate uncertainty when it comes to finances. I've always been very financially savvy. I used to be very financially driven until, I ended my IT career. Now it's more about what's right for me as opposed to what gives me the most money.
Mm-hmm.
Just so happens to be that I'm in a really good position now where both of those things just happen to have, fallen into place. But yeah, the uncertainty of Twitch ruined me way more than working in IT did. And there would often be, days where you would have a low on Twitch and I wouldn't get any new subs, or there wouldn't be any opportunities, coming my way. And I know that this is 100% entitled, because there are so many people that work their asses off on Twitch and on YouTube and don't make anything at all. But it's just the way that, the way my head was processing. I can't help it, right?
No, I mean, but that would happen regardless, because like when you're making a certain amount and then all of a sudden you have like 2 months of like, oh, I just made like half the amount that I just made the month previous. It's like, I feel like that is, if you would just have steady growth, but it wasn't as much, then it would feel a lot better. But it's just like, oh, time low month this time. Like, oh shit. So
I think the problem was
understand.
that, I personally, I couldn't deal very well with those low periods. And I think one of the things that with content creation is that until you've got to a point where for the most part that you have a stable following that is consistent, that you have to work tirelessly on for years to be able to build up. It's not something that just happens overnight.
Mm-hmm.
You have to deal with those highs and lows, and typically if you look at the bigger picture, it will even itself out, right? And you look at it on a much broader scale, year by year, rather than month by month or 3 months by 3 months. I didn't do that, and I was looking at on the 3 month period. So what I would find myself doing is that I would, the night before, think to myself, right, I've really got to put my all in on the next stream. I've got to try and make sure that I'm entertaining, that I do something that can help me regrow again or get back what I had last month. And then it would come to the next day and it would just feel wrong. I really didn't like thinking of Twitch as a paycheck, because it went from something that I was doing because I really enjoyed it to now I had to depend on it. So I would stand there in the shower, and the times that I did stream, I would, refer to the fact that, "Oh, I'm really sorry I didn't stream last night. It was the shower of depression that just killed me off." I would just be in the shower for like 30 minutes, just contemplating everything, thinking, well, there's no point going live today because I can put in so much effort and get nothing out of it. It's a waste of my time. So I wouldn't stream. But, when you're not streaming, there's no opportunity for you. And one of the big things on Twitch especially is consistency is key. So I kind of really just shot myself in the foot, where I would see these lows, I would get really down about them, and then instead of working on myself to just continue streaming, be there for the people that are supporting you, not for the people that kind of like come and go, and those fluctuations. Because if that's the one piece of advice I could give to anyone, is don't get blindsided by the numbers. Remember the people that are there every day, that are there every time that you upload a video, that are there every time you hit the live button and are instantly chatting away, the people that are reaching out to you on Discord. Those are real humans that genuinely really care about you, and don't think of them as a number. And if you are in the position where you're like creating content full time, I mean, I wouldn't say that you owe it to them, because at the end of the day, it's not like you're signing up into a contract or there's this formal agreement. But it would just be, it's more of a, remember that they're supporting you, so there are other people out there too that are most likely going to be the same as what they are. And if you just continue and you remain consistent, and if you want to make it something that you do on a permanent basis, do it for those supporters that are with you through the thick and thin, and you'll find that success will come your way regardless. Because other people will see that level of genuinity. They'll get attached to you as an individual, and be there for what you're providing, rather than, say, for example, the game that you're playing. Because it's really easy to see through the curtains when people are trying to cover up the fact that they're streaming for nothing more than money. At least I find it anyway.
Yeah.
And people can tell when you're not having fun. So if you're not having fun on stream, then why would someone watch you? Because most people are watching you for an escape themselves, or they want some entertainment as well, or they just want to be in an environment they feel comfortable for. And if you're not able to provide that, then, well, ultimately, how can you expect people to be there, right? And that's the problem that I had, was that I wasn't doing that. I was thinking too much about the money. I was thinking too much about the numbers, and I stopped streaming as regular, which then just exacerbated the issue. Those loyal supporters that stayed through eventually started to drop off, as I was no longer, being there for them as much as they were there for me.
Yeah.
And it really just spiraled. And I created this huge problem that I really couldn't fix in the time that I needed to, because bills are still there. Bills still need to be paid.
Yep. And it's a lot more difficult when you are in a relationship and you have a mortgage and you have legitimate bills, and it's not like you could just like, I know I'm relating it to myself, but like I'm single, and if everything went, like if all of a sudden everything just went away, I would be fine, because like I'm only relying on myself, and like I don't have to help, like I'm not supporting anybody else. So
yeah,
the stress has just got to be compounded in your situation.
Yeah, that's a really good way of saying it. And you really just have to be aware and know how to manage that. And I just unfortunately wasn't. So I made the decision to basically quit streaming. And that's when I went back to IT as my like, God damn, I really have to get something in the new year now to be able to make sure I can still keep the house.
Yeah.
So I moved over into working for IT for a few months, and the rest of the story, because I told that at the start. So
yeah,
but that's me in terms of like streaming and how it happened, and my kind of experience with it. I really miss it, and there have been times in the last like 2 weeks especially where I've said, you know what, I'm just gonna load up the stream, I'm gonna fire it up, and I'm just gonna have a chat with everyone and just see how people are, and just have some fun. But then, well, I've just been too busy. Every time I want to, something crops up, and it's like, oh, well, that's not gonna happen now.
I really wonder how that is, though, to like come back to a stream and like, because clearly there are some toxic memories probably, where it's just like, it brings back the kind of like stress I was dealing with streaming. And like, I don't know, I wonder if like going back to streaming even just casually would kind of bring back that like, like it kind of like you're romanticizing the experience you had with full-time streaming, but then it's like, then you remember like, like
I think you're right for sure. There definitely will be parts of that, but it's a little bit different now, right? Because there is no chance that I would quit my job or even consider quitting my job in order to be able to stream again. And I would never have to worry about the financial instability that I had before, because I have the job that I'm in now, and I don't have to worry about things so much. So it would just be a case of firing it up, having some fun, and that being that. I think my biggest fear at the moment would be more about even though it's a personal stream, there is still always that association to Jagex, and there are people out there who will go out of their way to try and
just be a troll.
Yeah, to be a troll, or to kind of like back you into a corner so that you say something.
Yep.
Try and get something clipped out of context or use it to their advantage.
Yeah.
And that's what I really dislike. The snakes.
Yep. The rats. I call them the rats.
Oh yeah, all the rats. Fair.
Yeah. No, it is. I think it's cool though. I mean, it was really nice hearing that experience, because like there's so many things for any streamer that everything you said is very relatable, and it's cool that you got that experience though of like truly trying out full-time streaming and stuff, and just realizing everything that goes with it, the highs, the lows, and just how it really can work with your life. And it really is a long-term investment where it's like, if I were to have stopped, if I personally would have stopped streaming a year into it, like it would have just been like pennies, just like, you gotta see growth. And it was really cool that you mentioned like seeing growth from a yearly basis, because it's so transparent of like, it's like so clear of the growth that you actually get, whereas month by month is just like, what is happening? It feels like you're declining,
Unless you're you've really hit it lucky and you've managed to get some crazy amount of support your way that could have been from external factors influencing it, or you just are hyper entertaining and there's no one been like you out on the scene before. There are obviously edge cases, right, where you can see month on month growth that's consistent, but realistically look at the bigger picture.
And that's
hard.
One thing, it's hard.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the one thing that it's definitely gave me is a much bigger appreciation as well for people who do create content. I myself personally, when I was in streaming and relying on other people to be able to create emotes and art and stuff, I've never been the type of person that would ever expect a creator to give me something for free. Even if they were my friend, I'd always insist that they told me how much it was worth for their time, even if it was a case of like, how much would you normally earn an hour? And if they wouldn't tell me, I would just get their PayPal details and I would just send them what I would have earned per hour based on how long they spent working on it, right?
Yeah.
Because I hate the whole pay with exposure and not paying people for their time, because this was before, I was even in that situation, but now it's amplified it even more so. So when someone has something cool, or if there are any opportunities that I'm able to actually give work to someone who is out there, doing it on their own back, as opposed to it being a company, I'll always look to favor those.
That's awesome, because it really does get kind of awkward when it's like, paying me an exposure. Like, why not?
I suppose you don't pay my bills.
Yeah, it is really weird though, because a lot of the time, and this is the kind of unfortunate thing, is like, I've made emotes for streamers and stuff, and like a lot of the time I am in that exact same situation where it's like, clearly this is not a full-time gig for you, but you're trying to make it a full-time gig. So I know that they're not in a financial like position to just generously pay me for my work or whatever. So I definitely understand that, but it always just does feel a little weird when you're like you're kind of asking for money from somebody you clearly know isn't like.
Yeah, I guess there are, again, it goes both ways, right? There are certain exceptions to it. And I mean, don't get me wrong, when I was streaming, people did create me emotes for free that they would just send me midstream, that I would have no way of being able to pay them or do
And
anything,
I think
to be
that's
able to
a
send it
little
back.
different.
So I'd show my gratification. And I know as well there are people in the community that are doing it too for free for people that they like, just because they enjoy doing that. And all the more power to you. I think there's definitely benefits to doing work to get your name out there, especially when you're first starting up. I think the main difference is that if you as a creator are offering your work for free, then obviously it's fine. But it's when someone then comes to you knowing that you're a creator that works off commission and then expects it for free because they've got a large following. That to me I don't know, it just doesn't work for me, unfortunately.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's I don't know. I have nothing more to say on that, but yeah, I totally understand where you're going with that. I do want to kind of ask one more thing about streaming, and then we can move on to some Twitter topics.
Okay.
And that is like, I mean, I guess you were kind of even saying it. I don't know if you finished your full thing, but like now that you have streamed, now you do have a greater appreciation for like streamers and stuff. Like, what is something you now see when watching a stream that you didn't before full-time streaming, if anything?
Okay. It's a kind of a cop-out answer because I can expand on it somewhat. It's just it's how difficult what they're doing actually is. I know for some people that's not the case, right? Because it's super enjoyable and you're really able to just do the same thing day in, day out. But I have such a high level of appreciation for people that are able to consistently play the same game every day, that they're live and still maintain their level of entertainment. I think as a whole, that's probably like the one thing that has definitely opened my eyes up to it more so than ever before. I really thought streaming was, it was easy. Like, oh, you just get to play games all day and people pay you for it. There's nothing hard about that. Do you know how difficult it is to be talking for 9 hours straight? and that's where this leads to. I think the main thing, especially when it comes to people playing like games to a high level, is being able to remain interacting and engaging with your chat. It is so hard. It is so hard to be, especially if you, like, for me, like, for example, every single time if I was doing Warcraft, the 1 second I would look away to read chat would be when that stupid fireball comes on my head. Yeah, I'm just like, what? And then you've got people like, I don't know, like Jace, who is doing top tier PVM, reading this chat at like 1 million lines per second. No.
It really is just practice, just years and years of consistency and practice. When I was doing the nightmare grind, I was one tick flicking the entire kill all day for 9 months. And by like 2 months in, it was just clockwork. At first I was like, dude, I cannot look at the chat right now. Like, I'm gonna have to do the full kill and then like read back. But then it just got to the point where I wasn't even looking at the game and I was still doing everything perfectly. I would just stare at the chat the entire time. It was interesting how it just kind of, your mind just starts to get it down like clockwork.
Yeah, it just kind of adjusts to it, I guess. But yeah, there are so many things that you could go into, even like when it comes to people being able to balance streaming, video creation, and real life, being able to maintain like a healthy, balanced lifestyle whilst streaming 10, 12 hours a day at times is, there are so many things now that I look at and I'm just like, I have a level of respect that I never had before.
And it really is like one of those things where it's like, pick your three, or you have 3 options. You can only pick 2 of them or something. And it's like IRL streaming and whatever. It's like, it's very hard to balance. Extremely hard.
Yeah, you definitely have to make some sacrifices.
Okay, so first topic. Well, I will say, Sons did ask, do you miss streaming to the geezers, the Ayiza's geezers?
I miss the geezers so much, and like I'm not gonna hide away from the fact that I have been so bad to the geezers in recent times, especially. They deserve way better from me. I have a Discord channel, a Discord server that honestly I just completely forget about everything. I'm so hyper focused at times, and I really need to get better at that in terms of like, keeping on top of it and talking with them. I made so many good friends from streaming that I miss dearly, and at the end of the day, ultimately, it is on me for not being that person and staying on top of it. But to answer the question, yeah, I do really, really, really miss streaming. I really miss the hardcore geezers that were there from day one all the way through to the very end, regardless of what I streamed, regardless of what I was doing. I miss the memes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually quite kind of sad, to be honest.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why as well. I said before, I do kind of want to come back a little bit and just do a little bit of streaming here or there. Like one of the things at the moment, and one of the plans that I had, it's just one of those that expectation versus reality again, is that we've recently moved into a new house that's quite old and it needs an absolute load of work doing on it. And originally I was recording a lot of the progress that I was making, and I intended to make like a YouTube series about it, but I'm just too busy. I would work all day, then by the time I finish work, I'll jump out of my chair, get changed, and start doing house renovation work. This is actually a break for me today, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just never found time then to do the videos, but I thought, you know what? Maybe I could stream some of the work that I'm doing, and that could be a way that I'm still doing what I need to do. I'm not falling behind, but I'm still staying on top of getting back in touch with the geezers, especially.
Yep.
But a little bit of a tangent. My biggest fear about being online, which sounds crazy because I'm online so consistently, is being doxxed. There are a few occasions back when I was streaming where people had reached out to if I'd leaked like the smallest bit of information by accident. I had people, my close friends, basically telling me that they were having people adding them on Facebook saying that they were trying to get back in touch with me, that they were friends from school, have got my number, do you know where I'm living now? And I'm just like, there is no way that there is anything other than people trying to find me. And this was when I first joined Jagex as well. That was when it was worse. In my first week of joining Jagex, and I had a really terrible introduction to the community. My own fault from the way that I said what I said. Did recover, I believe, at least the day afterwards. But
yeah, I don't even remember. So you must have had a really great recovery because I don't remember.
Okay, well, we'll just skip over that one then for sure. But yeah, no, that same day that first stream appearance happened, I had like 40 anonymous viewings on my LinkedIn page. That week, I was having people, reach out, as I said, via Facebook, and there were people that were then sending me screenshots of like accounts that I had at different websites and stuff, and it just terrified me. Genuinely terrified me. So I tried my best to delete everything that I had in terms of like public profiles, lock everything down as much as possible. And that's probably one of the reasons as well that I haven't at least done anything in the house that I'm in now, is that I don't want to run the risk of letting people know where I live and that turning into an issue. And I know there are ways that I can avoid it, right? And those are just things I need to consider if I was to do work. And it's part of the reason why I haven't done anything yet is that I need to figure out how I can, feasibly not leak where I am.
Yeah, protect
and
yourself
stuff like that. Exactly, yeah.
Because I mean, I think that happens to anybody that's actually streamed for years has definitely experienced toxic people that come in and like literally will go on Google and search try to find anything about you and everything. And I had to multiple times throughout the 3 years I've been streaming, I've had to go in and I try to like dox myself in a way to try to find any possible avenue of where people are getting information. And then I have to like go in, like there was a blog I had in college, and I just made a blog because it was for a class, and it was still up there, and it just had a bunch of information, like just tons of information that people could find about me. I was like, okay, I gotta try to remember that login for that WordPress page and just delete everything. And
there are so many things that like that you just don't think about, that you did when you were younger, that could then tie back to you. And not that even in my case, I'm pretty sure I'd never done anything bad or said anything bad that could ever come back to haunt me. It's just more that the information's there, right? And you don't think about it until you think about it, and it's like, oh,
and what's really weird is, like, as a kid, I was so open with everything. Like, Facebook would ask, like, do you want your profile public? I'm like, yeah, just leak everything. I have my phone number in case some cute girl wants to text me or something. Like, just everything, But now it's like, all right, I'm just gonna deactivate pretty much everything, privatize everything.
Well, things were very different back then. Like, there were
so
obviously levels of toxicity, but people weren't targeting individuals. They were targeting, more about corporations and businesses, because everyone was all about just having a good time and, meeting new people and sharing experiences.
Yeah. Okay. Sons also asked, it was 2 questions. Has there been any more thought given to the idea of having councils of players for different account types and play styles to help create and test out content before writing a blog and investing time?
Okay. That's a really good question. Apologies if, by the way, you could hear a noise in the background. That was one of the sinks just draining.
I couldn't hear anything. Maybe somebody with supersonic hearing could hear it.
Yeah, it was like a gargling noise. It definitely wasn't me. It's an old house, and the bedrooms have sinks in them. So, when one of the sinks is being used, I think my fiance is just getting ready for bed. So, she had the sink on, the tap was draining, and
that sounds so convenient. Actually, having a sink in my room. That'd be nice.
I mean, hell yeah. We haven't used them because we just use the bathroom right now. But if we had guests over, it's pretty good. And I guess, if you really need to go for a pee, there's a sink instead. So you can use that. But otherwise, you want to brush your teeth, grab a drink, middle of the night. It's just right there.
That's nice.
So we're going to keep them as part of the renovation for sure. Anyway, back to the question. Has there been any more consideration? Not recently, no. But it has been a topic that gets brought up fairly consistently internally, in terms of like, how can we improve our kind of like what I like to refer to as the validation process when it comes to getting new content, because there is a phase where we'll typically have a design, whether that was originally a concept from a player or from a JMod through ideation, that will then get fleshed out and then put into a blog format. And we'll want to make sure that when it goes out to the players, that blog is in a good enough position where the majority of the focus is around the intricacies. For example, like Guardians of the Rift today, we wanted people to be coming to us with feedback about the rewards or the experience rates, as opposed to the way the mini game plays out, or why the mini game's out in the first place. So we did a lot of work in terms of validating, do people want an improvement to Runecraft, for example? Do we feel like there is a valid reason for us to improve Runecraft compared to another skill? If we were to bring out rewards, what kind of rewards do the players want? And that's a large part of our job in CM, is getting that player validation. And the player council would really be a resource that we could use, where we can go out and say, we've got these ideas, what do you think? We can take that feedback as the first step and incorporate that into the blogs before they go out to the wider player base.
Yeah.
So there's been some thought to it, but nothing as of recent. There's always a bit of a back and forth, and there's some risk associated to it. And what if people leak it? How would other people in the community feel if there was a very small and secluded group of players getting information first? Yeah, exactly.
And then no, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, how do you make sure that you're being fair with who you invite?
Exactly.
Who should represent who? What do you do when it comes to areas like PvP? And there are so many different aspects to PvP, even within PVM and skilling. Like a casual player talking about skilling is going to have a completely different opinion to someone within the high level community that's focused around efficiency. And sure, you can have both of those types of people within a player council, but what happens if you're then dealing with clashes? And I think the biggest one for me, though, is just how do we make sure that we have fair representation, and how does that get handled? Do we consider something like a public election where players get to, maybe we put a short list and they then get to vote on who gets included? How often do we update that? What happens if people become inactive or no longer want to do it?
Yeah.
Should these people be rewarded for their time? There are so many considerations that have to go into it. I think that's probably one of the reasons why it's never really, at least up until this point, not taken off.
It does seem like a cool idea until you start thinking of everything. That's exactly kind of
Yeah.
how I felt about Group Iron, to be honest. I mean, Group Iron's been a success, looks like, but it was always like, oh, Group Iron, man, and then you think of every single little thing. And luckily, Mod Ayiza and the team just were like getting every single little question out, and it was like they were explaining what would happen in these situations, because I was always like, okay, what happens in this situation? What happens in this situation?
Yeah. I mean, we got a lot of criticism when it came to Group Iron Man from players saying, we just make it too convoluted, it's too complicated. We just want to play with the bros and that be that.
But you have to answer
Yeah,
every single
exactly.
thing. Yeah.
You have to, because if you don't, like the way that gamers are these days is the reality of it is that if you have a system that can be abused, players will abuse it because they always want to make sure that they're getting to the end point as fast as possible.
Yep.
So if you're allowing a way that can happen, then they're going to do it, and I don't blame them for it, right? At the end of the day. So our kind of like thought process with Group Ironman was, let's think of every single scenario that might happen, and let's rank the ones that we feel are most kind of like damaging to the integrity of the game mode for those that want to take it seriously, and then how can we address them? And that's kind of like how we came out with the design. And yeah, I agree. Mod Ayiza, who worked on that, as well as the other mods that helped contribute, did an absolutely fantastic job.
Oh yeah, it was impressive. I was like, wow, I wasn't even thinking of like, and the prestige and everything like that. I was always like, really, you can just join any new group or whatever? It was always like, there was so many questions in my head, and I'm glad it was all like cleared up. It was really cool to see. But it would have
Well,
to.
I'm glad that you thought that, because I know a lot of people didn't.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people love to just complain about everything. I really do try a little tangent. I really do try to see the absolute like best in people. For the most part, I try to see the good and stuff. Although I can sometimes just get a little upset over things if they're like personally, like, I don't know, if I'm a little bit more emotionally involved with it, then I get upset.
I mean, it happens, right? If something comes about that you're invested in and you don't like it, I think it's to be expected to be a little bit more passionate about the way that you would feedback on that. No one ever is gonna. Well, at least I don't. I don't ever look at that and be like, "Oh my god, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
I always think to myself, the first port of call is, right, it's most likely that this person is super passionate about the particular subject they're referring to. So
yeah,
approach it with a little bit more caution, and try and get to the underlying kind of problems that they actually have, because then that's when the good feedback starts to really come in.
Absolutely. Okay, so yeah, pretty much it is a very complicated thing with player councils. I've always been kind of a fan of it, but again, where do you even get the councils from? It's cool to think like, oh, we have councils all of a sudden. Here's the people, but it's like, where?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do it. I would love to see it if it worked, and if it worked well. I just haven't been able to put together an approach that does that just yet.
Okay, Zomalam, little quirky question. The community's been asking, and now it's time for answers. Ayiza, what is your skincare routine?
I swear this is the same person that asks it on every single Q&A thread where it says I'm going to be on the stream. Oh God, I don't mind answering it though. It's actually really easy for me to answer now.
Okay.
My skincare routine is as simple as ensuring that I don't use soap to wash my face. So I'll use products that are soap and oil free.
Wow.
There's a really nice face wash that I use at the moment. It's like a neem based face wash, which is really fantastic. And then after that, I just simply put on a little bit of ultra light sensitive skin moisturizer, and that is it.
Wow.
Yeah, it used to be way more convoluted 2 years ago. Believe me, I've gone through different phases where, I would use like 3 different face scrubs, and after that I had like these different serums that I would apply, some for my eyes, some for my forehead, my cheeks.
Yeah.
I don't even really know why. I just thought, well, I'll just try these things out and see how it works. And you know what? I saw some pretty good results from it, but no, now it is just a case of I use this neem face wash, which I do twice a day. Once in the morning in the shower, and then once in the evening before I go to bed. But to be honest, most times I just forget before I go to bed. I'll just do it in the morning. And then I moisturize once a day. So,
Very cool.
I even use like a really cheap moisturizer. It's like £6 for the bottle, and it lasts me I've had this one for nearly 2 years now, and I've still not got through it. So
see, I'm like your typical dude that just gets the like the 3-in-1 where it's like
Oh yeah, okay.
shampoo, body wash, conditioner all in one, and I literally just grab a handful of it and I just move it all over my body, and then I'm done.
All
like
over.
like we're good.
Hey, if it works for you, then it works for you. I'm just a little bit of a sucker for like nice smells. So I have also as well, to be fair, like it's not like really bad, but often I can suffer from my skin drying out on my arms, especially, and my lower back. I don't really know why, but I just tend to use like highly moisturizing body wash, and that just works out quite well.
Yeah,
I don't have to worry so much about hair anymore because I shave my head now. But before, I would have specific shampoo to help thicken my hair because it's really thin. But now I'm just like, I don't really care. It's whatever's there. Sometimes I don't even wash my hair anymore.
Yeah. No, I mean, for me now, I'm growing my hair out, so it's always been just buzzed on the side with a really short top. And now I'm like, all right, I'm going to grow it out for a year. And now I'm like, okay, I got to not use the body wash in my hair and the shampoo with the conditioner mix. Like, I got to actually like, so I sometimes spend like 3 days without like putting soap in my hair and stuff. And I have to be really careful because my hair is getting thinner. And so I have to keep that in mind.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's healthy, right, to not wash your hair too often.
Which
it actually takes away a lot of the natural oils and protective stuff that your body produces. So it kind of sounds surreal, but it's real.
It is weird. And some people, I mean, I've even read things where it's like, don't shampoo your hair for a week. And I'm like, I mean, I guess I can
gross,
do it.
Right?
like I guess I could. It's like the best time for me to do it because I just stream. I just not like I'm going out and seeing people all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's crazy to me.
Like when I had my long hair as well, I tried, I'd get to day 3 and I'd be like, this feels disgusting on my head. I've got to wash.
Yeah.
Because I have the same thing. My hair's super thin, super straight. And it grows really quickly too. But yeah. By the way, I'll do a quick plug, by the way. If anyone is looking into like skincare products, there is one company that I will highly recommend. I don't know the ins and outs in terms of like the testing of it and their welfare. So definitely look into that yourself if that's something that you're passionate about. But it's a company called The Ordinary. Not sponsored, by the way, but it's like super affordable, and they have so many different products. Their face moisturizer especially is absolutely amazing. That's pretty pricey though in comparison, but otherwise you can basically, if you have any kind of issue with your skin, they will have a product that will help solve it. And as I say, I used it for like 2 years. I don't anymore just because I can't be bothered. But if I continued doing it, then I'd probably be going back in time like Benjamin Button even more than I already am. But yeah, big fan of those. So definitely look into it.
Cool. The Ordinary, you said?
The Ordinary, yeah.
Okay. All right. Amy asks, this is a good question. I like this one. With the popularity of Chunkman mode, could you ever envision it as a game mode? Also, what are your personal thoughts on a new skill? Do you think OSRS is ready for one?
Okay. Oh, 2 questions in one, and they are really good ones. All right. So let's call it Chunkman mode. I don't see why not, to be honest with you. I mean, at the end of the day, Iron Man mode was brought as an official game mode because of it becoming so popular within the community, right?
Yeah.
So I think Old School is in such a beautiful position where literally anything can happen, right? Anything good, at least. Let's not consider EOC. I don't think that's going to happen. But in terms of like things that, if it's not going to take a huge amount of time to do it, we've already kind of proven that it's possible with Trailblazer locking regions. So I don't see why not at some point in the future. Is it a priority right now? Should you expect it anytime soon? Absolutely not. Are we having conversations on what should the next permanent game mode be? No. But I'm not going to sit here and rule it out. There's definitely a potential that it could be a possibility in the future. And I would be keen to see it at least if people want to try it. I mean, heck, people are crazy enough to do UIM, so why not?
Yeah, no, I actually think so. I mean, I watched Limport's series and some other Chunk series. I don't get too invested, but I think Limport's I'm the most invested just because there's so few episodes that it's like, all right, I have to watch this. But I really do think it would be sick as if, let's just say it is just Chunkman mode, just to make it as simple as possible, where you start in Lumbridge and you can set your difficulty to like easy or extreme, where it's like you actually have to do every single possible thing in this chunk before you move on, and you're actually like physically unable to move away from the chunk. Like you just are like blocked, like it's an invisible wall. I think that would be actually so cool in a way. Or maybe like you could choose what starting point you wanted out of like 5 or something.
Yeah, I mean, like look at what's happened. Like now we've got Trailblazer, Shattered Relics. We've shown that we can lock off skills, we can lock off bosses, we can lock off certain areas. Like the functionality is definitely there to some degree. It would probably take some work, but I can see that happening. Why not? Sure.
Yeah. I gotta say, by the way, so I did play leagues the first 3 days. And this is the first league I ever played. And I'm taking a break right now for just a bunch of reasons, but I will say it is actually insane how, and some people can disagree with me, but I think the league is extremely polished. I was very impressed with how few, like, I don't think I even saw a bug. I think it was just all really well designed, and it was a bit confusing at first because it's new, but then like it's pretty, I don't know, you can kind of start understanding stuff with the little tab and the fragments and stuff like that. And like the more you play, the more you would understand. It was really cool. I loved it.
Cool. I'm glad. Yeah. I think like that's really, really good feedback. I'm genuinely so happy to hear it, but I'm going to just turn around and say, because I know someone is going to be commenting and there'll be some lulls in the Twitch chat when this one gets that gets premiered, but we've definitely had some issues, but as a whole, I am so happy with the way that it went out. We in terms of like game breaking bugs, and I'm sure people are gonna be like, lol, rollback. The rollback wasn't really related to the actual league itself. It was the result of us adding extra worlds that were configured incorrectly that ended up causing issues to, you know, main game accounts, which obviously is massively detrimental, and people's years worth of progress were impacted. But in terms of the actual league itself, yeah, we've had some issues. We've had some things that we had to fix, but for the most part, there's nothing really been massively game breaking, which has been nice to see. Apart from a few frustrations with navigating the fragment UI, which I personally think is absolutely beautiful. I think that the team did a fantastic job with the limitations that we've got.
Yeah.
But I completely appreciate and understand some of the comments that I've seen about how difficult it is to navigate and how it could be improved. It's just, unfortunately, and I hate having to say it because it's, you know, at the end of the day, as a paying customer, you don't want to hear this kind of thing, but we just have limitations that we have to work around, really. And that's pretty much the situation we're in with the UI. But all of this feedback that we've got has been absolutely fantastic for us to be able to take it into, if there's a next league, how we'll be able to, you know, really just improve and use it as well as kind of justification for getting these system changes if they're possible as well.
Yeah. I was very impressed. And of course, like with interfaces and stuff, like there's always ways to make it slightly more intuitive and stuff like that. But for the most part, I was very impressed. Looked awesome.
I mean, the team are already putting together ideas on how they can improve it. I've seen some concepts being thrown over today, and to caveat, that's not for this league. It would be for a future league or a future content piece. But let's just not forget how just like 2 or 3 years ago, the whole of Old School's interfaces were diabolical. We didn't even have like the make X kind of like functionality.
Type 9999 enter for every single time you
exactly.
fletch.
You know, whereas now all of the interfaces have kind of like been improved. It is a slow process, and maybe progress isn't as fast as what a lot of people would like. But this is a game that runs on, you know, infrastructure that was essentially from 2007. So the kind of like advancements that the team have been able to make, I think, are phenomenal. Yeah. And super happy with it. I know there's a lot more work that can be done, but whenever I get a chance to rave about the team, I just take the opportunity to do so. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying it and you've been having fun.
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunately, I'm just the player that loves endless progress and progress that isn't deleted after 6 weeks. But I mean,
I'm kind of the same as well. You know, like the limited time I have to play at the moment. Don't get me wrong, I would love to be playing in this league because it's definitely what I would be looking for in a league. I've got a lot of similarities to other games that I've played in this one. Just time hasn't really been in, you know, in my favor at the moment. Yeah. But yeah, I get that. You know, like if it wasn't for the fact that I really like this league in particular, I would probably just do the same and be playing main game.
Yeah, it's tough because like you're having fun and then you get on a grind that's just a bit longer than normal in the league. and then you have time to contemplate what you're doing. But
that's exactly what happened in Trailblazer. I was sat there grinding rooftops to get the 70 agility, and I was just like, but I need to get this agility on my hardcore. Why aren't I just doing it on my hardcore instead? And oh no, as soon as that thought went into my head, I couldn't get out of it, and that was the time that I quit the league.
Yep.
I'm so sad because I had a lot of fun in Trailblazer too. I did get to try content that I would never have been able to do before. Like I went and did 3-man TOB with insane busted relics, and I actually used it as my testing ground for the gauntlet. And I ended up then, kind of like doing corrupted gauntlet on my main account. I'd challenge myself to do 5 kills a day. I kept that up for a good few weeks.
Yeah, it really does come down to like everything is so quick and rapid, and you're just flying through stuff, and then it's as soon as you have a little bit of time to think, you're like, oh shit.
Okay, but for everyone else listening, do not think that, right? The league, definitely, play it. It's good.
Okay. Amy also asked personal thoughts on a new skill.
Oh yeah, personal thoughts on a new skill. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, personal thoughts on a new skill. I don't care. And that probably sounds really dismissive, right? But at the end of the day, if the majority don't feel like there should be a new skill added to the game, then fair enough, there shouldn't be a new skill added to the game. However, I don't think that's the case. I actually think that a large portion of players do want a new skill. And I personally would be really excited to be able to have the opportunity to work on putting forward a new skill with the knowledge that I have behind me now of how warding was presented. Yeah. So I personally, as a gamer of old school, I'm not at that point where I've ran out of content. I've still got so much progress to make on my hardcore account. I've got so much PVM to do as well on my main that I don't mind if there wasn't a new skill added for a few more years. But as a whole, I would probably say that, we are getting to the point where old school is ready. If you think back to when RuneScape was out and old school didn't exist around about this time, we'd already had multiple skills added to the game.
Yeah.
And everyone loved that, and there were more skills being, planned and developed, and to then go as a massive contrast, old school has been out now for like what, 10 years? Well, nearly 10 years? I don't even know how many years it's been. 9 years. So like 9 years and not a single skill has been added. That's a long time compared to like RuneScape's typical kind of like cadence of skill releases. So I would say, ready. Personally, don't care. Really looking forward to the potential of being able to put forward a skill to the community if it's the right skill that makes sense. And I think that is the key focus that we as a team really need to nail down is what does that look like? What does the new skill for old school do? How does it feel? How does it relate to the other skills in game? And what does it give you that you can't currently get elsewhere?
Yeah. I have to say, just selfishly, I have been a huge fan of sailing. I've always enjoyed the concept of sailing, especially when it comes to PvP, because it would mean the team has a fresh slate to make a sailing PvP where it's completely balanced and there's no like pre-existing metas. Everything can be just nailed out completely.
Oh, good point.
I think that
so like a new way of doing PvP that
like
doesn't
when you're on your
existing...
ship and you got your cannons and you got your teams, it could be multi, it could just be a one-on-one fight, and like you can board the other person's boat or whatever.
Hell yeah, that's actually really cool. I never even thought of it like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I always look on the world map and I see above 50 wilderness and that little sea that's out there. Like, imagine you just sail out there and you see some like wars going on and stuff.
I'm just getting like super like flashback memories now of playing Age of Empires and just having like sea-only battles.
That's literally what I'm imagining right now in my head. And that's exactly how it would look too. Just those like crappy graphics. But the other thing, so I talked to Gentle Tractor, and you probably know of him. He's literally the one that made the interfaces.
Who's Gentle Tractor? What?
Gentle Tractor.
Never heard of him before. I'm joking.
Okay, I was gonna say like I can't take you too jokingly just in case, but yeah, he and Caveman Only and Screet Monge came out with an idea called Bard.
And I saw a fantastic concept.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm not even gonna lie. I have actually converted, and I didn't think it was possible to convert from Team Sailing to Team Bard, but I have actually converted to that. If we only had one skill, I would go with Bard. I think it is so insanely original and just unique, and so much potential to it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's really good, and it got a lot of the team excited as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk too much to it because it's one of those where I think that it's still very new, and I think there's still more information yet to come out in regards to it. So I'm waiting to kind of see how it evolves, but very, very excited by it as a whole. Really looking forward to seeing what we get from it going forward. And hey, who knows? Maybe there's an opportunity where we could take that as a, similar to how we have done in the past with community content, and actually present that as a potential.
Yeah.
But I personally really like sailing too. Like,
oh yeah,
I love having sailing as like an amalgamation between it being sailing as a whole, dungeoneering, your PvP idea now as well, and just having it as that cool exploration, find new territories, do randomly generated dungeons and kind of stuff like that.
and it's also a gold sink because I mean I'm imagining it would be similar to construction where you maybe construct your own boat and you can pimp it out with gold leaves.
Hey,
and
well,
stuff.
boats don't make themselves, and they cost money. You ever tried to buy a ferry?
Yeah, I mean, for real. I mean, think about the cannons you place on your boat and decking your cannons out to like pure gold, where you just have this like just yacht basically out in the sea. Yeah, there is so much potential. I know BC Guppy and I on a Sae Bae cast were talking about just all the potential with sailing and just how cool it is and unlocking new areas and randomly generated like basically not dungeons but like sailing explorations, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I just say dungeons because it's just easier way to kind of like explain it as a as a concept.
Yeah.
But it could be anything, right? You go to an island that is randomly generated or procedure generated that you go and explore, and it can have multiple different things for you to be doing on there, and introduce new skill and resources so it ties into other skills too. And I mean, yeah, there are so many things you could talk about that it could provide. So
I was thinking Kraken 2.0. Kraken that's actually dangerous. It's like the mother of Kraken, and it's just like this.
We could maybe give players the Temporis that they asked for. There was a lot of like questionable comments about the design for Temporos, even though I think Temporos is absolutely fantastic. I love how
very
it
well
looks.
balanced. Very well balanced.
Yeah, it's a great piece of content. I think really it was one of the first things I actually worked on when I came back to Jagex back in back at the tail end of last year. So it was my first thing is like, right, let's turn the mentality of Temporos around. But yeah, I know people were kind of like expecting this really angry, violent spirit of the sea that looked like Kraken on crack.
Yeah.
But got kind of Temporos instead. But I love Temporos and his little face.
Yeah, and the cool thing is you can expand on the lore of Temporos with sailing and Kraken and potentially like a Loch Ness monster that's like, I don't know. There's so many cool
You've thought about this a lot, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I think about this stuff all the time, and I don't know if it's a limitation. You'd have to like let me know. I don't know if you know, but is it actually possible to randomly generate islands to the point where it's like Minecraft seeds, where it's like, I mean, it doesn't have to be massive on any scale, but like genuinely there is an actual unique island you can go to every single time. Is that even possible?
I have no idea.
Because I think
honestly,
that would be absolutely thrilling to go on a thing that is absolutely unique to you. And of course, it would all be generally the same, but the actual layout and stuff and where you have to go is completely unique every time. I don't know if that's possible, but that would be amazing.
Well, I mean, we've shown with the gauntlet that whilst the actual layout itself is the same, each room has things that are randomly generated that aren't technically always the same. So maybe it would be somewhat similar. I'm just not technical enough to be able to say yes or no for sure. So I'll have to just fob you off on that one. Sorry.
It's very, very cool. It's very exciting, though. I am definitely one for a new skill. And I honestly think the best part about, okay, not the best part about a new skill, but one of the most interesting parts is everyone's max cape gets deleted until somebody gets 99. So you have to learn to play without it.
And that's going to be so alien to so many players because, it's been 9 years and it's never changed. But, the thing is as well, that's one of the hardships about trying to introduce a new skill, there are so many people that are anti it because they're so close to maxing now, or they've just recently maxed, or they don't want to have to max again. And that is a pretty big hurdle that you have to basically get over before we can kind of have a new skill, which is why I think emphasis on the right one is so important.
And I think if I'm personally a fan of don't have any weird arbitrary thing where it's like, oh, you can still keep your max cape for a certain amount of time. I think just scrap it. But in order for that to be at least agreeable for the most part, it would have to be like a really fast training skill to the point of like 200k XP an hour at like the higher ends. That's what I always kind of think. It would be really hard to have a skill that's like 50k an hour. I mean, that's just what I think. And of course, I would love a really slow skill, but I think the majority of the community that does have a max cape would just want it to be a pretty fast skill, because anybody that is maxed understands how to grind. And I don't think anybody that actually has that, like, oh, I have to do this new skill, anybody that's maxed likes skilling. And so getting that opportunity with a pretty fast skill, I don't think anybody would be too upset about. Just my thought.
It's definitely something to consider for sure. I don't know how. I remember, I think there were like elements of warding where you could enhance your training by buying materials from other people. So if like you had a shitload of cash, you could at least make your experience a bit faster. But then there were still elements of that were kind of gated, where you had to collect certain resources yourself that were untradeable. So it's something that, we have to at least consider and keep in mind. You're right. I don't know what that rate is, though. What's the right one? And that's something that we would just have to explore, right? I mentioned as part of the validation, seeing how people feel, reaching out to those that are maxed, and kind of like what they want really as well.
All right. Hey Jace asks, is there anything that Jagex have done that you thought was amazing but has been underappreciated or unnoticed by the community? And then his other question was, any idea when you guys will be back in the office? Miss seeing you all working together there, and I'm sure it's a more productive work environment.
Oh, well, I'll quickly answer the second part first, just because I don't want to forget it. I actually don't think there will be a time where we kind of like all go back to working in the office permanently, at least for a large portion of, well, not a large portion, excuse me, for a group of people. Like myself, I have no intentions now of working back at Jagex in the studio on a permanent capacity.
Wow.
So the shift really has been more along the lines of allowing that flexibility so that people can continue to work remotely and have that better work-life balance. Jagex have been super accommodating with that. And I think that we're just kind of like, we've just started to get through the kind of like teething issues that originally were presented with working remotely, when, the whole country, the whole world was kind of like forced into having to do it.
Yeah.
And we are really starting to see how much better we can work, the efficiencies that have been brought forward with that. There are still staff that, will be working from the office, and with the recent lockdown and then the lifting again, that's changing. It's just that at the moment, it's just, there are just so many times where the rules say one thing and then the rules say a different thing. Within such short spaces of time, it's really difficult to actually make something consistent for so many people. Like, it's a pretty big company. There's hundreds of staff members that need to be considered, and processes that need to be put in place, everyone being ready and stuff. So yeah, I think sometime this year we'll be back in a position where, you'll see a lot of the staff members back in the office. The Q&As maybe having, most people on the couch in the Q&A stream room. Some people still, though, will be working remotely. I know that much, at least. For me personally, as I say, my kind of like working situation now will be mostly handled from outside of the office, unless there are very specific reasons as to why I need to go in. And that's just kind of like a shift in working dynamic and studio kind of like mindset. So I'm personally really in favor of it.
Yeah, that sounds really nice. Yeah.
And hopefully, it opens up more opportunities as well for other really talented people to start working for the studio that wouldn't normally have been able to consider it because of Cambridge being super expensive, or the whole commute, having to relocate, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
Sorry if it's not the answer you wanted there, Jace, but that's pretty much what I got.
I know Mike D has left, but didn't he literally just live in Texas, if I'm not mistaken? Or did he actually move out there?
Yes, I mean, originally he was in Cambridge when
Okay.
he first joined, I believe. But then when the pandemic hit, as soon
Oh,
as the restrictions were lifted enough for him to be able to go back to Texas, I think that's when he made the move. And then, yeah, he was in Texas for a considerable amount of time whilst everyone else was still in the UK. Yeah, I mean, you saw that from the Q&As, right? He's
yeah.
said himself is over in Texas. The delay that we had of cutting him off or him cutting us off.
Yeah.
So,
I
yeah.
I think that's just really crazy, the times we live in where it's like literally can be across the globe and just still be managing or whatever. So crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's insane. It's hey, the power of technology. It has its
Yeah.
benefits, I guess. I'm super excited anyway to see what kind of like opportunities it opens up and presents going forward. But I do also miss being able to be together with everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. There's always a
It's one of
downside.
those. Exactly, there is always a downside. I still find working from home to be super isolating and very lonely.
Mhm.
But there are more people that I can share my experience with now internally because we're dealing with the same thing, and honestly, it is way better than me having to go back into a job that I really don't like. So yeah, I'll just have to deal with it. But a lot of the team members are some of my really good friends. I have a really good relationship with, and miss spending time with them. So yeah, I'll still at least try and make time to go into the office, but I wouldn't expect to see everyone going back permanently all the time going forward. I think we've just got past that now, and times are changing.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're changing with them.
Okay.
Um,
The other
yeah, the other
question.
question.
Yeah. Go for it.
So my my answer to this one is probably going to be roasted a little bit, but it's the Steam client. I think so many people underappreciate the amount of work that has gone into making the Steam client possible. And I understand why, right? Because RuneLite exists and it offers everything that the Steam client has and so much more. So it's completely justified, which is why I'm not like, salty about it and constantly going out like, you should care more. But if there is one thing that Jagex have, put time and invested into, and it's been underappreciated, it would definitely be the Steam client. To think that for so many years we were consistently asked to put together a client that was better than the vanilla Java client that we have, to give some parity towards third-party client offerings, and offer features that just were never possible and what aren't possible with the Java client, is such an incredible feat technologically. And I think people don't realize that at all. And maybe it's because we've just not done a great job of explaining it. But like the whole game was rewritten to work in a completely new programming language. It's the Java client is Java and Steam client runs on C++. So the things that you're seeing in the Steam client are made entirely possible because of the fact that that rewrite has happened. That rewrite has enabled us to be able to consider extremely more experienced developers that have knowledge of C++, and that knowledge will continue to help invest in their futures, as opposed to this whole kind of like comment that you see where no one wants to work on old school because Java's a dead language. I mean, most of the developers work off RuneScript, which is I'm not technical, so I probably could be butchering all of this, but that's like a custom version of Java something or something. But C++ is way more standard. It's used across the board. Lots of people have experience in it, and the possibilities going forward of what we can do on that client compared to the Java client are incredible. Yes, I know RuneLite exists. Yes, I know RuneLite can offer a lot of the features and more. Yes, I know they can turn them around a lot faster. But that really goes down to the way that RuneLite works, by being almost like it like wraps itself around the client puts itself on top. It's like a it's like a cover really.
Yeah.
Whereas the Steam client itself is the client. Everything is within the client. Everything is transmitted and sent to the servers directly. Whereas RuneLight works a little bit differently, as I say, because it kind of like wraps around. And sorry if I butchered it technically,
No,
but that would be my answer. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the next stage of improvements that we bring out with the Steam client, and eventually getting to the point where the Steam client is no longer known as the Steam client, and it's known as the the C++
vanilla.
client. That
Oh,
gets,
okay.
yeah.
I was
Yeah,
wondering,
I mean,
will it be called vanilla client at that point, or is that just not even a name anymore that you can?
I mean,
feel like-
I don't know what the
Yeah.
future like long term brings. That's a lie. I know that there are plans that we have, but there are plans that I can't speak to, at least not in the capacity of this chat with you today.
Mhm.
But like the Java client can't just be shut down overnight, right? But the Steam client can't stay on Steam only. We have to consider a point where maybe people that aren't using Steam might want to access those features. So I look forward to the day where desktop users that don't use Steam can use that client, where the then biggest part of all of it is that the work that's been done on that C++ client that's currently available on Steam only moves over to mobile. We recently
Yeah.
had the mobile beta, albeit closed. Pretty soon, we're going to be opening up the Android mobile beta to everyone to be able to experience those enhancements on the mobile client. And then not far long after that, it should be open and available as a permanent release so that anyone on mobile, at least on Android to begin with, there will be the same treatment for iOS, but Android's just easier to work with and get it out there as soon as possible. But you will then be able to have all of the work that has been done there on your phone as well, which is just insane. It's like
Yeah.
one of those things, and like it does. It's probably the one thing that I see where I just feel a little bit bad for those that worked on it, and also as a whole, it kind of like it's a little bit soul crushing to see the comments about why are you wasting your time on it? Why are you bothering? There's no point doing this, and the negativity that gets put towards it, because there is a lot of point towards it for those mobile improvements, for the improvements for those people that don't use RuneLight. A large portion of players do, but there are still people out there that don't. And, we still got to remember that they exist, as well as all of the extra enhancements that we can do that things like RuneLight can't, because of the way that they interact with the client as opposed to us being the client.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I know Mod Zuko, I had her on and she was talking about it, and it's really crazy how much capability it does have and how much you can actually do with it. I mean, because right now, RuneLight's everything's an overlay where it's like, just to give an example, if you were to Arclight Corp trying to do the specking down method and you hit a 0, but you actually successfully hit, but you just roll the 0 damage. RuneLight can't know what the difference is, but Steam could.
Yep.
And like little teeny things like that, where it's like you could actually know the exact HP of a monster, not just a rounded, estimate.
Like estimation of it, yeah.
Yeah. I think that
exactly.
alone is just massive. And she listed some other ones that are just really cool.
Yeah, she'll know infinitely more than I will because she's also very technical.
Yeah, no.
and worked on the project, whereas like I'm not. But that wasn't something that I spoke to Zuko about beforehand and thought would go in this with a a united front and really shout about it. That just goes to show for the both part of us how much we really believe in it and think that it's been a great thing. So is definitely the main one for me.
I think it is great. And I think that was a great shout out because I think that is the most underappreciated thing that probably has a ton of work that's been put into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna repeat almost what I said before, so you go ahead.
I was just gonna say RuneLight, I have to just it's so good. There are little teeny things, but man, okay, just to bring up one thing. When the God Wars dungeon KC got replaced with Essence, it was a big fat block where it just showed the Essence, and there's no way to shrink it or customize it or remove it completely. It was just this big block, and it probably looks fine in resizable mode, but in fixed, it looks like it takes up a large portion of the screen. And so RuneLight within a day had a new fix on the plugin hub that just makes it really tiny and there's no border around it. Just looks really clean, and like things like that just keep me on RuneLite. Unfortunately, I'm just like,
I don't
Yeah.
blame you, and I don't blame anyone else. Like, I'm not turning around and saying like, oh, we've done all this work, you should really appreciate it and use it. It's more just a case of severely underappreciated, like what's been done for it, where maybe if there was anything that I would ask for, it's not forcing people to play on that client. At the moment, it's more just asking that if people are being negative towards our improvements to it, maybe just think that, okay, fair enough, like you don't have to use it, you can still use RuneLite, we're not stopping you from doing that. So maybe consider, like, we're allowing you the opportunity to still use RuneLite, maybe you should use the opportunity to not be so negative and kind of just like let us get on with it, let us make improvements for those that need it, and bring those same improvements to mobile, because it's not going to be wasted time, right? It will come across to mobile. We are the only people that have a mobile client, and I'm pretty sure it's going to stay that way too.
Yep.
So there will be benefits for everyone, and who knows, maybe when we've put in enough work and enough time and effort, we'll be on a similar level and have, like, parity to RuneLite, where that changes and that mindset is different. But for now, no, I get it completely. I agree. RuneLite is fantastic. I love the people behind it. I love the community kind of like driven developments. Right,
Yeah.
like, say for example, today, one of my favorite things that I've seen is the presets for fragments in the Shattered Relics League. It's something that we're not able to do. There are just too many things that need to be put together to make that work, and changes that need to be happen, and system dependencies that just wasn't possible. We thought of it way back when, and even with the the delay of the league's launch, it wasn't possible for us to feasibly have that implemented for the league launch. Whereas someone on Rune, like in the community, puts together a plugin, pops it on the plugin hub, and there it is.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah, I think that's something that's as much as like there's a higher cap with the Steam client, like for example, because you're literally like, that is the client, it's not an overlay. It's like there is more potential. It's the fact that like anybody that has experience with like making plugins and stuff can just do something really quickly, whereas with Jagex it would take time and stuff. But it is exciting to know how much more capability Jagex has with the Steam client in the future.
Yeah, and I mean, who's to say that in the future we can't even consider a point where the community can still put forward enhancements to the C++ client similar to RuneLite. Like, that isn't something that has to be ruled out entirely. You see it on other games, especially within Steam and Steam Workshop, where you can put mods and stuff that get approved, and even to the point where community developers get paid by the studios to develop those mods and improvements. So,
oh my god, like that would be the dream, is to have a collaboration where, I mean, I already feel like RuneLite is a collaboration, but it is, again, like you said, like an overlay. But if it was it was directly in the client, and there was you have to approve it and stuff, but you build up enough reputation where it's like, okay, like now you're just you come out with something cool that can be helpful, like basically auto approval or something. Not exactly auto approval, but like you get to the point where you have enough renown where it's just like renown. Oh my god, I'm using the word
well,
renown.
I think even renown, like even on RuneLite, right, their plugin hub goes through an approval process, code review and stuff, and it still has to be ticked off. So if it was ever going to happen, I'm not saying that it is, but if it ever did, I think the potential is there for it at least. Then we could probably do the same as well. So we just have to see what the future brings on it, really.
Yeah. Okay, here's a question from Ignoble Solid. What do you think we, the community, can do better in order to facilitate good discussions with mods and devs? Unfortunately, there are a lot of angry posts to sift through, but there are usually some good critiques hidden inside them. Yeah,
that latter part is pretty much like sums up the whole experience of working with the old school community for the most part. For me personally, this one is something that's really, really important to me, because it's something that I have to deal with on a daily basis. Not just myself personally, but also helping other mods that experience it. And honestly, one of the best things that you can do to help us, deal with feedback is, well, there are a few things actually. Number one is, don't make things personal. Like at the end of the day, the person that you're dealing with, whether they're the developer that has made a piece of content that you don't like, or they've changed something that you weren't happy with, don't make it personal. They're a real human at the end of the day, and they're just doing their job and they're doing what they thought was best. And at the end of the day, everyone makes mistakes. And what I would say in as blunt of a way possible is just get over it, right? Get over it and let us know why you don't like something without turning around and insulting someone, without turning around and making it aggressive, or as I said before, making it personal. Then the other side of it is, and this happens way too often, and I just don't understand why, but there just seems to be a tendency within the old school community to instantly go for the throat. Like they're so aggressive. It's like I've just stepped into a UFC ring and I'm about to get my ass whooped by the most prolific fighter in existence, all because of one change that, guess what, can be reverted. It's like everyone assumes the worst. Not everyone, sorry, I shouldn't say that, because there are so many good people out there, so apologies for that. But
it's the loud voices, so it seems like it's just a big majority.
Exactly. There's a large amount of people that are very vocal and try to get their voices heard by instantly assuming the worst, by instantly thinking that actually we've got malicious intentions, or that we're being cynical about our approach, instead of just kind of like taking a step back and thinking, oh, maybe they just fucked up. And maybe they just don't realize that they messed up, and actually, you know what, you're probably the best person to turn around and tell us that we've done that so that we can fix it. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to feel crap. We don't want to feel shitty for making your experience worse. We're making a game for people to enjoy, right? And the people that are working on the game also enjoy the game. There are times when we make changes that, that as developers, I've had to speak to people where they're not happy with a change that they're having to make, but they're accepting that because they know that a larger amount of people in the community want that change to happen. So they'll do it anyway, because for the better of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess what I'm asking is that, like, just work with us, help us to help you, because that's all we want to do at the end of the day. Even those devs that aren't working in community management, the devs that aren't at all, it's not their job. They don't have to be on social. And this isn't like a threat to say, clean up your act, else they're not going to be there anymore. But think about it, really. A lot of these staff members, they don't have to do what they're doing. They're doing it because they want to.
Yep.
They're doing it because they want to make your experience better. Whether you want to believe that or not is entirely down to you. But I have nothing to gain from being in this position right now and lying. Right? There's no point. I'd much rather lie about something else than staff members turn around and saying, like, I don't want to deal with socials anymore because everyone's just hyper aggressive all the time. But that's the reality of the situation. I said that a lot of times. Situation.
I mean, Mod Zuko, again, I'm bringing back to her episode. She was saying, like, people get so riled up. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of how news has kind of progressed, where, reporting was very, like, clear and concise. And nowadays, just everything's clickbait. Like, just get, like, whatever is the most aggressive, most shock factor, just like, boom, that's what people will read nowadays. And so people have that mindset where it's like, I can't even get my point across unless I say something really drastic and gets people to read it. And so I feel like people kind of see that where they don't have a platform of their own. And so on Twitter, there's a post and it's like, okay, I have to quickly and aggressively just say my piece, basically, and then, like, no matter the cost. And that's what the thought of, I imagine that's what the thoughts are of these people, like, being really aggressive.
I think you're probably onto something there. And I mean, also as well, to kind of like give some reasoning or excuse to it. It's been a difficult few years for everyone, right? And I'm sure that a lot of people have experienced some real bad hardships, and maybe that's just a way of them dealing with situations, or the only way that they know how to express themselves, because it's the one part of their life that hasn't been impacted by things like the pandemic and lockdowns and everyone with ill health and losing family members and stuff. So, like, we get it, just as much as we're human. We know that the people that interact with us are also human. But yeah, if it was just
Yeah,
if it was
no,
just
and
a case
there
of,
really is like no excuse for making things personal, but that at least
yeah.
gives me a little bit of empathy. And I'm like, okay, like clearly it's not completely out of just attacking; it's them
Mhm.
trying to get their voice heard. And
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are definitely cases where people are just attacking for the
yeah,
sake of it because,
oh yeah,
that's just how they are. But, at the end of the day, like, clearly, we filter through that. We do our best to be able to get to the meaningful feedback. And, I'll take the time and I'll advise my team at least as well, take the time to try and, get to the root cause of the problem, figure out what they're actually trying to say past the aggression. But my God, would it make our lives so much easier if we didn't have to deal with so much negativity and just kind of like hate speech. And if it was just a case of, perfect world scenario, okay, genuine feedback, straight to the point, like actual constructive criticism. I'm not the type of person that turns around and says that you can't complain. If we mess up, tell us that we've messed up. But tell us
yeah,
that we've messed up by saying how. How has that impacted you? What would you like to see different? Instead of turning around and saying, you're shit, you shouldn't have a job, you should have been fired
yeah.
months ago.
Um,
Because that doesn't help.
yeah, no, and I have to say, like, you guys, like at Jagex, make it so convenient for the community to offer feedback. I mean, you're on the ball every time. Tweet, a Reddit post, a forum, or what. I don't go on the forum, so I don't know if that's a thing. But like,
It's a thing, but
it's yeah,
many
like,
other
but
people do the same. So
you give so much equal opportunity for everyone to voice their feedback that literally it's there is no real excuse to be aggressive. In fact, like it's actually very silly and it's very childish to make a personal attack in a suggestion where you're genuinely trying to get something across. Because, like, dude, like it's not like you're being suppressed at all. You have an actual equal say. Like everyone's reply on this thread is equally visible. Basically, like just give a very clear and concise point. That's a good argument, and that's all you need. You don't need to attack. Like, I
yeah,
don't
that's
know.
it. You got it. You got a spot on there. I mean, I'll just say it because I know that there are examples where maybe our information sharing could be better, and there's a very recent topic that's came up, especially within Reddit, especially in regards to information sharing and it not being as visible to everyone, and that's kind of like one of my points about instantly assuming the worst. But yeah, kind of like listen to what Sae Bae just said. Keep that in mind. Think about what I just said about not always assuming the worst, that it could just be an honest mistake, and just speak to us. Just tell us. We'll work with you, and we are here. We do want to interact with you. We do try our best to do our best for you, um, but it can be hard at times.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Uh, I can't really imagine dealing with that because just the few comments on a YouTube video that I make, just something that's
Yeah, I mean, you have to deal with it too,
yeah.
right?
But it's on such a minor level because I'm not one of those super controversial figures that just gets a bunch of haters or something. I like generally people are pretty kind to me, and but there are people that just want to just talk shit or something or just give me criticism that is totally fair,
Yeah.
but then I take it in a poor way. So I can only imagine like a legit personal attack every single video, like a bunch of them. Like, oh my God, I'd go crazy.
Yeah, I think one of the things that gets me as well is I'm not trying to make this into like a sob story. It's really not, because one thing I definitely want to highlight before I say what I'll say in a second is that yeah, we see negativity and we see hate, and the criticism at times is very much justified. The hate not at all, the abuse not at all. There's no excuse. Just don't do it. But at the same, there are so many people that come to us, you know, in full support, and will go out of their way to send a really lovely message that you just see that one message and you could have read through 15 awful things people have been saying about yourself or the people that you're working with, but that one message that someone sent really just, for me anyway, it completely changes my entire day. I'll be smiling for the rest of the day. I'll feel motivated. I'll feel good, and I've had so many of instances of that. And I'm really grateful for those of you who are kind of like taking the time to appreciate, the things that we do, that are then defending us when there are people who are being a little bit hateful or a little bit more aggressive than maybe necessary. or taking the time to reach out and send us a DM or put together a thread or draw art that we can look at. I love this community to bits, even with all of that negativity, because of the people like that do genuinely care and give a crap about us. Now I forgot the point that I was going to say. Yeah, it maybe come back to me, but yeah, at least I got that one out. I didn't forget that because that was so, definitely up there
and
as
that
important to
is
me.
like super huge. Just
Oh,
random.
I remember now.
Go
I remember.
go for it now.
So there's a thing that some people will say is like, well, you put yourselves out there on the internet, you should expect to deal
Oh,
with
that is
the
such a
hate.
dumb thing to
And
say.
I'm just like, exactly, that is exactly it, right? Like at the end of the day, there is no excuse for it, right? Like, okay, yeah, we should expect it because that's what our people like, but why should we expect it? Why are people like that? Why do you have to be like that? Why can't you just not? It wasn't always like that on the internet. It's definitely been something that's just exasperated over the last few years, especially. And I don't want to make it into too much of an issue and take up too much time and give the people that do this what they want, and that is the attention. But I think that's such a lame excuse. Like, people tell me to stop talking about it, to stop calling out the hate, to stop calling out the the toxicity. I'm never going to do that. I will always come out and say to people when I think a line has been crossed, no matter how much backlash I get for it, because I don't want to be in a position where I'm having to try and convince someone that's working within the team that that the time and effort that they're putting in to go out of their way to do things that they absolutely do not need to do, for what it's worth. No one in Jagex has a responsibility to engage contractually on socials. They all do it because they want to, right? Yeah. It's something that you're asked if you're comfortable to do when you join, but you're under no obligation to do it. So I don't want to see a timeline where we aren't doing what we're doing now, because that's what makes Old School so great. We have that interaction with the community, we have that constant engagement, and that feedback, it's two-way. It's not us telling you what you're getting and you like it or lump it. It's a case of, we're working with you to try and shape something that as many people as possible can agree on. And yeah, we don't always get it right, but we try our damnedest to get to that point.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good thing to not really. I mean, yeah, again, it's giving them attention, but I think it's very, I don't know, might be cringe to say, but it's like noble to just stand up for what you think when a line has been crossed, to just call them out on it. Because I mean, if nobody's gonna do that, then they're just gonna keep doing it with no real.
That's it, exactly right. If you can't expect change to happen by itself. You've got to do something about it, and that's what I tell myself every time when people turn around and say I shouldn't do it. I'm like, well, someone's got to.
All right.
But yeah, we can move on now.
Yeah. No. And yeah, that's just, again, it's people. You got to understand. I mean, and you do understand, but it's people that don't spend much time outside, probably are on the internet a bit too long. And I will say, I mean, firsthand experience, if I am on the internet too much, the world itself starts seeming just more negative and just depressing. And then as soon as you take a step outside and see some people, and everything's all of a sudden happy again, and like the world's just normal, back to normal. But it's like, damn, you spend too much time on the internet, or it gets really dark, and just like your mind starts getting cloudy.
Yeah, I think it can be really easy to fall into that pit of negativity. And I'm not going to try and pretend like I'm perfect. I myself, like I mentioned before, I learned a lot on, working in community management, on how to deal with certain situations. And there were times where I've been toxic, and there are times now, even to this day, where, I will respond to someone who has been toxic and almost in a sense be toxic back, or be somewhat like, passive aggressive or play devil's advocate and rile up a conversation. So I know, even in those situations, I'm not perfect by any means. No one's perfect at the end of the day, but I just think as a whole we can just do a lot better. And I'm trying to improve as well. Each day is still a learning experience for me. So
yep. Okay. I want to talk to you. We do have some topics on Twitter. I don't want to go into any specifics. I'd rather just cover it as a overall topic, but Nex came out January 5th.
Oh
It's
yeah.
been 20 days now. And what was your I mean, I know you're the community manager, but what was your role with Next? Did you have any part to play in that, or any like I don't know, input, I guess?
Yeah. So I didn't really get much input in terms of Next itself when it came to fruition, as in like the development, the design. I think for the most part anyway, Next was pretty much already determined, predetermined how it would be because we decided to try and stay as true as we could to the backport. So there wasn't
Mhm.
a huge amount of input in terms of the boss itself. For the rewards, we as a team get the opportunity to kind of like talk about them, to help out with feedback and stuff. And um, one of my jobs, it feels like so long ago now. My mind's super clouded. I can't remember if I actually. No, I didn't. I was going to say I can't remember if I put together the original blog for the next rewards. I'm pretty sure that wasn't me though. Let me just quickly check the images. No, it wasn't me. I would have done the images differently. But my most involvement on Next has been looking at the feedback that we've had post release. So I kind of like handled, some of the complaints that we've been seeing from players and helped advise in terms of some of the changes that we could do balancing wise. But the biggest kind of involvement was around the way that information was being shared about Nex and trying to like be clear about that, especially when it came around to drop rates and crowdsourced info versus our own information sharing.
Yeah. Okay. I do have to say, I think Nex is a really good piece of content. I've been enjoying it, and
I'm glad.
I think the thing I enjoy most about it is the fact that it does not scale. It is
Yeah.
just a boss. You can go in and you can make it. It's a dynamic boss where you can bring in 60 people and just annihilate it and kind of skip over, the intended mechanics of it. But then there is the duo aspect, and for Port Khazard, there's the solo aspect. Jesus, a 3 hour fight that's
Yeah.
dirty. I don't even know if
Insane.
I mean I don't know how that fight went. I didn't see the recording if there was one, but I don't know if that's even possible now because I think it was week 1 he did it, and
Yeah, they use the
the Red X
the
stuff,
red
right?
X method. So
Yeah. So do you think it's
I think
possible
there's
now?
still I think there's some like niche ways out there that you can
Yeah,
still kind of
probably some.
replicate, but it's
Yeah, just
yeah, I'm
absurd
sure
like
you'll
level
see
3 fire
something
cake
at
stuff.
some point come out, but yeah, not as easily pulled off as was that one
And
was.
that was easy. Yeah, 3 hours of red clicking. Yeah. Um.
Yeah, relatively easy technically, just time consuming, right?
Yeah. So, I do have to say, like, that is I just love that because I've never really liked scaling because it ends up just every single fight or any amount of people you bring, it's going to be the same fight, and that's how Nightmare was on release, where it's like you bring in
Mhm.
80 people, it still feels like a 5-man because all the HP is scaled.
Yeah.
And so I really do appreciate that, and I also just appreciate how much depth there is to it. I know Mod Arcane came into my stream and he was saying, like, I asked him one thing before Next was released. I was like, "Can you share one thing?" And he's like, "There's a lot of depth," and there really is, and I
hmm
enjoy it. It's a lot more fun than what Nightmare was, and there are similarities to it, but it's good.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like weird actually, because when Nightmare was being originally kind of like pitched internally, it was like old school's answer to Next. There was a lot of, there were a lot of similarities almost intentionally because, it's not that we were trying to replicate Next. It was like if we were to do Next in old school, what would it be like and how much more could we change it and push it? And I guess that's kind of like where Nightmare started. It definitely didn't end there, but I think a lot of inspiration came from it, at least as far as I'm aware, from chatter internally.
Yeah.
But that was a release, before I was at Jagex, so I'm just going based off what I saw on Q&As and stuff like that from the time, so I could be completely wrong.
hmm And like I could go into details of gripes and stuff I have with the boss, but you're not the person that you know. I
I
don't
mean, I
think.
can I can
Yeah.
I can like probably help in terms of like the feedback exchange and give you
Yeah.
some thoughts and stuff like that, but in terms of like being able to tell you why certain
Yeah.
decisions were made, there's not really a huge amount that I can go into. At the end of the day, the way I see it at least is we I personally like to give a lot of freedom to the team in terms of designing things, the way they balance, because I'm not an expert in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, lean a lot on the team themselves, and then looking at feedback that comes in, and we just make changes based off that.
Yeah.
And kind of like adjustments. So yeah, I definitely know there are some gripes. If you want to throw your gripes at me, feel
Oh,
free. And
there's
if
just
there are things I can, respond to, I will. But
there really are a
yeah.
few, and it relates to every single boss. So, for example, I think Sire was the biggest example early on of attacks being nulled, where like you would attack
yeah.
and then it would switch phases. So everything you just like your hit right there is just completely negated. Like it's just gone. And so there's a little bit of that in Nex. And so like whenever Nex does like a dash or something, or if one thing I would love to see, and this is just personal, is I would love to see it so that Nex doesn't have a cap. So there's not like an exact HP where it switches phases. Like it still could have an exact, but if you did a Ruby with 2 HP left of that phase, it would still do the full Ruby instead of, it's only going to do 2 damage now.
Yeah.
And I think, and again, that might just be the developer's, discretion, like he wanted that, but I really do think everybody would kind of enjoy that. There is more depth to that almost, where it's like you do want to proc a massive hit right at the end of a phase almost. So I think that almost
as opposed
encourages
to like feeling like you have to change to something
it's almost just like,
faster and
it's like this thing has 2 HP left. Let's say like we got to that point where it's like we know exactly like to the dot, okay, this phase has 5 HP left. Let's all pull out our blowpipes now, because it's like we only want a tiny little hit so we can just get on with this phase instead of like shooting a massive, like, I don't know, equipping Darox and just like boom, like there's 100 damage so we can like get more into the next phase, Things like that are generally my gripes, but I don't know. I don't want to go into too much more. That's pretty much really it, though, because there is a lot of fun to the boss fight, and of course,
it's really fun to watch in smaller groups. I have to say, I really enjoyed when we introduced the private instances, and we got to see people trying it out with 5, 6 to 10 man. That was such a much better experience for me as a viewer, at least, compared to when it was 80 man mass fights.
And I do have to say, I mean, bosses just get more fun when you start seeing drops and getting them in your own name. I did get a drop last night and a drop the day before.
Right? You've got is it the horn and the helm now you've got?
Yeah, the horn, helm, and I got Vams on day 1 in a massive mass, which is crazy. So. Now the boss is like, ooh, I like Nex now a lot more. So it's funny how that works.
Yeah, of course you do. I know there are some other people out there who are like, oh my God, I've got so many hundreds of hours to be able to get these items.
Yeah. And what do you think? So I'll ask you, because I have my own opinion on it. What do you think of when you come out with a new boss, if it was your, I don't know. I'm not going to say like what would you like as a player, but just in your mind, what is a good drop rate? Like how many hours is acceptable? Or at least maybe for the team, or what you kind of see from the team's experience. Like, because Nightmare was, well, first of all, Nightmare on release was another beast entirely. It was like,
yeah, it was, wasn't it? Right.
That was literally the lottery. It was like just straight up good luck.
I think they took a lot of learnings from Nex. Right, I'll answer this, but not from the perspective of the team or what, as in anyone else would experience other than myself. So, for me personally, right, I'll probably get a lot of hate for this, but the way I see things is, the way I approach games is, I don't care what the drop rate is. Because at the end of the day, I am choosing to go out of my way to search for those drops. Mm-hmm. So the way I've approached games in the past is that, to me, if a drop is really, really rare and it takes, hundreds of hours for you to be able to obtain it, if you can't get it via trading, then that is a prestige that I can go out and you can get lucky. So some people will they'll be able to get that level of prestige. But for me personally, I see that as, holy crap, I'm going to go out of my way to grind this item, because if I'm one of the people that get it, people are going to notice that, and they'll know that I'm either really dedicated or maybe I got lucky, but I'm probably also pretty good at the game, right? And there are examples where I've gone out of my way to grind for a stupidly rare drop. I'm thinking some like twink items in WoW. I haven't had a huge amount of it in RuneScape, but Path of Exile, I'll be searching for, mirrors, particular uniques that would help me do a build that you'd need one item for, because that's what I personally enjoy. For RuneScape specifically, I made a hardcore because I got fed up of how easily accessible everything was on a main account. Once you've got cash, the game is unlocked for you, and it doesn't matter. And I exasperated that issue by buying bonds, right? I bought 10 bonds, as I said, when I first started my journey again to get my quest cape. And, after that, once you've got cash, it's just a case of, well, I just buy the item.
Yep.
So I wanted that sense of achievement. I appreciate I'm in a very different situation to a lot of people that play the game, on a more regular basis, that go for the end game PVM, that want to be able to stay on par with their, clan mates, with their friends, their groups and stuff. And, certain clans have requirements that you have to get these drops, else you get removed or deranked. I get that. I can fully relate to it when it comes to like longer grinds, but I just don't care. Like I create an Iron Man and I play an Iron Man because I want that challenge. And the way I see it for me is that, if I want that drop, it doesn't matter what the drop rate is. I just got to go and grind for it. And if I don't want to grind for it, then I shouldn't be playing Iron Man, and I should just be playing a main where I can buy it instead.
Yeah. No, you bring up good points.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I say, if it wasn't my opinion and it was more about what do I think is best for the community, I think that it's a very different, conversation at that point, and you really have to consider it. What does feel like a reasonable, length of time in order to be able to get, a particular drop, or maybe to be able to get all of the drops from a boss? I think balancing is not my forte, so I can't give you an answer in terms of like an actual number of hours, but I would put it somewhere in the region of like it needs to be reasonable based on how many hours you'd expect the average person to play, and then how rare this and powerful the item itself actually is.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like where you should balance it. So I know that's a bit of a crappy answer, because it doesn't like, it should be each item is 10 hours or 15 hours, but it's all subjective, right? How much of an upgrade is it? Is there anything else that you can get as an alternative? Is it really needed? Is it something that's more considered as a prestige? There are a lot of factors.
That's true.
I do see a lot of complaints. Like I know this, with Next especially, some people aren't happy about the fact that it could be looking at multiple 100-hour grinds to kill Next, if you consider the drop rate alone. But we are still going through a phase of balancing and the tweaks and getting feedback in. It's slowed down a little bit right now because obviously everyone's playing the league and there's not as many people giving us feedback on Next. But we are still looking at the data. We still look at how often uniques are coming into the game, and if we really feel like there needs to be a change, if it seems like it's wrong, then we'll make that change, right? But I think one of the things that people maybe forget about with Next especially is that it's very different from other bosses. Even though it's very similar at the same time. People compare it to, for example, General Grador, and the drop rate is it's rarer to get a drop from Next than it is General Grador. But typically you aren't getting 20 people at a time killing General Grador, and the kills aren't as fast as what they are for Next. So you have a lot more kills per hour potential with Next because of the fact that you can do it with multiple people and it doesn't scale, but you still all have a chance of getting a unique. So that's something that definitely needs to be taken into account as well. And I think that's probably more a case of, it creates a lot of confusion. It's different. People just need to kind of like settle into it a little bit more, and kind of like, think about how often you can get kills as opposed to how many kills you might need to get.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, so I think what's crowdsourced at least, and what people have kind of decided is like efficiently it should take about 500 hours to fully complete the log. And honestly, that sounds like a lot, but for RuneScape standards, that's actually at a pretty good point. I thought 400 was better, of course, because of course I want things to be a little bit more common. And there is something to say about that, because like I firsthand grinded Nightmare for 9 months straight. And it was just, things were very rare to the point where soloing it every single day, I was only really seeing one item every 2 weeks. and it just gets really dull, like really fast. And that has something to also say with the fight itself. It wasn't as engaging. Fasani's is a different story. It's a lot more engaging and fun, but I think there is, and I think like back when I was talking about it, like I know the mace at the time was about like that alone was a 400-hour item. And it was just like, okay, maybe I remember just thinking, I was like, I don't think, and not to say like, if you wanted to go for a specific orb, that was like 600 hours just for one orb at the time. And I was like, Jesus, like I feel like there has to be some sort of cap where it's like to the standard of fun. I think like things should never go really past 300 hours. For example, a scythe, I think efficiently is like 270 hours. And that felt like a massive grind, but at least it wasn't something like 600 all of a sudden. But I do think because like overall, I don't know how long TOB completion is, but it's probably around like close to 400 hours. I'm just pulling a number out. But I think where it is right now is a good spot. I think this is my own just words right now. I think the decrease of drop rate was a little bit annoying, just simply because I was seeing a lot of people getting lucky and then I wasn't getting lucky anymore. And so I'm like, God damn it. Now
I can understand the frustration.
Yeah. And so that was more of like an emotional thing. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I think there is a good point, and I think you guys have pretty much hit the mark with 500 hours. I don't think anything should be really above that, like a 500-hour grind. But Chambers came out, and nobody really seemed to have that big of a problem with it because it was just so much depth to the whole raid and everything.
I think there are so many factors that go into it, right? And you touched on one is how engaging something is. Does it feel fun so that you'll enjoy that grind? I think a lot of the feedback that we saw about the length of grinds for Nex have been exasperated by the fact that she is infinitely more accessible than other pieces of content. You can just kill the God Wars dungeon bosses once, which are relatively easy to do these days, solo, unless you're a hardcore that is super scared like I am. But with the right guides and there's so much information out there, you can get to the next with pretty okay stats and not have to worry about being maxed or whatnot. You might want to be maxed for the best chance of loot, but there are a lot more people that can go in there day one than there are other pieces of content. Like, for example, Theatre of Blood had a much smaller amount of people being able to access and actually complete it for the first few months than Nex for sure. So the amount of feedback is definitely inflated, but it doesn't mean that it's unwarranted. I just don't know where that number is, because I myself as a gamer don't care, because if like I just won't go for those items. I'm just like, okay, whatever. But I get that there are people who want to get them, that feel like they have to, and also want to be complete, tick things off the collection log, or have it for that upgrade and maintain their presence within clans, etc. So maybe 500 when you think about it, 500 hours, especially when there was like an article out the other day that was like, some people spend 500 hours gaming. I'm like, that's nothing.
Some person had 500 hours in this video game over the past 10 years. Like, what?
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you never heard about Old School then, because we're going to hit the headlines all over. But
have you ever seen those articles where it's like, this guy plays video games for 4 hours every day? And I'm like,
and I'm like,
I need to go to a hospital.
I'm like, okay, I read the article. I'm like, okay, it's time to go see a therapist. So, but no, on a real though, it's like it sounds excessive, right? I'm not going to turn around and say, 500 hours is nothing. It's definitely not.
But it is RuneScape at the end of the day.
It is RuneScape, you're right. And when you compare it to other things like 270 hours for one item compared, like, the Scythe compared to 400 hours to complete all of them, 500 hours, sorry. It's like, okay, it's just over double,
and
but
it's best in
not that
slots
much.
too. And
it's like the end game gear. You can't get any better than it. It doesn't degrade. It doesn't require anything for you to be able to use it apart from a previous item. So I don't know. It's one of those, but we are definitely still looking on top of it. I just don't know what that magic number is, and I think it's a case of, as we release more content like this, we just have to keep working with the players to figure out where that sweet spot is, where it's still something that you have to work towards and you're rewarded for for putting the effort and work in. Yeah. But it's not something that seems unrealistic and unhealthy to be able to obtain. Because the flip side of it, right, is that if the grind is too short, and this isn't to say that we're making, drop rates really rare and making you do 100-hour grinds because we don't want to release new content, but what are you going to do if you get all of the drops within the first week? You'd be like, oh, well, that was fun, but I've got everything now because that was so quick. Now what do I do?
Yeah.
So
And
there's got to be some period where, like, you work for it rather than just get given it, because otherwise, we may as well just say, okay, fine, you can do 500-hour grind for next, or you can pay 10 bonds to get the item instead.
So this is my little...
Which we're never going to do, by the way. So that was just a... never going to do. Repeat, never going to do.
I have to say, one thing, and I think you guys have done a good job about this, is like coming out with other reasons to continue the boss. For example, pets. Now, I've always loved like regular God Wars where it's like you get the uniques and probably can complete the uniques within 700 kills, but then there's a pet that's 1 in 5k. Like, holy shit. And then some...
That sounds so bad, man.
Like some boss... I mean, now it... Dude, have you seen how easy it is to kill bandos now? If you have like max gear and stuff, like, dude, GE Challenge came out with a method. You just run across the room back and forth. You take no damage.
The Bofa method's like super good as well. Isn't it? It's just
no, that
insane.
is the Bofa method. He had reinvented it, so it's not like you're running around to different tiles. It's literally back and forth, and you just like, it's crazy. It's insane. It's actually like, it's making me think of RS3 in a way where it's like people can say, oh, I could just 6-hour log basically in a God Wars dungeon boss. Like, we're not at that point yet, but it's like, oh, I can start seeing it. But that's just inevitable.
Well, I mean, it is, right? God Wars Dungeon has been out since, pretty much the start of Old School. It was one of the first updates that came out.
Yeah.
So,
and,
I
have to say, Zulrah, I think Zulrah's sick because, I mean, I have my own gripes with it, but the coolest thing, mutagens. You have these mutagens that's like, it keeps you there. So it's like, yeah, you can get the items relatively quick, and then it's like, okay, like, but you're not done yet. You want to get like this prestigious new recolor, I think
you should be a completionist.
I should be? Is that what you just said?
Yeah,
I am
you
a
should
completionist.
Oh, okay. You consider yourself a completionist?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm definitely a completionist. But
I didn't know if you put yourself in the category of one, because like obviously I know you say you like chasing for specific items, and I probably should have just like clicked onto that way earlier, but I didn't know if you actually categorize yourself as completionist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't just go around saying like I'm a completionist. It's like going around saying like I'm an entrepreneur. By the way, I have a problem. I think I have an issue with that word. I was mentioning it on my stream. So I had a roommate. I had a roommate that was just so obsessed with saying the word entrepreneur because he wanted to be one because he just didn't do his homework.
Okay, all right, and now you just got like PTSD from it.
Yeah. Anyway, but that would be cool. Like, imagine in my perfect ideal world, like, next would be about a 300-hour completion, and then you got these like Torva kits that are super fucking rare. Like, I'm talking like 700 hours, but
so like
they're not
the Giga grinds are more just about cosmetics. Like, go for it if you really want.
And that's what like hard mode Tob has offered in challenge mode. It's like these cosmetics, so you don't need to go there, but it is prestigious to get that twisted ancestral and stuff.
So. Well, hard mode next coming to you very soon. No, I'm kidding.
No, but I do think, I mean, and I don't think it's even too late. I think, I mean, again, you don't need to do this. This is an idea of just coming out with some rare, cool cosmetic to maybe gold trim your crossbow, just some little kit or something. And who knows, it could just come from a hard mode down in the future. But
yeah. It'd be really nice if so many other people were as open as you are, because like if you were to suggest that, it would just be it would be a slew of negative comments like, trying to, instead of making new content, you're just making us go back to old content, stop adding new rewards to old content. And, I understand it, but like, clearly there is a demand for it, which is why, at times we'll present stuff like that. There are obviously times where we've done it to fill a gap in a lack of content, like last year. Like, it would be a lie if we weren't saying that Theatre of Blood hard mode was, a direct response to we haven't had any endgame PVM for a while. We knew that we couldn't do something significantly new, so we altered something that existed. And I think it turned out really, really well. I'm glad that we did it. I'd like for us to consider it in the future. For example, with Tombs of Amaska, I'd really like us to have the kind of like story mode, normal mode, and hard mode on release. So you have a choice, and it's not about adding it in a year later. But, again, it goes back to that, assuming the worst. But you're a perfect example. There are people out there who want to go for those grinds, that want to go and keep old content more relevant and have a reason to go back to it. But not everyone thinks the same way.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's very popular to almost just be like new content.
Yeah, that reminds me, actually. It's one thing that always baffles me is I find this a lot with pet hunters, and I'm not calling out all pet hunters here. I know that not everyone is the same.
I
but
might
it
agree
seems
with you
to
on
be-
this if we're going.
Yeah, it's
Go for it.
this is going to sound really insulting, and I apologize in advance, right? But it's just the easiest way to say it, okay, and get my point across. I see a fair amount of comments from pet hunters that are not happy about having to do content to get pets. So I just think to myself, why do you call yourself a pet hunter if you don't like pet hunting?
I just love it when it's like they are like so proud to be a pet hunter, and they all like in their Twitter bios they have how many pets they have out of whatever 49 or 48 or whatever, and then they'll be saying, ooh, what about just completely casually somebody will say, what if they came out with like a pest control pet? What the fuck? Just start freaking out like, no. It's like, dude, you're literally call yourself a pet hunter. Wouldn't this be exciting for you?
I'm gonna say it's like new content. Like I think it's cool. I love seeing information like that in bios, by the way, because it helps me get an idea of like what kind of person I'm going to be following or seeing on their feed. And like I actually really like when people are showing off those achievements. But I definitely agree on that point. It's the one part that just it baffles me, right? I get it, right? I understand you might not like the content so much. But isn't the whole point of being a pet hunter that you go out of your way to do things you might not always want to do to have that prestige of having all the pets? So when there's content that's like, adding a new mini game, I've not seen it as much, but I haven't checked the feedback this evening because obviously I've been in this call where normally I'd be looking at the stuff that's coming in. But for Temporos, for example, and Soul Wars especially, I know Soul Wars a little bit different because it's not. You rely on a lot of other people for that game mode, but there was so much negativity coming in from a lot of people from the pet hunting community about that, as like, stop forcing us to do content, and it's kind of like
so weird.
No, it's kind of like we're giving you a reason to continue with your legacy and give you something to work towards. But maybe we shouldn't have pets for pet hunters because they don't want to do it.
So just to play devil's advocate, I think what it really is them having to go back to early or mid game stuff to go get a pet. And like that
makes sense, right? I get it. Okay, but then at the same time, it's like we can't balance content around a small cohort of people who are putting themselves into that position willingly.
I totally
we try as much as we can, right, to accommodate. And there are definitely areas that again, we're not perfect. We've made mistakes on. So I'm not here, as I said, to call out everyone. It really just reminded me of that situation where I've just thought it so many times. And if someone can come out to me and explain that to me, I'd really appreciate it. I expect it's similar to what you said there, Sae Bae, of not wanting to do content that's just unenjoyable or old that they've done for hundreds of hours before. And if that's the case, fair enough. But what about the comments for new content? What is it that you don't like about having to do?
I mean, because you've never heard them complain about a pet coming from next, or a pet coming from a new raid, or a pet coming from this.
No.
Like, it's always the kind of like, oh, this is an update I personally don't want to do because it's not the high level PVM, and so why is there a pet to it? I didn't want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, so maybe it's just that they don't want to do it, but I just don't understand
and they
why.
could just say that instead of saying, like, they could just be very clear with, I mean, it's going to come out in the game anyway, so they're probably going to voice their annoyances anyway, but like, it is what it is. And I think having a pet for new content is always cool.
Yeah, I used to be in the boat of there are way too many pets in the game, that stop adding them to all new content, but now I'm kind of like more of a
just keep adding it. Why not?
Yeah, I'm just like, why not, right?
Yeah.
It's just a cool thing that gets added. They're super rare, and it really makes someone's day when they get one. And you know what? It doesn't really harm anyone if there's a new pet added to everything, apart from, as
just
I said,
the pet hunters freaking out about how many hours they need to do. I do have to ask. So apparently, I don't have one, and I actually haven't really seen anybody running around with it. But the next pet apparently runs behind you now, and it paths like correctly with you, so it's not like it's always falling behind.
Uh-huh. it's not just next pet pathing that was improved. I believe that when next was added to the game, we made some system changes that improved NPC pathing as a whole,
Ooh.
and that allowed us to make it so that pets path way better than they used to.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I gotta say, like, what I heard, maybe it's just a rumor, but I heard that like they're trying to make that a thing with all pets. Maybe I'm overstepping here, but like where like all your pets can kind of run behind you and stay with you. Is that a
I
thing?
I mean, I know
Or
that
is
the
that just a
pathing
rumor?
has been improved, but it's probably more of a rumor. And I
Okay.
think the non-technical side of me is gonna say that it's most likely due to the fact that there aren't any animations for those NPCs to actually run, and a lot of the pets are just scaled down versions of the
Yeah.
actual
Yeah.
model itself. So we would need to retroactively, retrofit like running animations
Yeah.
because otherwise they'll just look a bit balked.
Some do already fit that. Like I think of I can't even think of the pet, but there are some pets that already look really strange. It looks like they're running while they're walking. Like it's weird.
Yeah.
But, I have to say, by the way, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming you weren't a part of this, but somebody in the engine team or something made a fantastic update that is so unbelievably good throughout the entire game, and I think nobody really noticed it. It's where if you teleport to like a different area,
Mm.
whatever menu you currently had open would disappear. So like if I were to like teleport with my Maxscape and then I would right click before the animation's fully finished and I had
Oh
the
yeah.
the menu open again, it would disappear and I'd have to right click it again. But now it stays and it's like literally the most welcome change I've seen in like months, probably years. It's so good cuz I used to have to time things to like the very millisecond to get my teleport off like a few milliseconds before the animation hits so the ping registers on the next tick. It's so good. It's
I
so
love how
good.
much you go into like your efficiency of teleporters there, but hey, if it helps you, I'm glad. I don't recall who it was that did it, but it sounds like it's been very
Oh,
beneficial at least. So
here's the best part. If you're doing an herb run, you go and use your herbs on the leprechaun. If you had a
uh-huh.
teleport pre-selected, it would disappear. Now, nope, it stays there. So like you can prepare for the next teleport patch. Like, oh,
Efficient farm runs. Hell yeah.
it is
I
so
love to see
good.
it.
I love that stuff.
I'm glad.
All
Yeah,
right.
sorry, I can't tell you who it was. Maybe I'll try and figure it out and I'll ping
Oh
you a
yeah,
DM or
I'll
something
give him
after.
all the credit. I'll shout him out on Twitter and everything. It's amazing.
Okay.
Okay, Friend Zones asks, what is your favorite part about working for Jagex? And what's your favorite update that's come to the game in the last 2 years?
Okay. Favorite part about working with Jagex, I'm gonna give a really cheap and quick answer because I realize I waffle on way too much. It's being able to work so closely with the community, right? As much as I mentioned about before with the negativity, the positivity just completely outshines that. And being able to make a change and then hear someone come to you and take time out of their day to like say how much even if it was just responding to their message or them reporting an issue and seeing it fixed in the game update the next week. It's just a feeling that you just don't get anywhere else. I love it so much. That is definitely the best part. And second to that is just the amount of friends that I've been able to make from working on the game and being involved has been absolutely incredible.
Humble. I love it.
Yeah, I mean I wouldn't be working in community management otherwise, I guess would I?
And your favorite
The
update that's come out in the last
favorite
2 years?
update in the last 2 years. Oh, God, that's a good one. Mm, I don't know. I actually don't know what my favorite update is. I I think I would probably say it's like it is actually the Steam client, even though it's not technically a content update. Otherwise, then it would be Temporos. I really, really enjoy Temporos. I think it's a great piece of content. And from the last 2 years, it's one of the ones that I've actually engaged in the most, in all honesty, because I've not had a huge amount of time to actually play.
Yeah.
So I'd probably yeah go with that. I mean, are we counting 2020 as the last 2 years?
Sure. You
I
could
guess so,
decide
right?
that, yeah.
Because this year's hasn't really done anything.
Yeah.
Then maybe Trailblazer.
Trailblazer I heard was a lot of fun. It was definitely like
Yeah.
short-lived, I think, because people would just get so progressed so quickly and burn out after week 3. But that's kind of like every league. But people did have a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah, it was really cool because like I tried the Twisted League and as great as it was, like being locked to Karen, just I
Kind
don't
of
know, I
dull.
got yeah, it was obviously the first one, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't really have a lot of experience and knowledge at the time of what to expect. So I would yeah, definitely big improvements. But you know what? That's just reminded me. I'm gonna Man, I'm gonna cop out. I'm gonna say what my three favorite are because they definitely are all up there. And now that I just reminded myself of it, it feels like a shame to not give it the justice I feel like it deserves. But Deadman Reborn, I was so glad that that came back. And in the way that we did, it was finally given the time that it deserved to have some meaningful changes. And whilst we may have missed the mark a little bit, especially when it came down to the relive system, just being able to shape up the meta and put on something new and different for what was, in the previous years becoming very stale
Yeah.
was a big win. And I really enjoyed working closely with the team and the community on basically putting that out and then the feedback changes and developing from it. Really unfortunate the way that the finals turned out. It's
Yeah,
kind of
just
left a
so out of
sour
your
taste in
control. Just fucking
many
sucks.
people's mouths. I'm not going to throw out any excuses, but unfortunately, when you're running an online tournament that is susceptible to servers being, attacked and whatnot, then that's a
Yeah.
risk that we run. But we are still working through it. I know many people are probably going to be like questioning, like, Deadman rerun when? It's something that we are still working on as well. So to preempt that, this cast, I imagine, will be published before the Gillinall Gazette for this month goes out, but we will be talking about it a little bit more in there. So
Okay.
I'll save information about Deadman Reborn for that because there's something that I can't really talk to in here, but it's at least it explains to some extent the situation we're in right now. But we are committed to at least putting together that rerun when we're comfortable that we can do it effectively.
Okay.
And I really look forward to that. I really look forward to us being able to have the potential of another Deadman as well. It's one of my favorite events by far.
I want to ask because Champions Cape right here actually has something to do with that. So let me answer his 3 questions he has. When is King Sween coming back? And then future PvP plans for tournaments and such. And will Deadman if Deadman mode gets discontinued, will something else replace it?
Cool. Okay, so when is King Sween coming back? Oh man, I want him to come back now. But I don't know. I'd love for it to happen, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sween, if you're listening to this, I love you, buddy. Please consider working back. Jagex. Thank you. So future plans for PvP and esports. Honest answer, there aren't any, right? Outside of Deadman is really the only push that we have that we are looking to kind of like put forward ourselves. But that being said, it doesn't mean it's going to be the only thing that we do. This year, when time allows for us to be able to sit down and look at the planning of it and putting things together, one thing that I really want us to do is look at supporting the community to basically have support to put their own tournaments and events on.
Yeah.
And whether that's us providing the tools to allow that to happen, the prize money, rewards, and that kind of stuff.
That is.
I think there's a huge amount of potential there. At least I think the likes of EVscape with his events and stuff that have used private servers that we've hosted for him really just goes to show that potential. And for those of you that have been keeping an eye on the news posts that we've put out, especially the Gillinall Gazettes, you'll notice in the roadmap there was a section in regards to community event support that is due to finish the start of this year, and that's going to be a pretty big game changer. I'm not going to say much more than that, other than just keep an eye out for it. The potential is definitely going to be there, and we do most certainly have plans to utilize the community more in terms of empowering them to be able to put content on themselves. But I think the message that Mike D shared last year, I think it was now, still stands true, that we really just want to put a focus on putting good content out for now, rebuilding the PvP scene especially, and that kind of like community before we consider starting going back down the road of esports.
I will say the community stuff, like giving the tools to the creators that really really care and have the time and have the like, you know, the energy to do that. I think that's just fucking fantastic. I think that's the way to do it. If I have a say in that, I think the EVscape stuff, what Oda Block does, and all these other PvP tournaments that we've seen are just great because like then, and the best part about it is like, if things do go wrong, it's not people blaming Jagex. It's just like, oh, well, shit went wrong.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's a benefit, but I know that there's some people out there that are cynical and think, you know, it's just we're trying to, you know, fob off the work and I get the community to do it. It doesn't cost us anything. Well,
no, but they end up being really great. And
yeah, they do, you know, because people aren't, you know, instantly jumping on that train. They're a little bit more understanding. But I think what we really have to do is step up more so than we have done already, and offer that support and offer the ability for, you know, those things to actually happen.
For sure.
And the last question, what was that?
If Deadman gets discontinued,
Deadman.
will it be replaced?
Will it be replaced? I mean, I don't think there is at the moment, at least, any intention to discontinue it permanently. We brought it back last year. I'd really like to see us do another Deadman this year too, just different. So at the moment, I don't think there are any plans to discontinue it. But if it was to be discontinued, I don't think it would be unreasonable to expect some form of replacement, at least for the PvP community. I would push for that personally. If I was able to do anything to help in that situation, then I would.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty much all I can say, I guess.
Okay. I'm going to ask two things at once. One's a little quirky. Odios asks, which JMod has the best office jokes? And before you answer, Lilac also asks, what's the most interesting or surprising thing you've learned from the annual player survey or a past years if you're still going through the most recent one?
Okay. So I think in terms of like the best office jokes, I'd probably vote for Mod Ash.
Not Ed. I swear Ed's
Ed has some pretty good jokes, yeah.
I think
but
Ash
in
is
terms
just
of like,
so much more like he's just so, I don't know, he's aged well with it. He's just, it's just like confidence at that point.
Ash just has a certain way of saying things and a certain cohort of things that he'll say that I just can't help but crack up whenever he says them, especially when it's in the middle of like a relatively important meeting. He'll always bring some humor to the table. So,
dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm very envious of JMods because of that. You get to surround yourself with Mod Ash. Well, at least when you were more in the office, because like I see him as just a mysterious figure that's just like I don't know, the embodiment of everything that's good with Jagex almost. And then it's like you actually get to interact with him. I think that's just fucking
I mean,
awesome.
he's still pretty much a mysterious figure even internally. That man has an absolute wealth of knowledge locked away inside his brain.
So cool.
Very grateful to be able to work alongside him. But yeah, I definitely say Ash there. The second question about what was the most, was it surprising, did you say?
Interesting or surprising thing
or surprising
from the surveys.
Okay. So I'm not going to go into detail about my answer here just because it wouldn't be appropriate. But I would say that the thing that interested me the most, or I found surprising, was the players' opinions on polling. Cliffhanger. So yeah, there was a lot of interesting replies in regards to polling, and the way that we approach it, and you know how we could approach it in the future, that I didn't expect to see. Nothing bad, nothing like, oh man, we need to make drastic changes. But polling is one of those things that I think is one of the areas that we have neglected the most out of everything related to Old School. It's the area of the game that has seen the least amount of improvements and the least amount of attention to it, considering it is like the backbone of everything that we do pretty much.
Yep.
I was surprised to see some of the comments that players had responded to, put in the response to the survey.
Interesting.
And maybe there's something that we can do in response to those comments, but at the moment, that's all I'll say.
Okay. Reese asks, what is your opinion on risk versus reward outside of the wilderness, and do you believe there is enough? Follow-up question, if increased, do you believe it would result in a long-lasting increase of activity within places that embody risk versus reward. Wilderness DMM.
Okay, awesome. All right, I really love this question because it's something that gets raised quite a lot, especially within the PvP community, for those that suggest how they think PvP could be improved overnight. First things first, I don't think the balance between risk and reward is in a good place or is good enough when it comes to PvP content. I think the Rev Caves have kind of like is the only area that really that is appropriate. You know, you make pretty good money there now, but there's a decent level of risk associated to it. Even if it's not risk of you dying, it's risk of your actions being being interrupted, and you kind of having to like reset and spend that time and coming back. And obviously, there's still a risk of you losing your items and getting killed. But as a whole, PvP is suffering massively in that aspect where there just aren't a huge amount of money makers that really warrant the additional risk involved or the inefficiency as well of obtaining that wealth. You know, like it's not exactly entirely accessible in terms of banks. There's a lot of running that you have to do. Yeah, sure, there are teleports that you can get around and obelisks and whatnot, but they're pretty damn risky as well.
Yeah.
So I absolutely don't think that it's balanced right now.
So,
however,
yeah, no, go ahead.
No, you say so. You say so first.
Okay.
I know my point. So.
Well, I'm gonna go on a long thing, so you go ahead, and then I'll finish.
Oh, okay, we can do it afterwards. All right. So my however to this point is, at the moment, I don't think simply adding more risk to the wilderness / PvP will provide long-term benefits. And this is something that I truly believe in. I personally believe in it. Very much so. A lot of data from those that want to get into PvP but don't currently get into PvP also kind of align with this viewpoint. I know that there's PvPers out there that really disagree with me, and I would love to be able to, you know, get you to see it from my perspective at least, and maybe this is my opportunity to do that. So I absolutely want to change it 100% and see improvements. However, the way I see it, and I think the way that we've seen it as a team in the past, even though you might say like, oh, there's hardly been any improvements, you've not tried, is that when you introduce extra wealth into the wilderness, you definitely see an increase in activity. You definitely see more people coming in. We definitely see that ecosystem start to form where, you know, people that want to get the gold are there. The people that want to kill the people that are getting the gold are there. Then the people that kill the people who are getting the gold are there. And, you know, before you know it, you've got, you know, this whole kind of like ecosystem of PKers killing PVMers, better PKers killing the worst PKers, so on and so forth. But that all relies on that one person being there, going for that risk in the first place. And when a new update comes out and we offer those, they're absolutely there. And they're willing to put up with all of the difficulties and frustrations that they have with PvP content in the short term because they're making money. But eventually, those issues start to grind on them and they get frustrated. And they either get frustrated with the PvP community in general or just with that piece of content. They no longer do it. They've now got this level of resentment because it's caused them to have a bad experience. They no longer want to do it. They don't want to go back there. It just doesn't feel as worth it for whatever reasons it may be. And there are a lot of those reasons. So then you suddenly don't have as many people going there. So the solution is then, okay, this is now dying out. Do we need to make it even more rewarding? Okay, fine. We can make it more rewarding. But the same thing happens after a few months. Those majority of people start to get a little bit pissed off, are annoyed with the issues that plague wilderness and PvP content currently, and then they leave. And so do the rest of the people that rely on that food chain existing also leave. I'm sure there'll be examples that people will give me of like, oh, well, that didn't happen with the Rev Caves. It didn't happen with the Rev Caves when they're multi because they were quite frankly broken. I don't care what anyone tells me otherwise. I can guarantee you wholeheartedly, 100%, happily put my job on the line. Rev Caves, when they were in multi, were broken beyond belief. People were getting tens of millions of GP per hour, and it needed to be fixed. So I'm not saying that Rev Caves are now better because they're singles plus, and that's why loads of people are there. People are in the Rev Caves simply because of the fact that you can earn, you know, multiple mils of gold per hour with relatively easy requirements. It's easily accessible. You don't have to worry so much about, unlocking loads of quests and whatnot. You can go there, you can make money, and it's great. But what the singles plus changes have introduced is a little bit more of a safety net that didn't exist before when it was multi, for those PK, those non-PKers that want to feel a little bit more like they have a fighting chance when they're in the caves. But the biggest reason for that change is that it stopped the ability for people to be able to lock them down in a multi situation and then really abuse the fact that they can then, amplify the kills that are happening in each cave, per time. Because, obviously now only each revenant can only be killed by one person. So where I'm going with this is I definitely want to see more things like rev caves happen. Not so much the whole singles plus side of things, even though there are likely going to be changes coming out in that sense for the rest of the wilderness as well. But that's not because, we say rev caves is a perfect example that shows you that it's fixed all of the problems because it's active. We know that rev caves are active because people make money there. But if we don't look at the issues that the majority of people, and this is the reality of it, right, is that the majority of the people here aren't the PvP community anymore. The game has changed. The player base has shifted. We don't want to lose that. We want to bring them back. We want to grow the PvP community. But we have to do it now with a new mindset, knowing that our player base aren't the same as what they were back in 2007 to 2010 and 12.
Yeah.
People do content in a different way. People approach the game in a different way. They have different mindsets, and different things are more important to them now than they were before. And if we don't accommodate that, then we'll never be able to grow that area of the game. So the current thinking is, let's change some of the things that we've known a majority of players have been complaining about for a very good amount of time now. We're talking a considerable number of years, in an attempt to make the wilderness and PvP as a whole more inviting. That way, then, the opportunity to be able to fight back, the little bit more in terms of quote unquote fairness is there, and we reduce the level of resentment that these players have towards the PvPers who are experienced and know what they're doing. That way, then, they're more likely to stay for a little bit longer. When they're able to stay for a little bit longer, we can consider, actually keeping that content as it is, because there's no need for us to change it. Once more and more people are on board with it, we can then consider looking at having PvP content that starts to get polled, because there are now more people in support of PvP content, even if they're not the ones engaging in it, because they know that if they go to this area that is being added, they're going to make decent money that they can't make anywhere else in the game. But at the same time, they're going to have some opportunity to be able to fight back, instead of being in a position where they're getting absolutely piled on by multiple people, or they're getting completely, tag teamed by a team of 10, all for a whole 50 to 200k worth of loot. And really, that's what it's about: rebuilding those foundations. Yes, some changes that the hardcore kind of like long-standing PvP community might seem, it might seem very drastic to them. But if we don't make those drastic changes, how are we ever going to bring new people in? Because the PvP community as a whole, even if we were to bring in everyone who has stopped PvPing over the course of the last few years, is still small in comparison to how many other people play old school. So if we can make some adjustments that still keep, RuneScape PvP true to what RuneScape PvP is, and that's the ability to take gear from your opponent like no other game does, and highlight your skill, whilst adding new content that people are more and more inclined to want to engage with, because they're feeling like they've got more of a fighting chance to, engage back with combat while still making good money. Then we can start looking at adding even more content going forward with new rewards, with higher GP values. We can, if there's an area, for example, that we know for a fact you can no longer be in a position where 10 people in single combat can be fighting one person, then we can balance it around it being one-on-one. And that means we can really amplify the amount of gold per hour that can be made there, or the types of rewards that you can get from there. And then we can look at multi separately and really balance around the fact that, okay, if you're in this area, then we're expecting multi to fight multi, as opposed to multi people kind of like coming together as, one big alliance and kind of like being, okay, we're going to do this for the greater good of our own gain and make a load of money. We want the emphasis to be fighting over resources. But until we can grow that community and get enough support and get people to understand that it's not as bad as they think it is, I just think that simply putting more gold per hour content in there is very short-lived, and we'll probably see a situation where the people that are there are mostly just gold farmers that are looking to play manually and then sell that gold, as opposed to being there because they want to be to progress their accounts. And it's those type of people that I personally feel like we should be focusing on, and using them to help build PvP back up. Yeah, sorry, I kind of like went off.
No,
Hopefully that was clear
really
enough.
well said. That was I agree with all of it, honestly. And I think there does need to just be like a rebuilt infrastructure in the first place, because like as you were saying, any new update, you could have the coolest update, but because like, I mean, just baiting people in there without like the true new infrastructure that actually kind of is more balanced, it's just yeah, it's just all going to be short lived. And I think some of the changes you guys have already made have been fantastic. And again, I'm not a quote unquote PKer, but I have had PKers on, and they do. I mean, I had Dino on last month, and
Yeah, I remember I was listening to your kind of like talk with Dino, and I think you actually gave a really good kind of like personal experience as to why you're more now open to going into the wilderness and do wilderness content, right?
yeah,
As a result of some changes we made.
oh yeah. I'm that just the PK skull prevention. I know, as Reddit as that sounds, I know I'm just using Reddit as like an adjective, but just like it really is so good for game balance and just making it just a more fair fight in a way where it's just not such a lopsided, just I don't know, like a tag team basically. Well, that would be like in multi and stuff, which would already still happen. But the fact that I can go out in the wilderness and actually fight back and be like, hey, I wasn't the one initiating this. This is like, let's go. I think that's awesome. And I
Yeah,
think
I'm glad, and
that's
that's
yeah,
one of the main reasons for it. I know there's a lot of people out there who, I say a lot, there's not a lot, because really skull tricking isn't a huge, it's not as big of an issue, I think, as people make it out to be. I think it's more the fear of being skull tricked that is the bigger issue, as opposed to how
yeah,
many people are actually out there skull tricking, right? But even just the perception of knowing you could go out there and being skull tricked was enough to put so many people off from going out and venturing in.
yeah,
And yeah, it may not have, overnight caused hundreds of people to suddenly be wandering around the wilderness. It's one of those things that's going to take time, that we need to do better with communicating that it exists, and really just educating the player base on that it's okay and safe to use that feature and go in there and not have to worry. But it's about changing that perception, right? It was one of the biggest feedback points that we saw when we did the survey. Like that wilderness survey that I put together and sent out, it had well over 35,000 people respond to. That is one of the most responded to surveys to date, pretty much. Aside from annual ones that get sent and have huge pushes in terms of email campaigns and whatnot for people to reply to.
yeah,
This was something that we pushed out on socials and mentioned in news posts and on the stream, and the huge amount of people that commented on it, said that it was an issue. Even if they didn't go into the wilderness, just the thought of that happening was a problem for them. And I'm sorry to those people that can no longer skull trick everyone now that has that feature enabled. But I just feel like if you really had to rely on skull tricking to be able to fight people in the wilderness, and your response is, if you don't want to get skull tricked, then just turn off your attack options. It doesn't really make you a PKer. You're basically just doing PVM.
yeah,
But you're fighting against something that doesn't fight. It's like going to fight, I don't know, Vorkath, but Vorkath just doesn't attack. It's just a punch bag.
yeah.
It's
It's
not
weird.
PKing at that point, really. I know there are some cool moments that happen for those that manage the skull trick and, playing on what is at times the mistakes of others and the foolishness and people's greed. I get that can cause thrills, and it was a genuinely enjoyable experience for those people who were skull tricking.
Yeah. No,
But
and
at the same
that
time, like, yeah,
is yeah. Sorry.
go on, sorry. I was just
I,
going to say, at the same time, you think about it on the other end of the stick, that someone
exactly. And
has
that's
lost out
really
and
hard to see because like, people always be like, I mean, PKing is fun because it's fun when you are the PKer. And
yeah,
so like
that's fine though, right? That's the whole point of PvP, is that you want to essentially, you either PvP because you want to get loot, or you want to basically kind of like, I don't want to make it out like, every PvPer is evil, but it's about getting loot. At least I see it. Getting loot, showing that you're better than someone else, or just making someone else's time worse.
Yeah.
And sometimes that can be fun. And that is exactly what people should expect when they go to the wilderness. So I'm not here saying, if you're one of the people that doing that, you're bad. You're not. You should not go to the wilderness if you don't want to get killed. And if you go to the wilderness and complain about getting killed, then maybe reconsider reading the warnings that are there when you enter the wilderness, especially, right?
Yep.
But it's one of those where skull tricking is really, it was just, prying on people's maybe inexperience or being naive and almost in essence a form of scamming, right?
I will say the greed stuff is cool. Like, I thoroughly enjoy somebody being greedy, going out of the way, and then they get killed because it's the wilderness.
Me too, and that's an unfortunate side effect of it. The main reason for that anti-skull tricking prevention was for those people who are out there that are abusing the naming system by having names very similar, stepping under, logging in, logging out, and are going out of their way to deceive people as opposed to, prying on people's greed.
Yeah.
And it's just, you can't cover every case. It's just got to do a catch-all.
Yeah. And I think, there's going to be downsides and upsides to everything. And I think there's more upsides with the PK skull prevention. That thing alone, I think there's more upsides. There's more positives than there will be negatives.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I'm really excited for the new Wilderness Slayer updates and stuff like that. All this new stuff coming out because, and you say like there's more infrastructure on the way, but like just the fact that PK skull prevention is a thing already makes me a lot more willing to go out into an area and bring stuff, because I'll be the PVMer out there. And I have done hundreds and hundreds of hours of wilderness content. Like, I've literally completed every single thing in the wilderness except for a Dagon High hat right now. Like, everything. Rings, pets, Eternal Glory, Chaos stuff, everything in Revs. Like, I've spent a long ass time there, so I definitely I remember as a kid I used to get the shakes when I'd go out there. Just and not to mention all the fucking clue scrolls I've done, like thousands and thousands of clue scrolls, like hards alone, just those. But yeah, I used to get the shakes, and now it's just like you just go out there just like every other day, just like whatever,
Yeah, now you're just used to it.
Yeah. 3 months in multi revs too. That was definitely an experience. That did not, I gotta say, multi revs did not even feel like RuneScape anymore. And I can't say that's a bad thing, but it was just such a weird experience. It was like you're just dealing with the mob, and so you're trying to build relationships with these shady figures, and you're like, all right, just trying to keep on everyone's good side in a way, and just
it was entirely different. Do you know what? I do genuinely miss it, right? I miss
too.
multi revs
because
it was so fun, and I'm sure that my comments about multi revs before being broken isn't because I hated them or didn't support them. Go back to various Q&As where people were complaining about it, with the lockdowns, and I was out there constantly defending it and saying that I think it's fine. At the end of the day, if you want to be there, then get involved with the mob yourself or pay them. Like, that's just the way it is. If you don't, then stop complaining. I was always in support of that, but it's just a massive shame that it was I don't want to say it. It was kind of abused. It's going back to that point I made before, right, where if a system is in place that can be abused, the players will do it, right? And we can't blame them for it, because at the end of the day, it's technically our fault for allowing that to be possible in the first place. But that's what happened, right? That it was abused. It was completely utterly broken, and that's the reason why it got changed. And maybe there were better ways for sure that we could have handled that, but at the time that was the best solution that we had in mind. And I would love to see something come back that gave a similar experience to the revs, that wasn't as open to abuse as it was before.
For me, and this is piggybacking off of Dino's idea and West Ham and all these other people, they just thought an entrance fee would have been really good. But on top of that, so if multi-revs was still a thing, my whole issue with how busted it was that ancient artifacts came out that were just, you get 16 mil as a drop and stuff, but then they were going to be replaced by these new wilderness weapons. And then they didn't get replaced. They just added on the wilderness weapons, which tanked the prices of wilderness weapons. and it was just absurd amount of money, absurd amount of GP coming into the game. I was so bothered at the time, just so insanely bothered at that they didn't get rid of the ancient artifacts. I think, who knows, but I think if the ancient artifacts would have been removed on the day of release of those Revenant weapons, the Revenant weapons would have an extremely high price. And, maybe not extreme, but, they did hold a fucking high value until the sculling meta came out where they multiplied. Because then,
yeah.
But, like, those ancient artifacts are just so potent and they're so common. Like, you're just pulling, like, just straight up GP. And then, so get rid of the ancient artifacts and add a little entrance fee. Maybe it could have only been, like, 50K. But, like, I feel like that would have just been great. But it was just too late for it because the weapons had already tanked so dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, right? If
Yeah.
we could go back, you're probably right. I think now it's just got to the point where it's been this way for too long, where it's kind of like we've made our bed and kind of have to lie in it. And it's not to say that there won't be changes, because look, we've committed to making changes, and we've shown that by making them recently. There's still a little bit more to come with the Revenant kind of like demi-boss kind of thing that's going to be coming out. That should be really, really fun actually to see how that changes the rev dynamic as well. But I don't think we're going to see like multi-revs come back, but focus, at least in terms of future wilderness improvements, will be let's try and replicate a similar experience to that, just elsewhere, kind of thing.
The thing I was going to interrupt with back when you were talking about the whole wilderness thing was Reese was saying about risk versus reward, and I saw another tweet by Pregs, and he was mentioning something about enrage mechanics to bosses and stuff like that. So to basically like reduce the amount of hours, but have that risk associated with it. And I think that would be really cool. I don't know, the perfect way to implement that or which bosses should have it and stuff, but like I really love that idea of, let's just say next, you can keep fighting next. Let's just say like you kill it and then it's like, okay, do you want the drop now or do you want to like go to a little bit of a harder mode, but you'll get like an increased chance. And so then there actually is risk versus reward, but it's not in a PvP sense. It's just like, it's like time based basically, and resource consumption. You are consuming your resources to potentially get another chance at a drop.
Yeah, I really like that. I think RuneScape did like a pretty good job of implementing it for their bosses, right? With the enrage mechanics. It'd be interesting to see how it could be implemented in Old School for sure. I'm way in support of it, but just to add another element to that, one thing that I think would be really cool, and I know that it would be, people would figure out like what the most efficient way of doing it is to be safe or whatnot, but I would love to see a boss in the future that is essentially like hardcore, and that is the sense that if you die, you lose what you have equipped. Like you just lose it straight up. If you want to kill the boss, it's very rewarding, but if you die, then there's no chance for you to reclaim your items.
The scary part is it's the same thing with why they kind of like got those hour timers.
I know exactly, and that's why it's got to be make sure that it's actually feasible and whatnot. And I'm sure people would figure out what you've got to do. But I think if we were ever able to get into a position where that could happen,
that'd be sick.
I would love to see it. Genuinely, I think it would be awesome.
Let me ask you this. I've been asked this, and they were just saying, well, I guess I haven't been asked this, but it's been brought up multiple times of hardcores. And I think Roydy was actually talking about it on the last cast, and he was saying like it would be amazing if there was a way for Jagex to be able to detect like packet loss or something like that, and then just be able to send your guy, just log him out basically instantly. I know you're probably not the one to ask, but is there ever a future with that where it's like you can genuinely just be logged out when clearly there's no engagement with the client?
I mean, I don't know in terms of the technicalities, but let's just say, for example, that it's possible, right? And what about the potential instances where that could be abused, and how do we deal with those?
That's true.
You know that you're about to die, so you just Xlog, or you pull the plug on your router, or you disconnect your Wi-Fi, and you've now got an always safe way of escaping regardless.
Yeah, that's true.
How does that work when it comes to a PvP situation as well? You feel like you're losing a fight, you're down on supplies, just pull the plug.
Yeah, well,
And
it wouldn't
you give
be
it back.
involved in PvP, I think, but PvP
Yeah, but
would
I guess
have to just be
you
kept
just
the
carry on.
same.
But you know that same
There
premise still
is, yeah.
applies though, right? In PVM, and I think that's why it's probably never been explored any further than, should we do it? Is because you could just pull the plug. And how do you differentiate between? Because from
Yeah, there
I
would be no
assume from a
differentiation.
technical perspective, it appears the exact same way as if you were to lose connection to the server, because you would be losing connection to the server, right?
Yep. But
Um,
I
yeah,
thinking, okay, so again, there is so much nuance with this, so many situations where this could be abused. But I'm just thinking like a normal boss. Let's just say you're talking about this hardcore boss where it's like you go in, you lose everything. I don't think there would ever be a way, like if as long as there is a way to teleport out. Like I think it's silly when there's like content where it's like actually just impossible to escape. Just like okay,
yeah.
you're just in there.
Yeah, I think we kind of like noticed that with Hardcore Group Iron Man, right? By adding the emergency teleport shards, because there is just content you can't get out of.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
yeah,
I think that's really cool because I can't see anybody intentionally unplugging their power when they literally have a teleport crystal. Where it's just
yeah,
like, dude, just leave. Like it'll be the same thing, you know?
yeah, exactly. And you know what? Maybe maybe that's just something that if it was to be implemented, it's just something we accept. That could be a potential, but for the um the times where it would actually help someone and benefit them if when they did genuinely disconnect or there was genuinely a server issue, that could that could far outweigh
Yeah.
the people who are going to abuse it to be able to constantly stay alive. What I like is the way that I think it's in Zora, is it, that if if you die, you don't actually, and you've got your second life from the diary,
Yeah, she doesn't
your
stop.
character is like frozen, right?
Yeah, and she doesn't start attacking until there's
Yeah, until you
activity.
make an action.
Yep.
So then you have the opportunity to decide, okay, do you want to carry on fighting or do you want to teleport?
Yep. That's
And
brilliant.
maybe something similar like that could happen where, you're still then in the room so that, okay, yeah, you'll still be able to reconnect. And if you wanted to get that escape from doing it intentionally, you'd still, then teleport. But if you've got the opportunity to teleport, you'd probably just teleport anyway. Why would you risk it?
Yep.
So yeah, if it is feasible and if the community as a whole were okay with accepting that people might abuse it in that sense, and knowing that the benefits far outweigh that as a negative, then I'd be open to at least exploring it as an option, because there's nothing worse than seeing someone lose their like hardcore status, especially when it comes down to an issue that isn't their fault,
Yeah,
right?
just
If
sad.
it's on us, then it sucks so much, and it just puts a huge kind of like, downer on the mood of everyone in the team that sees it, especially when it's someone
Yeah.
who's progressed far. Not so much when it's, you've lost your own internet and people will come out and, and admit that and say like, oh, it was my own fault, I lost internet, I disconnected or whatnot, because there's nothing we can do about that. But when it does come to a server one, it's no one likes to see it, right? So if there's ever a way that we can avoid it and it be accepted, I'd love to explore that.
This is kind of a random thing, but like you know how there was, I think it was real. There's no real proof for me to know, but like when that rollback happened with League, some guy got like a third age pickaxe, and it just like was gone or something, which is just
Yeah,
awful. It's awful. But has there ever been a scenario where like a hardcore has died, but then there was a rollback, so he lived? There's probably been little instances where some newbie hardcore has done that inevitably, but like I really do wonder if
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, there is, and I can't tell you who exactly it is, but we were in a meeting this afternoon actually talking about the recent league's rollback, because we actually were able to roll back the high scores as well,
Okay.
because in the previous rollback, I'm not sure whether it was the last one they did or the one prior to that. I can't remember what the context was in the conversation at the time, but basically, one of the J mods was given the example of why this is really good that we're able to do it now, because what had happened previously, and whether it's something that actually happened or they were given like a hypothetical situation, but essentially if a hardcore was to have died and then we were to have rolled back the servers, they would have been back to being a hardcore and continue playing as a hardcore, but the high scores would have registered them
Oh,
as dying,
yeah.
so it would have crossed them off the high scores and they would no longer then be present on the high scores at all.
Oh,
because the high scores are looking for the hardcore.
Yeah.
The hardcore doesn't exist because they think they've died. The hardcore can't send that information back because it's no longer a hardcore, and because they're not Iron Man, they've not updated on the Iron Man high scores, so they're just kind of like lost in the system. They're like
I was gonna
just in
say,
the void.
I think what would have been so badass is like he does have a cross out through his name, but he's still rising the ranks. So people are like, "What the fuck?" Like this dead guy that's
This
still
dead hardcore's
progressing.
like, oh my god.
Yeah. All of a sudden he becomes rank 1. He's cross out, but he's still progressing. Like what? Yeah. Crazy. Okay. I do just want to bring this up because, of course, it did get a lot of likes. And again, we kind of talked about this before. So Eliop asked, will Jagex ever offer a solution to accounts facing login spam? There was a lot of questions just to preface this. But, of course, you can't really talk much about it. So you can briefly...
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I know it's a very prominent kind of like thing for those that are suffering with that issue at the moment. So it's only right that, that I address it in some way. But I don't have a huge amount of information to share. It's obviously something that, yes, we do want to fix. There will, I imagine, at some point be a permanent solution that doesn't require or rely, on what I'm about to say. But in the meantime, the solution to that problem is using the Steam client until we're able to offer that more permanent solution. But it is something that, obviously we are treating very seriously. I think I'm okay to say that we are working towards that permanent solution, but there is nothing more that I can say in terms of when you should expect that or what that will be or how it will look. Other than, just you have to just take my word on it that we are working on it, and until then, Steam client is the best way to avoid it from happening. And one thing I want to emphasize, because I've just mentioned Steam client, I know I mentioned it earlier as well. I know that there have been some kind of like concerns over Steam client and the security of it and, the way that it works in terms of authenticator and stuff. If you do use the Steam client for Old School RuneScape, please make sure, just like how you should on your email, make sure you've got two-factor authentication on your Steam account, right? It's something that Steam offer. They have a system called Mobile Guard. Make sure that you install that and set it up. And if you do that, you should not have, as far as I'm aware, any issues at all, because that is their method of two-factor authentication, right?
Yep.
So ensure you've got that and you'll be okay. Don't use Steam regardless. Even if you're not using the RuneScape Steam client, you should have Steam Guard installed. Just like you should have two-factor authentication on your email, just like you should have two-factor authentication on your old school account when you're playing on, the other clients as well.
Yeah.
And that was just my
good shout.
top tip.
Okay. Furry Wall asks, when will elite clues get buffed? My casket stack is piling up. So let me ask you real quick. So just to kind of preface this is, Mod Ayiza said, like on poll 76, the next content blog there will be, or poll, there should be a question regarding third age rates. And oh shit, there was something else I was gonna ask real quick. Oh, and the other thing was there is a rumor going around, and again, I don't know how much you know about this, but somebody asked Mod Ash on Twitter, and they said something along the lines of like, is it possible for like all those elite caskets to not be retroactively updated, so that only elites after the update would be affected by it? And then Mod Ash said, yes, it's a possibility, but it's not saying they're going to do it. It's just saying, yes, they have the ability to do that. And now there's like this rumor spreading around that, like, again, maybe I've missed some tweets, but it looks as though, yes, you guys have the ability to do it, but there's no confirmation that you guys are going to not retroactively make all the other caskets have the update. Anyway,
so
can you clear up some confusion?
Yeah, of course I can. I think that was a really good way of kind of like prefacing it as well, prefacing it, whatever the way is to describe it. I am actually just quickly logging in right now to the system that we have the blog information written on, because poll 76 is where we will be talking about the whole elite clues and the rates and stuff and how that's worked. So just give me a second. I'm loading it up. So I'm absolutely correct. That is due to come out in the next like 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Roughly. So expect it really soon. I'll let you on a little bit of inside information here. We did hope to actually have Pulse 76 come out last week, but with League's launch and
Yeah.
everything else that we needed to get prepared, there was just too much to do all at once, and we didn't want to essentially put Pulse 76 out in a position where we knew we weren't going to be able to maintain and enact on
Yeah.
any feedback that we got. So we took the decision, as difficult as it was to make, to kind of like say, right, let's just reconsider putting this into a slot in the schedule where actually it makes more sense, where we can act on feedback, because we've got some pretty cool things coming out over the next couple of weeks as well. Obviously, we've got Guardians of the Rift out today.
Super excited to look at that, by the way. I've just briefly glanced on it. I'm going to make
Yeah, I
ramble
can't
in
wait
it.
for the Ramble video, so I'll look forward to watching that. Then there's a pretty big blog that's going to be dropping next week that I'm personally working on, which I think a lot of people will, especially if you're interested in PvP, you might want to keep an eye on that one. And then following that, we've got another really big blog that's coming out that a lot of people have been waiting on for a long time, and this information will be shared within the Gilnor Gazette that drops the end of this month, so make sure you check that out for more. But in terms of the improvements for Pulse 76 and the Elite Clue caskets, yeah, any change that we make will affect any caskets that you have currently and any caskets that you get in the future as well. Okay. So if you've hoarded up a bunch of caskets, don't worry, you're not going to get, cooked, so to speak. You will benefit from the improvements as well. So yeah, if you listen to this and you're doing Elite Clues, keep a hold of the caskets. Yeah, save them up. Unless you really want to just, get an upgrade or whatever that you might need for your group Iron Man or your own Iron Man. Otherwise, if you're in a position where you can afford to hold on to them, you might want to just hold on to them for a little bit longer.
Okay. Awesome.
But yeah, we do have the ability, if we wanted to say, actually, old caskets aren't going to benefit from it. But we had that discussion and just felt like it was a little bit inappropriate.
I will say, however, that wouldn't be the worst thing.
No, yeah, I get why, because obviously people have hoarded them and there's a potential for, any changes to have suddenly an influx of items coming in, but it's not like suddenly elites are going to become the best way for you to be able to get third age items and stuff like that. It's just a slight rebalance where they should have been in the first place.
So how I see it is what I'm nervous of, or what I've always kind of thought, and again, this can apply to every single thing in RuneScape where you just don't play the game for 10 years, then 10 years down the line, everything's easier, of course. But there's always that argument. It's if the most efficient way to play is just not play it.
Yeah.
But I think it actually, and this is just my own thought process that I've kind of thought of, is if they ever did come out with a Clue expansion, I wouldn't actually be too opposed of them not being retroactive. So that
for Clue expansions, we wouldn't do it for retroactive at all. Yeah, I think in the past we've said it's only going to be for new caskets when we've added new items. The last one that we did, I think back in 2018, we did the same. It was it would only be for new caskets. Purely because,
awesome.
Yeah, otherwise, on day one, you with items that aren't as rare as things like, mega rare tables, you do then suddenly just get a huge surplus of them, and they're in the economy straight away, and it's very difficult. Not difficult, but it takes a long time for the economy to fix itself because it's player driven, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you, the players, dictate how much you want to pay for stuff, how much you want to sell things for. So if there's 300 on day one compared to what should have been 10, then big difference.
See, the interesting thing is that any time that you've ever had Clue expansions, I don't think there was stackable caskets at the time. So now it makes it a bit more confusing to now you actually have to have a separate stack. I think that's how it would work, right? You just have the old stack.
Yeah, it would be pretty much. I think that would be considered two separate items temporarily until you've got rid of your old ones.
I have to say as well, I'm a huge fan of that because that makes it so you don't have to endlessly feel like you're wasting your time by opening caskets.
Yeah,
because then it's you should just wait. You should just wait 7 years.
You got to avoid, right? Yeah, because otherwise, it's oh well, next year they'll probably do a Clue expansion. I'll just hoard them.
Okay, that is really cool to hear. That's good. All right. I do want to cover a few of the Reddit topics, but there was a comment on your retweet, and it's from Rune Master. And he says, "Who is your mentor at Jagex that took you under their wing and helped you become the amazing community manager you are today?
Oh, that's really sweet. Thank you for thinking I'm amazing. I'm gonna cop out though, and this is yeah. I'll just be honest. I didn't really have one. I think if I was gonna say a mentor, I wouldn't really put it down as a mentor. It was more just like who it kind of is actually. But we both benefited each other a lot, and that was when we first started working together. Was myself and Sween. I had a lot of strengths that I brought to the table, and Sween had a lot of strengths that he brought to the table, and we both complemented each other very much so, and kind of learnt from each other, bounced things off each other, and really grew together. But in terms of an actual, mentor for community management, we kind of just figured it out ourselves and just did what we thought was best, and kind of like went from there. But Sween definitely helped me in terms of considering the way that I approach certain communications. He's like an alien when it comes to English language, in the sense that I think he's been injected with info from the future. He just has this weird ability to be able to say things exactly how they need to be said, that I definitely have been able to benefit from, at least.
Yeah.
And then, for me, it was transferring the approach to content and the consideration of feedback, and how we might actually do something preemptively to avoid potential questions in the first place being raised, or concerns and that kind of stuff. So yeah, we really complemented each other, but the reality is we kind of just figured it out as we went along, and just, as I said, did what we thought was best.
Yeah. That's awesome. Mod Sween's a good guy.
Yeah, he is awesome.
I
mean, we still stay in touch to this day. He's one
That's
of
cool.
my very close friends. I'd probably, not probably, I'd definitely say he's one of my best friends.
Yeah.
He's going to be coming to my wedding. He's going to be coming to my stag do in a few weeks,
Oh,
and I'll
that's
never
awesome.
stop talking to him. I love the guy. I've got so much time for him. I always will.
You guys are both great. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, this conversation has been it just feels like we've already been friends, Like, I don't know. It just
You make it so easy.
I'm glad I didn't know. I didn't know it was I gotta say, before I ever did the Sae Bae cast, I thought I was gonna be the shittiest host of all time. I was just like, dude, I've never done this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. But there have been so many, and I don't give myself the credit. I give you guys the credit. Whenever I talk to, like, almost every single guest I ever talk to, it just feels like we've already talked in the past, and it's so weird. And you and Sween especially have just so easy to talk to, so comfortable, and just chilling. So
Well, I'm glad. I'm having a really good time, so I appreciate you being such a good, welcoming, and open host as well. You should pat yourself on the back. You do a great job.
I'm patting myself. Right. Okay, so moving on to Reddit. There was some topics here. We won't go through all of them, as we are getting pretty long into it. We're already over 4 hours, but 24RS says Ayiza surveyed regarding a possible cannon mold that does more than 4 times slots, possibly better way to get ores than world hopping blast furnace a while ago. This is really jumbled, but basically something about like the cannonball thing. If you could ask him to give an update on the situation, that'd be greatly appreciated, because I'm about to have to buy 300,000 iron coal anyway, about his personal issues. But let me also ask something. What do you think about cannonball smithing? And I know cannonballs are now being tended to be dropped on monsters drop tables. Like,
Yeah.
I know Fasani's now has it, Normal Nightmare now has it, and Nex. But
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I don't really remember myself personally surveying anything about a possible cannon mold. It may have been something that happened whilst I was at Jagex, or something that I just completely forgot about.
mhm.
But as a whole, how do I feel about it? I mean, cannonball smithing is really slow. It takes a long time. It's a great AFK activity,
It
that's
is.
for sure. I definitely used to take advantage of that when I needed to get stuff done, but I wanted to be able to, you know, use the cannon on my hardcore, for example, for Slayer.
Mm-hmm.
Although I haven't really used it that much, so I haven't had to worry a huge amount. I just got these cannonballs that aren't doing anything. Um, I don't like resources being added to skilling bosses, like, period. I really don't. But as like a quick fix, although it's dirty, it obviously works, right? And people can then get, passive supplies from doing content that they would otherwise be doing anyway, and it just kind of like cuts down that overall grind as a whole. But I wouldn't be opposed to seeing an improvement to cannonball making, especially now considering the price of them compared to what they used to be. They used to be a pretty expensive item. And maybe that's fault of our own, from people that have been able to AFK them so much, and maybe more nefarious people causing issues that we've not actioned as well as we maybe could have. But the only caveat to that would be that I don't want us to just add a cannonball mold to the game just for the sake of it. I think if we're going to do it, it should come from a quest, probably a continuation of the Dwarven Cannon quest line. And I think that would be the best way to do it. But there aren't any immediate plans for it. However, that's what I would like to see.
Yeah.
And I think it's about time now, at least, that we can consider doing that. Because at the end of the day, it's purely an Iron Man issue. Let's face it.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
not an issue for mains because you just buy them. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You buy them from the people that are making them AFK to get their smithing up really slowly and make a bit of money. There are quite a lot of casuals that do that as a genuine method. It's one of the things listed on like the wiki, for example, from years ago, and older videos suggest it. And as I said, there are maybe more nefarious ways of, that people are getting a hold of them. But they're at that point where they're so low in value, it's not really going to affect mains that much, or people that are making them for money.
Mm-hmm.
They can't really go down much more than they are because they're tied to the cost of steel bars and what their alc value is if you were to make something else. And there are a lot more Iron Men that are playing now. So those of you that say, catering to Iron Men, what? Just kind of, I don't know, man. Sometimes you just have to get over it, right? You can't turn around and ignore a player base just because you don't like them. we have to acknowledge the fact that they play the game and they're paying customers just like how you are. Yeah. That doesn't mean that I think we should cater to Iron Man in every single example. Yeah. Like I said earlier about the drop rates and that kind of stuff, there are definitely things that I have opinions on. But yeah, there are some things that just don't make sense to be the way that they are.
It's always funny when you can do the reverse, where like people are like, you chose to be an Iron Man. But you know what's even better is when it's like they say you chose to limit yourself, and then you do the reverse and you say you chose not to limit yourself, when there's like little things where like they actually can't benefit from it. Like I know like the Iron Man cave that we now have that we can't get crashed by mains is like, you chose to not limit yourself. You should have chose to limit yourself. You would have had this beautiful cave.
Oh no, how the tables have turned.
The other thing is I wanted to mention real quick is, do you think this is very random, but do you think there is ever going to be a time where Iron Men can use exist like items that they have on their collection log to fill out the spot? Because let me just say a little bit more, because what I heard is that it's not really a possibility, and I think Mod Rock at one point said there was some time in the past where Iron Men got items bugged from the duel arena or some shit like years and years ago. But it's like, I don't see that as an actual thing. But I think the main reason, again, I could be wrong, I think the main reason why you can't use items on it is not because of an engine limitation, but it's because mains would be at a disadvantage. And that was more like early on, where like mains could never prove that they got an item, but Iron Men could. So Iron Men would have like a super big head start. But now it's at the point where like nobody's ever going to complete the log because of all the third age stuff. It's more of just a personal thing. But I'm just wondering, like, is that ever going to be the case?
Sure. It's okay. So I'm not going to say never, because there is probably potential that it could happen in the future, right? Because there are things that we've said wouldn't happen before that, end up changing. Like some people refer back to the we won't cater for Iron Men, and now we make updates that are specific to Iron Men. I think the statement that was made regarding that, by the way, was the wrong statement to make, and that's never the intention that we would have had it been discussed, at more of a team level. But the collection log, right? So going back to what Rock said, I think that probably did happen to some degree when Iron Man first released. and there could have been people that slipped through the net that didn't get action taken against them. But I know for certain that certain Iron Men benefited from getting items that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to get, because they utilized like main accounts to help them before we made changes to change, like, to adjust the way that mains could tank for Iron Men, for example. People, utilizing like spec transfers and whatnot, and specking down, etc., that have now obviously been changed. So those kind of reasons were holding it back. But the main reason has always been the last one that you suggested there, well, you mentioned, which was that Iron Men that had their drops before, that have them in the bank, would have an advantage over mains that had the drops before but sold them. There is that disparity, right? But you're right in the sense of saying that it is just a personal achievement. At the end of the day, you're the only one that can see your collection log. So I was always in, on the camp of, it's not fair to mains if you give this to Iron Men, because mains can't do the same thing, and they are then put behind because they can't use their items on it, because they could just buy them, and then with no way of proving it, so they have to get the drops again. So if mains have to get the drops again, then Iron Men also have to get their drops again. I used to be firmly in that camp. I'm more now kind of like, I'm like floating between the two. Some days I'm in one camp, some days I'm in the other. I'll chill out, have dinner, maybe go for a drink or two, and then go back and just be like, oh, this is stupid, we shouldn't. But basically, I think the only way that I would be comfortable personally with going down the road of allowing Iron Men to use items on the collection log that they've already got would be if we were to lock in that the collection log would always and only ever be a personal thing, that the unlocks that you have on there would never count towards anything such as high scores, would never count towards leaderboards, would, if we ever introduced, and I really hope that we don't, because I think that it will be terrible for the future of the game, honestly. But if the completionist cape or a completion list ever came out, that the collection log didn't count towards that. Because if it did, then Iron Men are put an advantage compared to mains, and it's unfair. Because it then turns away from being a personal achievement and more towards something that can, be considered competitive, or, a rank of sorts that just, there's no way that you can match the two.
Yeah, that is fair. Just to offer just a little bit of what goes through my head is, I just think like there was when did the collection log come out? Like end of 2018, I believe.
Yeah, it was.
And so I don't know. I feel like when so many years pass, maybe not enough years have passed, but I'm just thinking like by the year like 2024 or something, like who cares about what these irons got for 3 years back from 2015 to 2018?
Yeah, I know, that's right.
It's just
so,
like,
I mean,
I don't know.
Maybe there is a point where, for example, like if we were to consider polling it and it being open to everyone to vote on, and just seeing what people think. Like, I'm not going to turn around and be the dictator and say like we're the ones that have to decide, because it's your game as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would be open to at some point putting it out there for everyone else to decide, even if it didn't have those restrictions that I mentioned before. But if it was something that we did unpolled, it would have to be on the understanding, I think, at least that those restrictions would be in place. But if the community are okay with it and they want to approve it, then sure.
Okay. Yeah, just leave it up to the community. I've always I guess what I'm thinking is it just kind of bothers me that like, maybe it's because I'm a streamer and stuff, and so I just get asked more than like a normal person just playing his account. But it's like, I'll go into my log sometimes, people are like, oh, you haven't gotten this? Like,
and you're like, actually, no, I have. Yeah, I get it. And I know that there, it's probably the same for so many Iron Man out there that have spent hundreds of hours, getting the items and feeling like they have to do it again. Because it is a little bit different from doing it on a main, right?
Yeah.
That's Iron Man.
And I will say there is a disadvantage to mains, because mains don't even have the option where it's like irons, like, yeah, you could kind of just make an argument saying, oh, irons can get it. But then like mains will be like, well, I've done, let's just say in a main account had done like 15,000 bandos or something. It's like nothing's in there. It's like, oh, that kind of sucks as well.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do for the mains? Actually, to be fair,
again,
pets
going
are
back,
fine because you can add them in.
Yeah.
Like they're retroactive anyway. And I think a lot of things we have retroactively added now that you got before.
Yeah.
if you hadn't already. But
Yeah, I think it's like tradable stuff. It just wouldn't be in there. But again, it goes back to that funny point of like you chose not to limit yourself, you know? Anyway.
yeah, I don't know how well that one will go down. You know, that's just my fear, and maybe it's something that we should just bring up as, you know, as a conversation to the wider community at some point to kind of like gauge how mains actually feel about it now, because my fear is just that we would get that backlash from them.
Oh yeah, I knew it would be
Of it
inevitable.
being
If
unfair.
I was in their shoes, I would just probably insta vote no, because there's no way I'm benefiting from this. In fact, I'm just getting to a slight more disadvantage just because some Ironmen can add some slots real quick. But it's like, yeah, so there's no way. I doubt it, unless the Ironman player base went up to like fucking 75%. But like, that's doubt that would happen.
Yeah, we'd have to
Anyway.
see. I mean, I have got nothing against kind of like presenting the idea at least, or, you know, presenting the topic for conversation. But I'd rather that we left it for a point where maybe there isn't so much going on, so that it doesn't derail other content pieces we've got to focus on.
Yeah. Okay, here's a kind of cool question, kind of interesting. We've probably already touched on it a little bit, but B. Wilkes asks, what do we as a community misunderstand about how Jagex operates and how the game is run on the back end?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so kind of. I'm not going to go with the Steam one because I think that was slightly different. But I think one of the things that the community probably misunderstand is that like we are a business at the end of the day, that decisions aren't made by an individual. That typically, when decisions are made, they can take time. It's not like we can just turn around one day and be like, right, cool, we're going to go out and do this. Because it may be a case of we need to consider legal implications. We might need to consider how that could impact people within the studio or people that are playing the game, you know, community members. There are a lot of factors that can go into various different things that we work on. I know this sounds a little bit too wishy-washy, but I don't really have a greatly detailed answer to it other than pretty much saying that. So I'm trying to think of an example that I can give that makes sense. In terms of the game running on the back end, I don't really think there's much that I can go into that or give examples of, other than like the differences you mentioned before about, you know, people say, oh, just buy RuneLite. Well, we can't because RuneLite's open source. I mean, maybe there's some potential that parts of it could. I don't really know how that all works. I'm not a lawyer or understand anything in terms of those laws. But you know, RuneScape wraps around the client, and that is a completely different kettle of fish compared to the client itself and transmitting information from the client to the server. So that's definitely something that I think gets misunderstood. There's a lot more that goes into it, especially when it comes to it being like officialized. You know, that our client, we need to make sure that it's, you know, it's entirely secure. The information sent across is, you know, is encrypted and can only be read by our servers and so on and so forth. So people can't like, you know, sniff into it and get information that they shouldn't be able to. So a simple case of just like buying some open source software and saying, oh, this is ours now, this is the new client. It doesn't work that way. There are a lot of things that need to be considered in order to be able to make something like that happen. Hence why, you know, the decision was to develop the C++ client instead. But otherwise, as a whole, it's just, yeah, I appreciate the fact that we are a business, that things can take time to put together, even though I think we are relatively agile considering the size of the studio, and we can make decisions happen really quickly. Some of them we just can't. I've got a good example actually for you. So Deadman rerun especially. There's, you know, a lot of players just say just rerun it, right? You know, just rerun it. Why is it taking so long? But it, you know, I feel bad because we haven't been able to communicate as often as I would like, I suppose, you know, in terms of what's happening with the Deadman rerun. But what updates can I give if there aren't any updates to give? And other than just saying like, you know, we're still working on it, please be patient, and saying that every single week, to me that doesn't seem like valuable messaging. And I'd rather, you know, leave it for a period of time until there's something more significant that we can say, and then go out. And if it seems like that significant information is going to take way too long, then, you know, having a mini update in between. But the reality is there's a lot of things that are going on in the background to make sure that a Deadman Reborn rerun can actually happen properly. And those are teams that aren't necessarily embedded into the old school development team. They're teams within the studio that would work on other areas, that work on the platform, that work on the infrastructure, and all of those kind of things that you don't get exposed to. So I understand the frustrations. I understand people want information, but that's definitely something I think that gets misunderstood.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something else as a good example for it too. I had one just as I was starting to go into Deadman, but now I've bloody forgot it typically. Yeah, never mind.
It's fine if you think about it. I will say, I think we've kind of covered the vast majority of stuff that we were asked. There was a lot of topics that were kind of like mixed in with other things we've talked about as I scroll through. But I'll ask you, is there anything that you see that we maybe missed that we should touch on?
I think there was one on Reddit from Assault PK, and they asked about microtransaction talk around Jagex Office. And I just want to. It's a really easy one for me to answer. Like within Old School, that it just doesn't exist. So yeah.
And it will never exist?
As far as I'm aware, it will never exist. There is, commitment from all the way up to the CEO that Old School just doesn't fit the microtransaction model. So we're not going to go down that route.
I think that's so cool. That's like so reassuring. And I have to say, like, I am a scaper. When people ask me, like, am I a gamer? It's like, yeah, I could say I'm a gamer, but I'm a scaper. Like, I don't really play any other games. And the reason I don't really play any other games is because, like, so much, and again, it's not every game, but so many games have this pay-to-win model, and it's just so cringe.
Yeah.
And
I think it fits, like, for some games, like, and I can understand why they're there, but I'm kind of like similar in that sense, right? I said before, I really like having those achievements that I can grind towards if I'm playing a game that's specific for those. A lot of like for example, what I would really like, and this is why I've started picking up my Switch again and really playing RPGs on there and avoiding ones that have online things that you can DLC. Not so much DLC, I don't mind about that, but there are even then there are still kind of like gacha games. But on mobile especially, I just want a mobile game. And I know RuneScape exists, so please don't shun me here. But I want a mobile game that I can sit in bed for 2-3 hours a night, every now and then if I can't sleep, where I can just play and I can grind out and work towards a goal that I know if I'm competing against other people, it's just about what I'm putting in rather than how much money I've got to spend on it.
Yeah, you don't need to buy a bag of or a truckload of gems for $99.99,
Yeah, and to reset my energy to be able to continue doing it again and whatnot. Like I get it. Obviously, it fits in some games.
And the thing is
people are okay with it, but
yeah, those games are making absolutely just bonkers bank because just people will just pay for it. So it's just not a profitable thing to make a game like this anymore, really, because it's just
I guess it's kind of sad, really, isn't it?
It is.
I really hope that we can see some games like that continue, and that's why I truly, genuinely love Old School so much, because there is that commitment to no microtransactions. Yeah, of course there are bonds that exist, right? But really, that's as far as we go, right?
No, and I will say, like, bonds are probably, if there's any microtransactions, probably the best form because it makes the players that do play the game a lot, I haven't paid a dime. I haven't paid a real life dime to play RuneScape in years. And it's like,
there you go, then you get to benefit from it. And I think, that's probably the only reason it got accepted, because people would benefit from it, right?
And I'm an Iron Man, so I literally don't even have to deal with, people buying stuff. Like, who actually does that? Like, that are like really high up. They're spending like thousands, but I'm an Iron Man. I just get to ignore it. It's beautiful.
And you get to benefit from the membership too now with the whole, you don't even have to use a main account anymore.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really cool.
That is cool.
What was the one thing, actually? You know what? And I'm sorry if I get like hate for this, and this isn't to say that, just to reiterate once more, no talks of this at all. No, nothing, because this is just my own view on it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying this for Old School, but for games in general, I don't mind paying money for cosmetic changes. So I have played games before, and like I've played mobile games where I've spent money on it. You know, Clash Royale is one of those that I spent probably like £150 in
Hmm.
total on like unlocks and stuff. Me and Sween used to play the game so much together when we were like on lunch break or whatever, or one of us would go to the toilet and we'd come back like, oh, I just won 2 games.
Yeah.
And you know, that's something that I did spend money on, and similarly with when I was playing Heroes of New Earth, the MOBA, you used to be able to get, you know, different skins for the heroes that you wanted to play as, but you had to pay for them with real money. Some of
Hmm.
them you could unlock with currency that you earn in game. But like I'm okay. That's where I draw my line with like what I find as acceptable MTX
Like
is
purely
cosmetic
cosmetics.
changes.
Yeah,
Purely cosmetic, yeah. So
I agree.
yeah, but then at the same time, I think one of the biggest problems with that and with that acceptance is that for a lot of games, when it comes to end game, that is the end game, right? Once you've
Yeah.
completed everything else, all you have left to consider is looking at unlocking every piece of content that's available and obtaining that yourself. And some of those sets can be really prestigious, you know. So um, I don't want to name names here, but there are, you know, there's a certain MMO that a lot of the higher detail like item sets or things that you get to you know use in game are typically things from a cash shop as opposed to being things that you would earn
Yep.
as an achievement or as a really rare drop. And that's the problem with it, right? Is that I accept it. I think that I would be okay with it. But at the same time, I think games really should go back to focusing more on, you know, rewarding those that are putting the time in and letting you work towards it if you want to,
Yeah.
and maybe having parity between what's available in game compared to what's being available to purchase.
Yep. It's just unfortunate that that is just the game model. Just you just make bank
Yeah.
from just making end games just cash. Like how much IRL money you gonna give our business basically?
Well, hey, at least we don't have to worry about it here.
Yeah, which is really nice. And I mean, again, I remember when there was like those sponsorships that were pulled, which you know what, as much crap as Jagex gets and stuff, you guys have made some like really good decisions, and it's like it is. I do remember, you know, the things that you guys have done where it's like, dude, I never thought you guys would get rid of the sand casino. I literally never thought anything would change there. I thought that was just in the game, and this like some higher ups were just like, no, this needs to stay because we're making so much money off of it. Like, but things actually do change around here, and it's actually really, really refreshing to see. And so,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I don't
sometimes
know.
it takes a little bit longer than we may all like, you know, staff included. There are, you know, we have our own gripes too that we
Hmm.
want to see change for. And there's quite a few examples that I can give that I know the community raise on those too. But yeah, I appreciate the fact that, you know, you noticed that. And um, yeah,
Yeah.
we as I said, you know, many times before, we try and do our best really. And similar to what I said before, at the end of the day, it's a business, and we can't always make every single decision, and things can't always happen overnight. There's a lot more that can go on in the background that I can't talk to because I'm not, you know, competent enough to be able to do so. But that's just the way it is.
Yeah. All
But
right.
yeah, we'll try and do what we can. And I'm glad to see the Jewel Arena go. It won't be long now until it's completely gone as well.
Yeah.
It's the replacement I'm actually working on currently.
Ooh, you
So
can't leak,
yeah.
can you?
No, I mean, hold on. Let me quickly just check what we put in the Gazette, and I can tell you what I can talk about at least. And then I guess we can wrap things up because it is pretty late here now, and I should go
Yeah.
to bed.
It's been
Uh,
a conversation. We'll say that.
yeah. Oh, I can talk about it. So yeah, it's the PvP arena. That's what I'm working on at the moment.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah, and that will be the replacement for the Jewel Arena. So I'm
PvP arena.
hopeful that there'll be a blog about that coming out really soon in the next couple of weeks.
That's exciting.
So yeah, fingers crossed. It's something that I had you know, as a huge passion project of mine. It's actually what I ended up pitching for my interview at Jagex when I first you know
Oh shit.
went for it and went into that 2 hour interview.
Oh
So
shit.
it's not my
Okay.
design this time round, but it's something that I was I'm super passionate about. I think it will do really well, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the players think of it, and also if it gets added into when it gets added into game, what the players can actually do with it. We've got some pretty cool things that I can't wait to kind of like show off, but I don't want to talk about it until the blog's gone.
That's totally fair. All right, Mod Ayiza. I want to ask for 3 shout outs before we wrap things up entirely. So it can be from anybody in the community, and doesn't have to be the top 3. Just 3 shout outs.
Ooh. Okay. All right. So first of all, I'm gonna do 4. Sorry.
Oh
I'm gonna
shit.
shout out you for being a fantastic host
I
and
appreciate
for putting this together and everything that you do in terms of sharing information with the community, your thoughts on content, as well as just being able to give us this content for free and listen to these podcasts. It's awesome.
Thank you.
I want to give a very specific shout out to my wonderful team members within the community management team, Mods Light and Sani. They're both doing absolutely fantastic. I'm really, really, really happy and proud of them and really grateful to be working alongside them. They are your community managers. I don't have the opportunity to get as involved these days as much as I would like to anyway. I do try. I kind of have the last couple of weeks just because I've needed to. But yeah, really they're the go-to. So treat them well and they'll treat you well. Oh, I've got 2 more. Okay, I want to give this is more of a specific shout out to the 2007 Scape Reddit mods. I know they have to deal with just as much crap as we do on a daily basis. So I'm grateful for their support, but one of my kind of like main go-tos is most definitely Sir Dude, even though he may tweet questionable things at times and have some very interesting videos of him doing things. It is what it is, but he's super helpful, and if I ever need anything, he'll always be there at the ping of a Twitter DM hitting his inbox. So super grateful.
Cool.
And then I also just want to quickly give a shout out to the Old School Wiki. In general, I think we're very blessed to be able to have a team as dedicated as they are, and as open as they are to kind of like working with us, sharing information, and really just like making constant improvements on their own kind of like initiative. They just do everything, and we don't really have to worry about a thing. They just constantly strive to improve and do better.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. We have a great relationship. I love them, and I'm again really grateful to be able to work with them.
That's awesome. Yeah, the wiki team, just to add on, the wiki itself is so insanely good. It's just so good.
When I go and try and play other games, I'm just like, oh man, I guess I'm not looking for any info. I got to play it the old school way.
Yeah.
Oh dear. And if I can just quickly, I'll just give a more generic shout out. I want to reiterate something from earlier on in the cast. If you were listening at the time and you've managed to stay all the way through, I once again want to just shout out to all of the people out there that go out of their way to send us positivity, to ask us how our day's going, to let us know how your day's going and how the game has changed things for you for the better, for the worst, whatever it may be. And for generally just being super supportive of us. Really, 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 really love you all for that. And just for everyone else that plays Old School. Thanks for allowing me to have a job. I appreciate that so much more than you'll ever know.
That's awesome. All right, Mod Ayiza, absolute pleasure to have talked to you for 4.5 hours. Crazy. Time flies.
Did I hit the record? Is that the longest one so far?
It is not. Gentle Tractor beat you by about 15 minutes.
Oh,
but
man.
you are definitely the second by a good half hour.
All right. Well, next time I'll come with a new content pitch and we can extend it out a little bit longer.
I would love to have you on again in a year from now or so. And
sure, it'll be interesting to see how different things are in a year.
Oh yeah. So guys, I really appreciate you guys all listening. Type pizza. Oh no, I can't even say this because people will skip to the end. So I can't even say like type pizza in the comments or something if like you watch the whole way through, because people just skip to the end and then they'll type pizza and get the.
We should have dropped like different hints right.
Yeah, we should have added like a letter,
like a little puzzle.
Yeah, like a letter of something like just.
Yeah, one letter each like section.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you for listening. I have not decided who the next guests are on for February, but there's most likely going to be a bye week as well where I take a week off. So enjoy the rest of your days, guys. If you want to support the Sae Bae cast for a $2 pledge on Patreon, down in the description, you can click that link and your name will pop up on the intro screen. But other than that, I think we're good. Have a good rest of your day,
Don't
guys.
forget to like and subscribe and hit the bell icon to get notified when the next upload goes live. And if you're watching this on Twitch, remember that if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch account and subscribe for absolutely free with Twitch Gaming or Gaming Prime. I can't remember exactly what
Whatever
it's
it
called.
is.
But it costs you nothing and it supports the streamer for the full amount of a subscription. So if you have got that lying around, consider popping it into the chat right now.
I really appreciate it, Ayiza. Thank you guys for listening. We'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Bye.